the sky.
Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around.
You are my. You are my. You are my.
Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around.
You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you made me feel like I can touch the sky. You made me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You made me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you made me feel like I can touch the sky. You made me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky.
Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around.
You are my You are my You are my
Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around.
You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky.
Girl, you done got me. Girl, we be sorry rolling. Like whoa. You took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa.
You are my You are my You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky.
Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around.
You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, come with me, saw me rolling. Like, whoa. You took all my love like it's stolen. Got me like, whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around.
And welcome back, everybody, to SkyBell series here at IG League. Of course, I am your wonderful host, Andrew, joined by Soren yet again. This is number 12 of the SkyBell series here at IG League TV. Of course, we have a lot of gameplay for you guys today and a lot of money to be earned by these players. But first off, we got two teams ready to rock, ready to roll, and we're going to hop right. We're gonna hop right into there and make sure that everything is gonna be good to go. So, Soren, tell me, how are these teams looking so far, and are we ready to go?
I think we are ready to go. I think we're just waiting on the last couple preparations here from the teams, but I'm really excited because these are two very familiar teams to us. Both Operation Strix and Lionheart have actually gone very far in some IG League competitions in the past. So I'm expecting some really good gameplay. And we're going to be starting off on Haven, which is one of my favorite maps and one of the most varied maps when it comes to agent pools. So I'm really excited. I think we have a lot of good gameplay. And also, just want to say, this might be one of the last tournaments that we see Chamber as like a prio pick for any team competition. So I'm really excited. One last hurrah, you might say.
Honestly, it's nice to see Chamber still being viable. Obviously, getting insta-locked right off the bat. Kind of what you are going to be expecting from these players. But, of course, the G going in with this game. Hopefully, this tournament is going to be the last time we see a Chamber, and the next tournament we're actually going to be seeing Chamber is going to be at the divisions for IG League here. That is a $3,000 tournament that you guys want to get in on, so make sure to join the Discord. might not be in there, but the money is going to be flowing. So make sure to go check it out at IGLeague.com. Also, you guys can check it out in the Discord if you type !Discord. But that being said, we got some time to look at these team compositions. Soren, tell me what you're thinking.
My brain is so happy right now. I love seeing it. We're seeing a Phoenix pick on the side of Operation Strix, which has been coming back into the meta a lot more recently, but really only on Ascent. Haven't been seeing him played as much on Haven, but this is one of his classic maps. Even when he was starting to fall out of the meta competitively, he was still being played on Haven. So I'm excited to see them back. We're seeing the Killjoy, so a double Sentinel set up over on the attacking side to start from Operation Strix. So overall, very happy with them. Meanwhile, we're seeing the Neon and as well the Astra, which is also very slowly climbing her way back into the meta as well. I have constantly said it, even though she was kind of nerfed to the ground, her utility, that global utility and smokes, the concussion, still so valuable, especially on a map like Haven that has 3 sites that spread out really wide. So having that coverage for the smokes, really nice. So overall, I'm really excited to see. It looks like we might have a little bit more of a very aggressive, fast push coming from Lionheart. Maybe a little bit more tactical and a little bit more slow on the side of Operation Strix. Gonna see who comes out on top, though, as we get right into the game.
Yeah, getting right into here, obviously, LH. I like their team composition a little bit better, personally. I think that having a double Sentinel on the map of Haven isn't that useful. I really don't think so. Chamber and Killjoy don't really stack terribly well. Obviously, though, you are looking at this attack side, and when you have double Sentinel on attack, you're going to have to make it work with you. Obviously, Phoenix as well in the hands of Adequate Apple. Lots of things here are going to be pushing these players back, but let's just find out as we now get right into this game. Obviously, it's going to be pistol round. We have so many great guns. 4 ghosts on the side of defense, 3 on the side of attack. How is it going to be ended up at the around here?
It looks like it's going to be a pretty aggressive push into B. They're going to put a little bit of presence over towards Garage. And it looks like they're slowly creeping their way up. It's going to be a 5 or a 4-man at least push through.
It looks like it is going to be a 4-man push-up, and that is a lot of footsteps. And I think LH Honor here is actually going to be able to hear them out. But Adequate Apple 29 being the duelist that it needs to be, already making a lot of space as he tries to find some spots here. Team is going to be planting that bomb, and now it's the retake underway, coming out from Garage, but Slicky just slick with it, getting a 2-piece down, and now looking for some more. We do have 2 on the flank for the defense here. It's Redify and Wolfenite able to go for it, and that's going to be a pick for both of them. But that's the flank. Slicky wanting this ace is going to get another one down. Now just has to find these last 2 in a 1 versus 2. Slicky has 40 HP and a dream. Ghost in hand, has to clutch up. There's one. Oh, and almost the ace, but gets shut down by Crucial. Beautiful round pistol so far.
Yeah, Lionheart immediately pulling back into a very tricky situation. Slicky finding those 2 in Garage set them up to have this really nice hole, 3v5 situation. Not what you want to be coming into when you only have pistols. However, Slicky tried to wrap around, tried to go through on the flank, but left the site a little bit more vulnerable, allowed it so the rest of Lionheart could just push through CT, get the kills on site, and then suddenly Slicky, who had such a good play over in Garage, now stuck in that 1v2. A really good setup, but kind of fell apart at the later end of the round there. So good start, but not quite the finish we want. And looking at the round coming up, it's going to be almost full Spectres from Lionheart as they look to capitalize, but there are a few Stingers in Operation Strix's arsenal, you could say. So never know, they might be able to pull something out.
Yeah, double stinger it up for OPST here. They just have to try to get there, but that's Slicky already getting 1. No, make it 2 with the help of the Chamber. Now 3, but this is now 2 versus 4 retake positioning for these players. Of course, you do have the Spectre in the hands of Redify here against all the Stingers and the dropped weapons that were just in the hands of their teammates. But this Astra is slowly approaching through mid. Is going to spot 1, a little bit of damage, but unfortunately it's up close and personal. That's Adequate Apple getting an adequate shot down, and now it's just Limit having to back it up. But attackers have taken that round with only 2 Stingers and a really, really solid showing of gunplay.
Absolutely. We're seeing again that push into B, what we saw in the first round, but instead they decided to actually take B site specifically. They actually took it very, very quickly before anyone even pushed up through A. And because of that, they were able to overwhelm the defense with those stingers, and they were able to get a few kills and pick up a few specters, putting them into a 3v5 situation. But this time they were able to finish it out. That's going to split the first 2 rounds 1-1, which usually means that the first 4 rounds are going to get split 2-2. Usually, I will say, I have a terrible case of the caster's curse, so we'll see. But that will mean that by round 5, we should have a pretty even game here.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you there, but even game is going to be tough with Squeak getting a double kill down. Crucial is going to get one and do so much damage to the chamber. That's how you want to be seeing things for these players so far. But right now, defense, they have to make it work. They only got classics. And in a classic round like this, you're just going to have to push as a team here. Obviously, you're having Kush and Lemon both rocking Vandals. So if they could just keep those guns up, they're going to be very happy money-wise. But let's see if it's going to be enough for these players. Limit in heaven. Just waiting to drop down, maybe do some damage here. But these attackers are not giving an inch against these players and are just going to walk away and let the bomb do its thing.
Yeah, no, they're gonna want to die to this spike here for that loss streak bonus going into the next round, but kind of throwing their lives at that retake would have just given the team of Operation Strix a few extra bits of gold in their pocket. So they just decide to stay back, don't give them any extra economy, and they just died to the spike on their own terms. But now, like I said, this should be a pretty even split, but Kush and Lemon on the side of Operation Strix did pick up rifles in the last round. So again, we saw them pick up the Stingers in round 2, and they were able to convert it when they really shouldn't have. And now they have a few Vandals, so they might be able to do it, but there is still a Bulldog in the hands of Honor. So not a full buy coming out from Lionheart. Not perfect, but they should be in a pretty good position to hold off this pretty aggressive push in the B.
Yeah, very aggressive push. Crucial here with the Phantom is going to be doing a little bit of damage, but Apple does not care. Running it down anyways will cause him to die. Crucial doing a great job for LH here. This might be the round that they take to shut down the momentum, but Slicky trying to be as slick as possible, unfortunately, is going to slip up and get picked down by Limit. Luckily, Kush is close up, gonna get the trade, but now 1 versus nothing as he goes down to Honor and the Bulldog. That's 4 versus 5 and a clutch. Beautifully played by these players on defense.
Yeah, very well held. And I want to mention, I believe it was Crucial there on the side, you know, leaning towards A with the Phantom that was able to just do so much damage through the smoke, really set their team up for a very clinical retake. And here we are, we're split 2-2, exactly like I said it would happen. And now we're in a pretty even buy, only losing 1. Lionheart was able to pick back up a rifle, only losing the Bulldog. That's a fair trade. So we're going to have a full buy across the board, and it's anyone's round to take. But it looks like we're going to be seeing, again, a very aggressive mid push here. But it's split a little bit more, a 2-2-1, 2 going towards Garage, 2 towards B, and 1 was leaning towards A, but now they're making their way up, and they're just really liking this B site.
Yeah, and I agree. B side seems to be where they want to be. Right now, Crucial is going to be able to spot out 1. Lots of damage dealt to Slicky here, but OPST, they are very solid at taking these players down, but let's see there. There it is. Double kill down for Honor. Chad says that they had faith in him, but it looks like Kush is going to just absolutely delete any faith you have remaining. 2 kills is all he's going to get. Now it's Wolfenite. Clean headshot down on a Kush. This attack and Killjoy, unfortunately, is not going to be able to get anybody with a lockout. And now it's just everybody pushing in. And look at the Neon, the confidence, the swing, and the triple killing. That is what you want to be seeing on your duelist.
Absolutely. Just a clinical push through, showing so much confidence to secure the round, even though they were at the disadvantage. That was a 2v3, and Wolf Knight pulls the 3k that they need to get the round. Very, very nice. That is now 3-2 in the round count. Lionheart taking the advantage for the first time since the first round. And now we're seeing a little bit of a broken buy coming out from Operation Strix on this attack side. They're going to get mostly rifles, but they're not going to be able to full buy. But luckily, it looks like Kush does have the tour de force, so that is going to be utilized to try to balance it out. So they have one last chance with a quote-unquote full buy to try to convert this, bring it back to a 3v3 to get the advantage. And it looks like they're going to try to make their way into B to do so yet again.
Wow, B seems to be where they want to be, but dang, that's a lot of damage coming out from the defenders. Already sending them back, and obviously doing a pretty clean job here, but now they have to get past Limit, who's limitless with his AK, and there it is. Lemon is going to get the trade, and now Honor needs to try to get in there for the trades. We have the ultimates in, and the big pushes if possible. Wolfenite is going to get one, but Squeak will take out Crucial and Redify. Now, just up to you, Wolfenite. Spots one, drops to one, and that is going to be the round. Tied it up again, 3-3.
Yeah, that was actually quite a convincing round. They were all able to bring rifles out of that as well. So they're in a very good spot to take the advantage here. I will say it did cost Crucial on the side of Lionheart a Rolling Thunder. However, that's really not that big of a hit. Looking at the ultimates here, Lionheart actually had the advantage. They still have 4 ultimates on hand, while Operation Strix have none. So they were able to pull it out, but now that a severe disadvantage in terms of the ultimate count. So I could still see Lionheart pulling through with a win, even though they only have the 1 Phantom in terms of rifles.
Yeah, they only have that 1 Phantom, but here's the thing. Lionheart, they've been doing a decent job going after nothing right now. We saw that second round being able to save it up, but here we go. It's going to be the overdrive just being wasted on nothing, but there is the single rifle in the hands of Redify getting the pick on an adequate apple. But look at these attackers now on B side. Haven't seen this before as Kush takes out the Astra. There's no more control agent, and this is going to be a retake, and Limit perfectly timing it. That's the power of a chamber. Ultimate will get himself a gun if he can just inch his way past Kush here.
Yeah, and they were actually able to get another pick over on the other side of the map. So now it is a 3v2.
Oh, timing, a clean job, but it's going to be Wolfenite. Always getting those picks and saying good night to anybody in his way. The Neon getting another triple kill yet again.
Absolutely. It seems like we have a brawl here for round. We said that these are 2 very regular teams that get into the later stages of the tournament here at IGL. So I'm not surprised at all to see that this is an all-out duel, just trading blows round for round. And it looks like we're going to be in a very similar situation. An operator, the first one of this map, coming out in the hands of Limit on the chamber. And it actually looks like we're... Oh, no, they were able to scrape enough credits to get a full buyout from Operation Strix. No operator for them, but it is a still full buy. And it looks like, yet again, they are really liking this B mid position. And so far, it's been pretty consistently good. It's really, strangely enough, been the round where they have the advantage that they've been almost underestimating the defense here. So if they could just get one of these rounds and take advantage of the advantage that they have inherently with the rifles, they could really start pushing the round count here and end up with a much more positive round, or round count by the half.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you gotta have some sort of confidence when you're pushing in, and with ultimates and picks like that, this attacking side is incredibly confident. But Limit is gonna put a limit on how confident they can get with that op shot down on a Slicky. There goes the control agent, and the retake might just be underway as Kush is looking to find somebody through this wall. But Limit is getting another pick down on a Lemon and has that operator to show for it. Wants to get Kush if possible. But no one's really peeking him right now. Squeak is going to get traded. Kush is on back of sight, but the timing Limit tunnel visioned and tunneled away. That is going to be how it goes down. And now we're tied up 4-4. Yet again, a very close game at the start of this best of 1.
There we go, and the timeout has come through. And this is actually probably a really good place to take timeout. They're 4-4, and they've won, and now they're back again with that advantageous rifle count. It looks like we're still going to have an operator in the hands of Limit, which is a little risky when there's only going to be one more rifle in the hands of one of their teammates. But they need to have this timeout. They need this time to kind of reassess what's going on and figure out how they want to take this. Because right now, like I said, it's just a back and forth brawl. Someone needs to change something. And hopefully it can just, kind of unlock that door to allow them to get more than one round in a row on the board. Because right now, it's going to be a long game. I can see this going to overtime if this second half is anything like the first.
Yeah, I completely agree. If we are seeing this happen right now with how close these teams are, you also have to remember this defensive team has a very good attack composition, while this attack side does not have a very good attack composition. So once we see it switch, it might just level it off for these players. I think that having a Killjoy on defense instead of attack is very crucial in seeing how their gameplay is going to be pulled out here. But again, it is a very close game regardless. Looking at the scoreboard as well, I mean, it's almost a mirror match. The only difference is Crucial having one less kill than Lemon, but everything else is nearly identical.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they're actually going to fake a push towards B. They're going to send out a flash, a few bits of utility, but it looks like it's actually going to be a pretty heavy lean towards A. But Lionheart actually kind of expecting it. Wolf and Knight is actually pushed up all the way through short with a shorty. And that might be a big difference maker if they don't clear, or if, oh, here we go. That Fade is Prowler is going to spot them and put Wolf and Knight in a very tricky spot.
Yeah, very tricky spot, but it is going to be the death of them. Honestly, they had the opportunity to leave, but instead trying to go back into that corner is going to get them killed. The Neon that's been so consistent is now going to be down. But Limit with the Guardian in hand spots out Kush, goes for the taps, but cannot connect them. Kush is going to get that pick down, and here we go. Attackers want that A site. They have the lockdown. The ultimate's now coming, and they just got to bail if their defense here. But look at this. This is a Killjoy making so much space for them, because now C is actually where the bomb's going to get planted, and it's just Squeak here getting picked off by Crucial. And now the retake's underway, 3 versus 4, and they still have to wait for their Brimstone to make that rotation happen.
Yeah, nice fake out with the Killjoy ultimate, but that is still going to give them enough time to get the spike down. And now it's a 3v4 pushing in, and they do not have the advantage in rifles.
Wow, what a shot, but it's all that they really have. I mean, the fact is, that is a defensive save round coming out from those players on Lionheart, and now they get to buy full rifles, including an operator in the hands of Limit. Honestly, we saw what it could do last time. Hopefully, it doesn't get tunnel visioned yet again, but with this new buy, Soren, do you think that they are going to be bringing this back and tying it up yet again?
I can see it being very possible. However, I mentioned it before. It seems like Operation Strix actually do better when it's an even, buy across the board for both teams. So I wouldn't put it past them. They finally put 2 rounds together in a row for the first time since I think round 5 or 6. That's a great start.
Yeah, very good start there for these attackers. Able to get one. Redify cannot sit in this corner for too long. His teammate tries to swing it, but look at this. It's just going to be 1-for-1 trade. Actually, 1-for-3 if you do the math right. And here comes Honor now having to take the vengeance for his team. But unfortunately for them, an adequate apple is going to hit some adequate shots onto that Sky. And now it's just going to be Limit saving the operator that he just was able to afford. And there's not a whole lot that he's going to be able to do here. So I'd recommend holding that D, holding that S key, and getting your butt out of Dodge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they actually expected them not to be pushing up here, because we have the Chamber on Operation Stretch actually pushing up and hunting. And might actually catch Limit off guard, which would be a really nice way to run. That would be a big hurt.
Just look to the right. Look to the right. Don't get knifed. Don't get knifed. No. Oh, Kush is going to be hitting that down, and that is a newfound op as well. The disrespect, you got to feel it in your bones.
Oh, and that's a huge hit to the economy. They knew that they were expecting Limit to have the ops, so the moment they figured that out, they all just went hunting because they knew they couldn't play for that retake. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. That's gonna be a big hit to the economy. No one is gonna be able to buy. It's gonna be a singular stinger on the side of Lionheart in the hands of Honor. Maybe they could do something. If they could do a little bit of damage, maybe find 1 or 2 kills, I think that'd be a very good round for them. But now Kush, operator in hand, it just looks like Operation Strix. After that timeout, which was Lionheart's timeout, remember, it looks like Operation Strix might have got the better, end of that timeout.
Yeah, might have, but here's the thing about Slicky here is Slicky likes to do some damage in the defense. I think they can bring this back. They got two really powerful ultimates versus rather weak ults with the run it back and the relocate from the Omen. But honestly, if you want to be taking this round, you're having to take it back now. You don't want this half to go 6-6, or else we will be going to overtime. So attack needs to get that 7 secured, but they have to first get through garage and through C-site. Here comes the run it back to get them info. Slicky with the smokes, and now they're pushing in. Limit's actually going to play retake here, not wanting to fight too much, and Slicky anchoring it in mid. No one's really going to get spotted, but it's planted for long, so they don't really have to stress too much about it. Adequate Apple up close personal, while Limit is going to get gunned down by Slicky, and they just want all of this. They are pushing forward. Kershaw, beautiful flashbang, spots out one and gets the shot down. Beautiful shots with the Sheriff, but out of ammo, out of HP, but it doesn't matter. Wolfenite's gonna get one before the trade, and this is why Chambers getting nerfed. That initial switch with the flick, and that's what you like to see. Beautiful job of this best of one. Is now they need Kush to clutch this up for their team, and it's gonna happen.
That was very, very sketchy, but Operation Strix were able to pull it out. Coach was able to keep the operation operator, and you were absolutely right. The power of Chamber in that round really making itself known, and that is going to be the 7th round on the board. That's going to secure the positive round count in this half for Operation Strix. Though that was still a low buy. That was a save round from Lionheart, and they did so much more damage than either one of us expected them to do. So that's still a pretty good, pretty good round for them. Hopefully they could win this, bring it to a 5-7. That would be a very good round, or excuse me, half count for them. And that's a great way to start Wolfenite on the other side of the map, getting that opening kill.
Yeah, I'm getting that opening kill there. Lemon, very happy for taking out Limit. But now it's going to be the last round of the half. Adequate Apple will be sitting in hell, and there's the ultimates, but Slicky TP's up into heaven, gets the pick down, and there goes the control agent yet again. Honestly, I've said it so many times, this Astra is getting astrally diffed right now, but let's see what can happen with Adequate Apple. Very close up, is going to have a flash get him in his eyes, but doesn't really phase him too much, and someone wants to push that, and this ultimate will finally pop. Flashbang out, beautifully timed. Adequate Apple double killing it down, beautifully positioned and played, leaving just Honor to go down as well.
Yeah, very, very well played in the final round and a half. And I want to mention there that getting that kill onto the Astra, like you mentioned, the Astral diff a bit, was actually far more influential than you might think, because Astra was one of the only people in the lobby who had an ult still on hand. So losing that Astral Divide, a huge hit to them, especially when they're trying to play for a retake and it's a pretty close round. But, I mean, Adequate Apple, what a play coming out from them. Doing exactly what you would expect them not to do, pushing through their own KJ Molly. Absolutely impressive, catching them off guard, finding the 2K to secure that 8th round. Crucial, because now, actually, I think both teams are on their preferred side. The attacking composition is now on the attacking side, and the defensive compositions on the defensive side. So now I think it's going to almost purely come down to whose, composition, whose play style is going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. It always comes down to how you play it. And right now, Lionheart, this is the attack that you want to be seeing. They're playing around their control. They're playing around what they already have created for space-wise, but Slicky is up close personal, looking to find somebody with the classic. Will spot out Limit, but Kush getting one will eventually get dropped, and Lionheart needs that advantage, but here comes the retake from Long. Adequate Apple getting honored down, but they teleport right behind him. Doesn't matter. Lemon's gonna get the pick down, and be very happy about that. They're just gonna stick the bomb. Last player standing. Wolfenite going straight for it. There's one, looking for the other, but they don't know where the bomb's planted, and they're down to squeak.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the idea. That was a very aggressive push into C. Actually, I think that's the first time we've seen C hit this map so far. So I enjoyed that. But very aggressive push into C, though. The attack pushed all the way in through CT and even wrapped around towards Garage a bit. Meanwhile, they were getting attacked from the back. It's almost like the sides completely switched, and now the attack is trying to defend from the defender's side. Made it really tricky, especially when you have attackers that are still pushing. Makes your backside extremely vulnerable. and they were able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, being able to just have this capitalization and really push in, but Kush, he's not even phased. Just lets him walk right past him. The trigger discipline definitely there, but they still do not know. There's a chamber to your left-hand side, and they're now all down. Honestly, I think this is just coming down to a team diff. They're not checking their corners, and instead, they're getting absolutely demolished by these defenders.
Yeah, I mean, a Valorant tips 101. Always check your corners. Always check. No matter how safe you think you are, even if you didn't get shot from that angle, always check the corners because you may have that sneaky chamber with a bulldog sitting. How Kush was able to get away with that, I have no idea, but that is going to be another round for them. They were supposed to come out on top because they did have the half buy, the anti-eco round buy. But that being said, Operation Strix, again, have 2 bulldogs. They do have some rifles. Meanwhile, it's not even a full buy. It's going to be a bulldog in the hands of Wolf Knight, so they might be able to capitalize on this.
There we go, though. Redify is going to get 1 as they now need to push forward. Crucial with the flashbang out, but they check it. They get that. LH very happy about this take so far. They've taken out 2. They've taken out 3 with the bulldog, and now they want some more. But this is going to be Kush getting the pick on a Crucial, and now it's just going to be Lemon. 1 versus 4 has to go in heaven to find Limit here in long. But that's going to be a Vandal versus a bulldog, and I think we know how that fight ended and will almost always end.
Yeah, no, bulldog a little bit limited in that situation. Hope you got that, but yeah, no.
I wish I could.
That was
right now.
No, but it went exactly how we thought it was going to go. A little bit hopeful that maybe they could have turned it around, but now we're in round number 3. It's going to be full buys from both teams, all except for Crucially, who only has a classic, and actually he's just going to be very much at a disadvantage here. Oh, never mind. They're going to get the rifle at the very last second, so we are going to have a full buy come out, and Lemon, oh my god.
Wow, I mean, that is who you want on your team. Lemon is getting these shots down, and I think they want to do it again. This is the buy round coming out from the defense in a 4 versus 5. They're going to have to start pushing forward here on the attack if they really want to make some space, but already losing your crucial player Breach, you're going to have some issues with it, as now they're just going to be making some space along, and here comes a flank from the Phoenix. It's Adequate Apple 29 sitting right up against this wall. I'm hoping that LH does check their corner this time. Obviously, they are pre-firing some common angles, but this is not a common angle. But here we go. Is checking it. Will get spotted out, though. The shoulder comes first. You're just going to have to swing it. Adequate will be able to keep himself alive here using that heal. But he's got 2 on his flank, ready to rock, ready to push, while Wolfenite for LH is going to be making some space. And Kush is going to make some space in his head with a bullet going straight through it. And now it's a big push up from these attackers. 2 versus 5. They have to somehow make it a B with only 30 seconds on the clock remaining. And they actually do get the pick on a Slicky. But Apple, he's just making his way through. Like this position. They're just waiting it out. Both watching the flank. 15 seconds remaining. But Lemon just going to be wall banging on her. And it's just going to be a Redify. Spots out 1 and gets the pick. But that's going to be all that they got.
I mean, such good play coming out from Operation Strix. Very, very subtly. But they were able to deny so much space from Lionheart. They try to push in to see aggressively, almost immediately get shot down with that 1 tap coming out from Lemon. Yeah, we're going to see the timeout coming out from Lionheart because they need it. A little bit tragic of a round for them. They try to push up C long, immediately get taken out. They try to rotate very quietly, tactically move their way over towards A, and the Phoenix is pushed all the way up through lobby and completely cuts off that route. They don't even see it. There's another defender there holding that as well, so they just decide to pull back. They try to push into garage sneakily while that attack on A is happening, gets shut down in garage. The only option they had was to go to B, and luckily they were able to find that opening pick that was able to give them some leeway, but they never even made it in the sight because by the time they got that pick, the rest of the defense had just converged in on them, just tactically and clinically removing every area that Lionheart could push in through. Operation Strix seemed to be on a different playing field right now.
And I agree. Operation Strix, they are up here. And I like this timeout coming out. It's trying to just say, hey, right before we need to stop them from getting that match point advantage. If we can get it to 6-11, that might make it a possibility. Obviously, they started at 8-4 and only grabbing that one round for the side of LH. Now facing off against Rifles. They're going to have a lot of tricky situations against OPST. But here comes the big push for these players. Right now, Wolfenite just making a little bit of space, making sure no one's going to get too aggressive. But here we go. Astral Divide. It's going to split off B, make it look like a B hit. And they're just going for it. Adequate up close will get gunned down by LH. And already defense is losing some people. The Neon dashing right the way through and already on the site looking for one. Will actually stun his own teammate though. But it doesn't matter. They just have to find out where this Killjoy is hiding. But Squeak is going to get a double kill. And now it's just going to be last player standing, Lemon. Are you going to come up short, sour, sweet, or ready to go? Lemon's now heading into heaven. Are you going to be going to heaven after this? There's one. The spray's not enough, but it doesn't matter. Honor walks back into it. This is a clutchable scenario. Just has to find out how to get that pick onto the person. Hell, everybody on attack is incredibly low here, Soren. And this is going to be very, very tough for Lemon.
Absolutely. If you wanted one agent to be in this situation, it would be Fade, though that is all the utility usage.
Wow. I mean, that was a smart one-way there, trying to bait him out, but it looks like it is going to get him down. And that's a round that LH definitely needed, but it was coming at a cost of a lot of their players.
Yeah, absolutely. That is still very costly, and it looks like they're not going to be able to full buy out. A few light shields coming through on Limit and Crucial, and it's only going to be a Bulldog coming into the hands of Honor. But that being said, they're still in the advantage because it's only going to be a Bucky, a Marshall, and a singular Sheriff. Oh, there we go, a Stinger as well. So it's just a scattered by coming out from Operation Strix, who seem to just be looking to do whatever they can to try to get them to map point. But if they lose this, their economy is going to be hit a little bit as well. And that's not what you want. You want to possibly save up.
Oh. Wow, you know, it's not what you want. You want your economy to be pretty good, but when a guy with a Bucky is able to diff you that much, you gotta just ask questions. Are you ready? Looks like Crucial is gonna be ready. And now, here comes the retake, re-hit. Squeak gets one, Squeak gets two! How is he not spotted at all in that position? And there it is. Now, 2 versus 2, the retake underway. One person on site, very low. Lemon with a Marshall. We'll just have to stay alive here. Crucial is gonna swing it, but beautifully read. Honestly, this is the kind of util you want to be seeing thrown out by a breach so consistently. Spots one, but it's not going to hit the shot. They're making space for their teammate, and it looks like Kush is going to read that. There's one. There's two. Oh, my God. Kush is a madman.
I mean, I've got to say, Kush, absolutely insane. I just want to point out Squeak again. This is the second time that a site has remained uncleared from Lionheart, and they've been punished for it. Squeak finding 2 in that situation where they just were sat behind box, uncleared, unchecked, completely made that round winnable and set Kush up for that amazing play at the end. Insanely good coming out from Operation Strix exactly when they needed it. They were again at a disadvantage, only a Bucky, a Stinger, and a Marshall to their name. They were able to convert it. And man, now they're in a really good spot. It's going to be a full buy with the exception of, oh, never mind. That is a full buy coming out. It's going to be a scattered buy from Lionheart at map point.
Map point, here we got Slicky. Ready to find some damage here. Obviously, defense very happy with Lemon. Not falling too far from the tree. Getting a pick on a limit here in long. C's very happy about that pick. But now, attack, having to make their decision. B or A. It looks like we are seeing the ultimate now get thrown out by the B side. Fade is going to connect a little bit to the Neon, but no one's going to want to put peek him yet. This is just a slow round here, and obviously it has to be a slow round for attackers because it's a best of 1. If you lose this, you are out of the tournament, and unfortunately, you're not going to be able to move on.
Yeah, not the best situation to be. They're going to have to come back 6 rounds in a row. And again, they're at a disadvantage in terms of rifles. So it's going to be a bit of a climb, especially as they look like they're going to try to challenge Slicky here.
So Jay is going to get spotted. He TPs, but it doesn't matter. His body teleports where it's going to be buried. And now you got the push-up coming in. This is LH. They need this for their team. 3 versus 3. They just have to keep it going. They lost their Neon, however, and that's an ult that they were relying on. And now defense, they could retake it with 2 ultimates to try to seal the deal. How are you going to be able to back it up? There's the run it back. There's the lockdown. They still have a little bit of control agent here. And that's one. The run it back, sending him back. And they're just going to tap that bomb. 2 on site. Redify is going to suck him off, but unfortunately, it is not going to get him half done. Flashbang is coming around. Look at this wall, the Phoenix, but oh, there it is. Coach is going to get it. Redify needing to clutch this up, spots it out, but the body block will clutch the round. And that is going to be defense taking this. OPST being OP as hell. But let's see what can happen in the next game. Obviously, that was a very good best of 1 on Haven here, Soren.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very, very close. Multiple times. That first half was an all-out brawl back and forth. Neither team really willing to give up anything until Lionheart apparently made the mistake of taking a timeout, in which Operation Strix came out on top. They were able to get the advantage late into that half, and then once they switched over to their defensive side, the double Sentinels were able to take it. Just so strong, creating such impact all over the map. Very well done for Operation Strix. Very convincing win, especially towards the end. And again, Lionheart's not a bad team. They are very consistently getting pretty far into these competitions here at IGL. So taking them down in this manner, this early into the tournament, I could really see Operation Strix being, a heavy hitter, maybe even making and punching their way into the final. But that's me. Hopefully, Caster's Curse doesn't come back, but
Of course. One thing though, LH and OPST, they were both very, very strong teams. And the fact that they were so strong fighting each other early, I think that, yes, we could have seen LH go a little bit farther, but it would have just been here at the finals anyways, in my honest opinion. But that, of course, is going to be the first game of the day. Congratulations to OPST for moving on. Your next opponent is actually going to be Immoral Oni. And if you want to beat Immoral Oni, you're going to have to put the same effort we saw today. But we're going to be following different teams as we now move into the next part of this bracket as a team. And of course, if you guys want to be checking out the bracket, !bracket in the chat. If you guys want to join the divisions, that is the new tournament that IGLeague is going to be putting on. It is $3,000 prize money at the end of all of it. So make sure to join the divisions if you go to IGLeague.com and join the Discord with !Discord. But we will be seeing you guys in just a little bit right after this break. And here we are. Welcome back, everybody, to, of course, IG League SkyBell Series number 12. Soren, can you believe it's been 12 already? But here we are. Now we're ready to go. We're ready to get it straight into the next game with two new wonderful teams here. Of course, if you guys are competing and watching your favorite team, tell us who you're rooting for in the chat below. But first, you have to know which teams are we watching today. Soren, we got two people on the map of Ascent, and what are your thoughts moving forward here?
My thoughts moving forward. One, no, I cannot believe that we're at 12 already. Really excited. But 12 means that we've seen a lot of competition over the course of the last year. These teams, a little bit newer to the scene. I don't think I personally asked it for them, but we have Collegiate Menaces, say that 5 times fast, and Work in Progress. Though both seem to have some really high tier players on teams, some really high ranking Radiants as well. So
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what we come through. Ascent, one of my favorite maps to cast for. Very, very.
I hate this map. I hate this map.
I know. I'm trying to keep it positive. It's a little bit of a solved map, but love seeing it anyway. We are going to see the chambers get popped again, probably an install coming out from. Not
pretty
anything
good right
too
now.
ground shaking. Yeah, so far.
Yeah, I mean, right now, looking at this team, they came in with a game plan in mind, going with one of the best loadouts you can possibly have for a team composition on the attack side. You, of course, got the Sova, the Chamber, the KO, the Jet, and the wonderful Omen. And if you look over, it's very similar. KO is almost a must-have on the map of Ascent just for his information gathering. And honestly, having a double initiator, really powerful. So really, instead of a Sova going with the Fade, I personally prefer Fade over the Sova in the first place. But with that being said, a lot of this game is going to come down to how you play it slow, play it smart, and absolutely make sure that you're able to get these picks. But on the defense side, we do have a wonderful team for us, and let's see if it's going to be enough to really hold its own against these players.
Yeah, I do want to say that a little bit interesting to see the Raze here. Raze, still one of the best duelists in the game. I do think actually Jet might be a very viable pick, and I do think Jet might actually be one of the best duelists for this map. I also kind of wish we saw a triple initiator, a lot more difficult to work around, but at times you can play KO in a lot more of an aggressive duelist role. So I wish I would have seen that, but we are sticking with the double initiator from both sides, and I have to agree with you. I do think Fade is probably the better agent of Fade and Sova on this map, but I still think Sova can get some really incredible value. But as we get into the round, it looks like we're going to be seeing a very much, like you said, slow default coming out here, poking, prodding. Looks like Chamber, Dark and Matter is making their way, taking some space up in B main.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's not taking space. It's taking headshots with the Headhunter. And now they're trying to get some more solar here. We'll be having to back it up sitting on that site. Already losing a Fade. Pretty big pick coming out from the attack. And look at this. They're not overheating after that trade. And they're just waiting for the next one to show up. And it looks like Dark Matter is going to get the headshot with Raiden's help. And obviously take a little bit of damage on the way out. But here's Gen Z getting a pick down. Doing what you need to do. Clean shot on Riot, but it's going to be Raiden getting the pick down. And now it's a 2 versus 4 with the retake underway. Sarav needs to find
Spike planted.
just 1 or 2, and they can actually take this site. Obviously, chat definitely currently favoring this attacking side here.
Yeah.
Let's see if they're able to. I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, right now, actually, 2 of the attackers are left with scraps of health, so it's still very possible.
Yeah, I mean, 1 HP technically on both here. Flashbang is going to be flown over. Beautiful nade. That's one spotted out. The nade's actually going to do a little bit, but Duper is going to come up super, getting the pick down, and that is now attackers taking first round of this best of 1.
Absolutely. Unfortunate there for the KO. I think if that fragment grenade actually went to the front of Boathouse, I don't think there would have been enough time for, I believe it was Dark and Matter, to get away from it, and that would have killed, and that would have been a 2v1 situation. So a little bit unfortunate there, but that is going to be the first round going over to the attackers. That means we are going to be seeing a little bit of a buyout, including Duper spending everything they've got, no money left in the bank, but they're going to be able to pull out a Vandal with the light shields, which, I mean, if they're able to do some work with that, that might set them up to possibly get a flawless. If they can pull a flawless out of this round, they'd be flying into the mid rounds of this half, and they're setting themselves up really nice.
I mean, lots of things going on here for these Flare, and this is going to be tough. I mean, right now, all you have to do if you are Duper is wait for someone to show up in your crosshair, and that's going to be a free pick. You know, rocking this Vandal here, getting those 2 picks, able to buy that second round Vandal, it needs to come up big or you're going to come up short. And if that is the case, you will be pretty disappointed in how that game's going to be going. But let's find out with big push-ups coming in. Duper and the rest of the attacking team, look at how patient they're being, but that patient might not be enough with the classic in-hand of KO, able to tap fire a little bit, but no shots actually connecting, and they just need this B site, working as a team, holding the W key, and getting themselves forward in this game.
It's right in the middle of them.
Right there, we got Solar getting 1, but that is going to be a util of the ages. Shock Dart gets 1. I just have to find Solar. But Solar's fighting them. Duper is down. Dark and Matter is going to get the trade, but defense needs this retake 2 versus 2. And look at them shots from Gen Z. Very consistent, but Darkin, he's got the Vandal, and he's got the picks. Easy headshots for him. That's a 4K second round, and they keep these large weapons.
Wow. Yeah, that Vandal really creating a lot of havoc. And I did really like the play coming out from the side of Collegiate Menaces. They were able to just play it really slow. They stayed in their spawn and lobby area pretty much, expecting that aggressive anti-eco round push coming out from the defense. But since no one came, they just took site very aggressively. And man, Solar with that grenade getting right in the middle of about 4 of the attackers could have been so big. Finds 2 kills there, but unfortunately, the Vandal just too much to overcome.
Way too much to overcome, but honestly, what we're seeing from this gameplay is just absolutely decimating these attackers right now, that the defense has some real weapons, taking out that player. But there's Duper with a 1-for-1 trade. Sarrav getting him down after Mercy is down, but there is both control agents down, and I think that these defenders are very happy with the position they put themselves in. They're playing it extra slow. They know that they're playing against a team that is consistently defaulting over them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that opening pick, you mentioned it, on to Dark and Matter, you know, finding that kill with the Odin through the wall, a little bit cheap at times, but I mean, a kill is a kill. And that immediately sets them back. This is a full buy round pretty much for both teams as well. So being able to get that opening kill, very, very nice. And it looks like they're going to be leaning again towards B, but they're going to be pushing into a pretty heavy defense. So they're just going to back away.
Yeah, pretty heavy defense here for these players going forward. It's going to be Rehab getting the pick on a Sarav. And now it's going to be a big push on A. But it's an Odin, as you know, the biggest gun here, with an even bigger Vandal coming up and getting the pick down. There is what you want to see. 1 versus 3 and make that 0. Beautifully played. But now that that Odin's been purchased, that has opened Pandora's box, and hopefully it is able to really show up here, or else you've just pissed off a pretty solid attacking side.
I mean, yeah, hopefully they can pull this back. This is going to be a full buy round coming out from the attack. And I'm going to quote you here. I heard it a long time ago, but Ascent is just made of paper walls. The Odin is probably the best weapon. It's definitely the cheesiest weapon, but it's the best weapon on this map. You can shoot through almost everything here, so finding 2 kills through collaterals, no doubt, very early into this game should set the precedent. Should kind of make the attack restructure how they want to push, especially as they were leaning towards B for the majority of the time. Now they're going to have to reassess and figure out how they want to do it. Now it looks like they're going to be leaning towards A. It's a 3-man push, but right now there's 2 sitting over, again, the Odin just shooting through everything that it can. But yeah, no, it looks like they're going to be leaning over towards A, very slowly creeping their way forward.
Slow pushes here all around, just trying to make it work for them. But obviously, when you're going this slow, going extra patient here, you're going to want to make it work for you. But right now, this is a Solar push up into market, just wanting to find anything in mid. But look at how defensive they are. They are not giving an inch of space. Now the attack has really begun with the push-ups now coming in, and Gen Z is going to be first to go down. Clean shots all around, and they just want some more. Mercy is here for some as he gets one, but there's a shot. Beautiful job onto Duper. Now they still have a control agent. They're looking for one. Dark Matter in short is going to be coming up right now with a big piece of util from their team, and Darken is going to get Mercy down, but Solar, he's ready to keep making this noise. The defense, they got to keep this going, and they are bringing their A game. They just dropped down. Solar coming up hot here is going to go down. GT Sultan, beautiful double kill spray, and now it's just going to be up to Power Pixley trying to clutch this up. Grabs a better gun, just needs to find that one pick. There's the drop, there's the shot, there's the pick, but out of ammo and out of time. There's not a whole lot they can do. They just got to make it work, and Rehab is going to clutch it for the attackers.
Yeah, it's gonna be very costly though. Rehab barely makes the way time just enough. That is actually going to be 2 rifles that get saved, so that's quite nice for them. And sets them up to be in a pretty good position this round. It looks like it's only going to be a handful of rifles, as it's going to be a force coming out from the defense. And like you said before, they would have much preferred to win that round, get themselves back to a 2v2 situation. But this attacking side, even though they're going very slow, very methodical with their pushes, they're also very clinical. They're setting up, they're positioning really well once they get on the site, but they're looking for a very big B hit, and they're running straight into 3 defenders.
Yeah, straight into 3 defenders here that are very tight-knit with how they like to play. But look at this, Rehab's just going in, but it doesn't matter. Solar will be backing them up, but now the attack very happy about this. They are getting 1 or 2 picks as they are now inching their way in. They need to find one. Sarab is going to get done, and now it's a bloodshed. Honestly, that's what the B&B site stands for. Everybody's happy about this gameplay, and now Mercy is ready to make some space here, but are they going to be shown any mercy by these attackers? 4 very ruthless players just looking for that 1 or 2 headshot on to this poor solo Omen. Oh, nice shot from Mercy. Nice shot. Oh my god. Honestly, I think that he's going to be showing some mercy for no one today. Absolutely just demolishing anybody in front of him. Weapon out, finds another. There's one. Just needs to find the chamber, but it doesn't matter. Darken Matter is going to get the pick.
I was going to start talking, but the moment I started talking, he started shooting, and he just didn't miss whenever he shot. Very, very clinical. I mean, usually in that situation, the Omen's probably one of the worst agents to be in that 1v4 situation. Sure, they have a flash and a teleport, but that flash is pretty wide, but it's pretty easy to dodge. It's quite slow, so you can't do too much with it in that 1v4 retake. But when you have aim like that, I guess it doesn't really matter, and it really only comes down to just the reaction time. Very, very clinical. That sets their team up to be in a pretty good spot. A lot of money going into their pocket as well, but first to go down.
Wow, going down and taking damage, but what is that? The Odin! That thing's literally shooting Nerf darts, and it still manages to shred through a thick concrete wall. Honestly, the Odin's penetration power is absolutely punctual and perfect, but now Power Pixel is going straight in for some damage here, needing to find some people, and there it is. 1 more pick as Duper is going to get the trade, but look at this. Aiming headshot level, they are now going to be able to bail as Solar now inching their way closer and closer. Spots the gun, gets the pick. 1 versus 1. Duelist versus KO. But KO kills all his opponents. And Solar might get snuffed out here. It's just going to be, how can this raise the stakes? That's it. Beautiful flick.
Absolutely dependent on their aim there. No utility to work with, and they are able to pull it through. Sure, they weren't able to win the 1v4, but they were able to win the 1-2 the next round through. Again, still very costly. 20 health is all that remains at the end of the round. So that is not perfect for them, but at the end of the day, a round is a round. That brings them 2-4. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty much save/eco round across the board. Neither side's going to be able to. So it's going to be scrappy to see who could be in the advantageous position going into the next round. And we're seeing a pretty default setup. We're seeing the 3-man stack on B for the defense, while we're seeing the 2-3 stack on B and A respectively from the attack. So It's pretty even, but it's really, really dependent on who can get the advantage early on here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is definitely true. Having that early advantage is kind of crucial for these players, but you gotta mention right now the positioning from this jet, just barely not getting spotted, is huge. Obviously, they just need to go in, but that's no more dash, no more bail, no more potential if you're gonna want to fail. But here's the exit. Love that. Able to just make sure that your teammate gets your back. This is beautiful, beautiful team coordination right now. As the fade on defense is trying to get some info, jumping around, bouncing around, trying to find one or two, but the knives are out. And Solar just going to be tapping away. We do have the attack now, taking that B site hard right here as they split up, but Solar is anchoring it down. Duper will get one. Gen Z is going to get blinded, but barely spots out one. The TP is right up close, but it doesn't matter. There's a double kill from Pixel 2, making a triple kill. And there it is. Darkin is going to get one. Needs to try to clutch this up. 1 versus 3. Grabs the spike and bails with very little HP. Only 10 remaining. And they got to make it work as they are inching their way away from this B site. But Tsar is going to get spotted out. And the perfect timing will allow Mercy to get the pick. And defenders are bringing this game back for themselves.
Yeah, there we go. 3-4, quite convincing that round. The attackers had a pretty good setup, very aggressively taking B site, even pushing the defense back and out of the way. But unfortunately, pushing through that market, very successful. But the moment they actually entered site, tried to get the door shut, they were just punished. And the defense was able to capitalize on it. Now, that very scrappy round is going to leave the attack on pretty much a complete save minus some sheriffs and some shields, and it's going to be a full buy coming out from the defense. They're in a very good position to secure 4-4.
Wow, early off the bat. There's the picks that you need to be seeing. Duper, though, will go down, and so much is available. But there it is, the one-around pick. And the flank, it's just going to be raining down, popping off and popping down. That is this Fade's game. And honestly, I've not seen this Fade do so well, except now I've just pressed tab, and I haven't felt like they've been absolutely demolishing, but going 10-5 right now on that Fade.
Yeah, it's also very helpful when the map, again, is made of paper, and I think they've gotten 5 collateral kills in this game so far, just in the 8 rounds you've played. The Odin really finding its value, but we're now at the point where that has settled down. We're back to rifles across the board, full shields, full buy yet again. It's actually looking like it's going to be a little bit more aggressive push towards A, a little bit quicker than we're used to. There's actually only...
Wow. I mean, that was beautiful from the chamber, being able to 180 and still get the pick. And here we go. Here's the push up. Defense does a decent job. They just need to get 1 or 2, but Gen Z shooting through the smoke is going to get spotted. And here it goes. This is where you need to see Cole Menaces go straight in. This collegiate team, very happy about their positioning. They just have to manage to get in and do some damage.
Absolutely. 2 on defense, not the best situation, especially 1 being a chamber. Doesn't have the best utility for the retake. And it looks like it might just be a save round. Try to pick up some rifles and just make their way. Though actually, never mind. Gen Z's not going to survive.
Wow. I mean, Gen Z going down like that, definitely a sad, sad day for this player, but it's going to be okay. They need to somehow clutch it up for just keeping that gun alive, keeping themselves in this game, and looks like it's just going to be an extra slow round here for these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was talking about it, but that was actually a very big change up coming out from the attack. Again, they've been very slow, methodical with their pushes, waiting for, someone on the defense to make a minor error and then capitalizing on it, rotating over. But that was just a heavy push towards A, and it looks like the defense was 1, expecting B, and 2, not expecting that very aggressive push. There was only 1 defender, only the chamber on A, so the moment that push through over in mid came through, they took A aggressively, forced chamber away, and they just had sight. It was all theirs, and it looks like we're seeing another pretty heavy A lean, but nowhere near as aggressive this time.
Yeah, nowhere near as aggressive, but here's the thing about defense and attack. They both know how to be defaulty players. There we go. Nice tag. Able to spot out the KO and the Omen, but they're just making some space over at A. Lots of util has been burned through yet again. They're just needing to find one or two as they slowly inch forward. Here comes the ultimate. And that's going to be one pick, but Raiden will get the trade. Gen Z with an very up close and personal. Mercy with the side shot will take down the KO and the spike. Darkin just has to make it all the way through. This collegiate team is doing a decent job so far. The spike is now down. Oh, beautiful satchel to stop the bomb from getting planted, buying their team some more time, and they're going through. Double kill, leaving only nothing standing. It's gonna be this beautiful power pixely every single time, getting that multiple picks every time. But my question to you, Soren, this is a very close game back and forth. Are we gonna see a repeat what happened last game with these two teams now?
Yeah, I think we might. I don't know. It's very up in the air. It's split 5-5, but unlike last map we saw it back and forth, but it was round for round, constantly swinging back and forth. But this time, right now, the attack was actually up 4-1, and now in the last 5, they've actually lost 4-1. So it's actually been around. This half has basically been split down the middle in terms of who's had the advantage. So it's very similar, but yet still very different. I think we do need to see a timeout, much like in map 1. But I think we need to see it come out from the attacking side, because what was working at the beginning is very clearly not working anymore. Though, they did have that one really good, very aggressive round.
Oh my god! What is that kind of gameplay? That is what I like to be seeing there. Beautiful shots all around here for this Jet. Obviously, being able to dash in, get that double kill. You gotta feel bad if you're the KO. Honestly, that hurts to be, but it's okay to me. We're seeing a big push up coming up from these players as they now inch again for the retake. We got a fade on the other side of the map, just kind of chilling here, and that's going to be Power Pixel with the slowest retake possible, but it might just work out if you're able to get the spot right.
Absolutely, though the time is ticking, and I think this might just be a save round. And actually, if they retreat back to their spawn, they might be able to get a few exit picks, or, Power Pixel might just fall in the pushback. But that is going to be around for the attackers. And I was saying that at the beginning, they really round towards the later half of this half, which was that really aggressive push into A. And I was again, and as I was saying it, they did it. That really aggressive push through Jet this time, pushing all the way through, finding those opening 2 kills. We've seen them, the slow, methodical pushes over and over again, and they're starting to get red. Now they just need to brute force. That round shows us that they have the mechanical skill, the aim to just frag out. If they can continue doing that, just push and take the advantage themselves rather than waiting for the defense to make a mistake, I think they can really put themselves in a prime position to win this 7-5. But they only got one round to make it count.
Yeah, only got one round here, but they're making it work for them. This is a very close game so far, and they just have to keep it going. Obviously, what we have for these players is a little bit of a scary situation, but defense is anchoring this back down, and here comes the push, and that's going to be the pick. There it is, though.
Spike down. B.
Solar, the nade, gets it down, pushing them forward, looking for it. But attack, they're actually on A side right now. They completely shook up the defenders here, and now attack is so happy about their position because look at this. Sultan up close personal here in the footsteps, spots out one, but Solar's gonna get it. Darkin has to get the trade, will pick off one before having to TP back, but now 2 versus 3. Defense does have the advantage, but they have to get through these players, and Duper is a guy who does not like to miss his shots. Now a big push up, Duper anchoring it down, a little bit of a push. There's a 1 versus 1, and 1 is very low. Dark and Matter is gonna spot, but there's the flick and the pick, and now that is tied 6-6.
I liked what I saw there. We saw that very aggressive push again from the Jet, again finding 2 kills. Unfortunately, second KO So it was all in vain. They kept them in that 3-3 situation at the very end. And again, it came down to the final scrapes of health left, but that is going to finish the half 6-6.
Yeah, finishing that half up. Oh, sorry.
Yes, it's all good. The thing is unlike in the last map where we had, the defensive team now on the defensive half, the attacking team now on the attacking half, both of these teams are really balanced. So I think it really does come down to the tactics. How are you going to play around? Because obviously what was working in the beginning didn't work for the attack in the first half. But now they were only able to get a few rounds out. That meant they've, had to settle for a 6-6, even though they had a very dominant first half. And now they're going to have to cope with it. Let's see how they do on the defensive side, because if they can make small adjustments like they did towards the very end, they could have easily had a 7-5, an 8-4 even half there. They just need to make those adjustments earlier on.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, making those adjustments might be something they need to do, but both teams, I think, need to make an adjustment. If you look at the scoreboard, they're both going one after the other, defuse the bomb, blow the bomb, and that means that they have to get it ready to go. But with this tech pause, hopefully that is going to be switching it up just enough for these players. They do have a little mouse issue, but maybe, with how close this game is, just the switch of a mouse might be able to fix how this is going to be going. But let's see how they are ready to go, as we are now getting straight back into the game. Let's see these getting ready. But obviously, my question is, with the tech pause, do you think, Soren, that the slightest amount of edge could push one team over the other? Are we that close?
Oh, absolutely. I really think we are that close. I think that little tech pause, even if it wasn't tactical, I think that little bit of a breath, that chance to, release, especially ending 6-6, especially ending after 4 rounds going back and forth and back and forth. I think just a little bit might do it, but looking at the round count now, or not the round count, the round we're playing out, it looks like it's a heavy push up towards mid, 3 sitting there with 1 on either extremity. And it looks like they're making their way very slowly towards A, and there's actually 2 sitting close to CT, 1 and 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of important for them to just sit still, and there it is. Defense taking out 2, and now it's a big retake. Duper is going to get another, but no, make it 3 through a smoke. No, make it 4. Duper just being the guy that you want on your team every time, and that is where you want to be seeing this collegiate menace of a team.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, apparently it's a battle of the omens. We saw Mercy pulling out some great plays in the first half on the omen. Now we're seeing Duper pull off 4K out of nothing with a classic going up against a frenzy. Insane. That is going to be the first round for them. This is actually the first time they are leading since the 5th round. So, I mean, really good start. Exactly what you want to see coming out from, the now defensive side of the Collegiate Menaces. And they have Spectres. They have a Bulldog on the board. So this should be a pretty easy round win for them. There's not a single buyout coming from the attack. So expecting a full save here and expecting, hopefully, just to get a pick or 2.
Yeah, hopefully getting those picks, but look at that. It's going to be Power going for it, as Rehab is going to get a double kill down with a Bulldog, make it a triple kill as they are ready to go and do what they need to. Here we go. Big picks all the time. They're just ready to rock, ready to go. Sultan now just needs to find out where the... Oh, no. Mercy teleported behind him. Got a double kill. This is not over quite yet, as Mercy showing no mercy. We've seen him do this before, but Duper is just that guy. An omen dip as now a defense taking it yet again.
I mean, yeah, we expected it to go their way. They had the advantage, but man, Mercy making it count, really causing some damage. I just want to point out that the 3 top frags, they say the 3 top frags because they're joint on the side of the attack. Power, Pixel, Solar, and Mercy. The Omen up there with the Initiator and the Duelist. Quite impressive. Really causing some damage. But now we're seeing the full buy come out from the attack. And this should be pretty easy. There's only a singular Bulldog in the hands of Dark and Mare, who we've seen pull some pretty crazy plays out. Hasn't been consistently pulling out a lot of frags, but with that rifle in hand, might be able to do some damage.
Wow. I mean, you got to do a little bit of damage here for these players. Solar inching their way forward, needing to find that initial pick in mid so they can clear up that B site or maybe even take on A. But this is a uncontested mid right now, and it's just the Sova who's anchoring it down. Will ping for their team to look around, and now they just have to try to hold it down. But look at this, they actually know where these players are going, and Solar doesn't care though. There's one. Power is going to get another. These attackers are finally getting their groove back as they now are inching their way in. Raiden will get gunned down through the boards, and here's the push. Duper's down as well. Gen Z, flawless round from attackers. You give up mid, you're gonna play mid. That is the way that you're going to be seeing it.
I mean, yeah, clinical. It was like a firing squad, a death squad going through mid, fully taking up ramps and just entering site, not a care in the world, and just immediately removing the defense from the lobby. Very, very good from them. I mean, that is the round we expected. Again, there was only a single bulldog in play for the defense. Now we're seeing the full buy come out, but I do have to say, I don't think really any of the attack took much damage at all, so they're going to be able to save not having to rebuy shields as well, so that should be a really big boost to the economy.
Yeah, very big boost here, but look at this. This is not how you play a set. They are just running in, gunning in. Everybody's down now, and here comes the push. It's the flank. It's you with everybody here. KSU Rehab getting those picks, and defenders are taking that round. Now they're one away from double digits.
Yeah, no, very slowly closing in. This is, again, one of the first times they've been in the advantage, for a while now. So, very nice coming out from them. And I think what we saw there was the attack. They saw how clinical and how, almost easy it was for them to take mid and just completely clear out sight in round number 3. They were expecting just be able to brute force their way through B. Unfortunately, they were just met with the barrel of a Vandal and were just mowed down, a meat grinder in B main. But it looks like they're trying to do it again, and it's not going to work.
Not gonna work for these players, but I mean, it's being brought to the attention and to these players to just get it going with the Odin getting a double kill down. Sultan with the triple in total, but defenders, they get the double digits, and I think that this is the streak that they needed to keep these players back.
Absolutely. Sultan picking up where Power Pixel left off with the Odin, just mowing them down one by one. And that's the second round in a row. I don't think we made it even 30 seconds into the round. Absolutely clinical, just mowing them down before they even have a chance to make it on the site. And now, breaking double digits, they're in a very good spot to bring it to 11, as it's only going to be a singular Stinger and maybe a few Sheriffs from them as well. So they're in a real good spot to bring it to 11. And if they keep it up how they have been, winning these rounds so convincingly, this map could be over much quicker than I think either one of us expected.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about games like this. In a best of one, it's either fast or, be hungry. Let's see what can happen with these players now moving forward. I mean, obviously, these defenders are ready to seal the deal. They had a rough first half, but now they're on a 4-round streak outside of just that one loss to buy round. But Darkin will be getting those picks down. This is looking pretty good. Of course, the winner of this game is going to have to go fight Psystorm Gaming. And they just absolutely demolished Argon White. So, the fight's just begun for these players today.
Absolutely. And it looks like it's going to be a lean towards A. They're trying to make their way through, but they have that disadvantage. Solar is pushed all the way up. They don't know he's there.
Oh, wow. Gun to the back of the head, and that's what you want to be seeing with the Odin now in his hands. But he has to face off against the teleporting player. The nade perfectly placed, and it's going to help him scare out Darkin and get the pick. Solar might just be bringing his team back. The ultimate from the Omen. They're now on the site. Now it's a retake, 3 versus 4, and everything has shifted dramatically in the favor of these attackers with just one beautiful flank by this Raze.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Not being spotted by anyone. Able to take so much space and open up the site for their team.
Opening it up and shutting it down. Solar is getting even more. Last player is going to be here. Duper getting 1. Now 1 versus 3. Has to clutch it up. Cannot get spotted by that fade, but what a shot! Gets him, gets the other. Duper just has to manage to get through this final KO.
7 bullets.
He only needs one, is the thing Duper has been showing us today. Flashbang is out. He's sticking it down. He gets it half. He has to stick it, but he jumps off, and oh, it's a thrifty round, but the bomb is going down.
I mean, yeah, very good thrifty round. They had nothing to work with, but Solar sneaking like a snake through mid, able to take so much space, finding those 2 kills on the B side, completely opening it up, and like you said, shutting it down with the kills that they need. Bo Duper, you have to give it to them, really dragging their team back in. Really, if they just had a few more seconds to work with, just a few, I could really see that going into their favor. They have the aim, the mechanics to pull it off. They just didn't have the time. And oh man, Gen Z immediately starting us off much better than the last few rounds.
Yeah, honestly, right here, it's definitely a lot better than what we've been seeing by these attackers, but the problem that they're always going to be facing is Dark and Matter in middle. And I think he's just going to be pushing up, trying to find 1 or 2. He does have the teleport if he really needs to bail, though.
Absolutely. And it looks like it's going to be a very slow, methodical push. It's actually going to be a full rotate over towards A main where the rest of their team is waiting. And though they play a little bit of a default to start with, they might just be going for a very aggressive push. But Dark and Matter taking a lot of space up towards mid might just catch him on the flank.
Yeah, could catch him on the flank here. Could definitely be the position that you want to be in. Obviously, the attackers, they're tunnel visioned in. They're just locking eyes and people down. And Darkin gets the pick, allows the team to gun down everybody else. Now it's just up to Mercy here, who really needs to clutch this round for his team because they can't really afford to lose too many. They're down on money, but now they're down on rounds even more with a 3-round deficit. But hopefully they can bring this back. Obviously, you are seeing this Omen really try for his team, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the flanks that really come up strong for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Dark and Matter making that space. Basically just understanding that something's not wrong or something's not right, excuse me, and just taking advantage of it, poking, prodding, seeing where the deficiencies lie, sees that there's no one in mid, and just punishes them for grouping up like that. Very, very clean. Not exactly what you were expecting to see coming out from the attack, so very good call from them. But now, that's round 11. They should have been there 1 round previously, but unfortunately, you know, a little bit thrown off by Solar's outstanding play. But now they're in a much better position. Only 1 rifle on the board for the attack. Meanwhile, it's a full buy coming out from the defense.
That is true, but look at this. We're actually seeing already a push up, and Power is actually down. There goes their carry fade. And now it's just up to Solar to really pick up where that player left off in that mid position, as we've seen before. As Rehab looking for something, but it's Raiden. Just gunning him down. Gen Z's now down as well, and here comes the real push. And Duper is not going to be falling for this again. And not, you know, fool me once, shame on me, but making all this noise, it's definitely not what you want to be doing right now. Duper is going to go for it. Goes for the wall bang, but Solar with the Sheriff. Oh, the power of this little pistol is what you want to be seeing. Getting that pick down, getting a gun for your teammates. It's kind of all you need, but now you're all inside a spawn, and you're going to have to retake a big site against an Odin. And Sultan just might not have the timing, though. But the nade's giving up his position. He does have the ultimate to try to scare him back, but they're just running and gunning in. Solar, another sick headshot. This is perfect for the attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. With nothing, they're pulling something out of the hat. Solar, again, doing everything they can.
Wow, Mercy able to get that pick, using their own smoke, covering it, but Raiden is going to get the wall bang, and there's the wall bang as well. Darkin's going to get that down, and now it's just Sarav looking for a better gun, but he can't find it. But it doesn't matter. He manages to pick up the gun and pick up 1 kill, but this is going to be the advantage you need, the match point advantage given over to this team. Collegiates, this is beautiful by their gameplay.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the 2nd round now that Solar has just immensely just come up massive for the team. They were able to secure in the first one, unable to do it this time around, but still, Solar finding the kills that they need. Top fragger for their team, as well as probably getting the most influential kills. Exactly what they need, especially when they're down now 8 to 12. Work in progress has a lot of progress to go, a lot of work to be done if they want to bring it back. And they do have the full buy. They have the loadout to do it. They just need to be clinical. They need to get some of these opening picks, and they cannot fall to, any Odin play from Sultan, who does have Odin in hand.
Yeah, it does have that. Odin also has the ability to really clutch this up if possible, but obviously with the match point advantage being given over to the defenders, anything can really happen here. Sorav is looking for something, looking for someone to shut down, but again, they are sitting on a lot of ultimates defense-wise. The attack only having one ultimate to really push with, only a rotate on that Omen ultimate. So really, they're going to have to go in with this null command and scare all of these players off of sight and then hold it for dear life against a Sova ultimate, a KO, and a chamber. But now it's begun. The null command has been procced, has been popped, and they're just going straight in. But Rehab's going to get one as Sarab is there for the trade. But now it's going to be the Odin in the hands of this Sova. Looking for more. Duper gets one, but he's down as well. Sultan still has his ultimate available here, and now he should be able to plant it. But look at this. It's just a play from these attackers. Their aim is diffing them regardless of their abilities and their utilities. But the flank, Mercy, right behind. So patient. They got their teammates holding that site down, but there's the pick.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is. Sultan now down 1 versus 3. There's the shot, but Mercy flanks and succeeds.
Yeah, coming up huge. The attack needed that. They needed to stop the... Unfortunately, though, I must point it out that this is following the pattern that we've seen this entire second half. Round count, we've seen 2 rounds go into the way of the Collegiate Menaces, 1 round go into Work in Progress, 2 for Collegiate Menaces, 1 for Work in Progress, etc. So now we're again back following this pattern. Pattern. I'm having a stroke. My apologies. Pattern consisting. We should see this finally get pulled through, but no, maybe just that 1 round is exactly what they need. Dark and Matter finding that opening kill is putting them exactly where they need to be to close this map out.
Closing that map out, doing the damage if possible, but here we go. Raiden might be making it rain. All you have to do is just find 1 or 2, but there's Solar getting the pick. Now 3 versus 3. No, make that 2v3 with Sarab consistently getting these picks down onto Duper, but they don't even have the spike. They left it back there in their spawn to wait for any default success, and now they're gonna have to go pick it up and make some time. 1 minute remaining. If these defenders know what they got going on, they might be able to just scare them back.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Spike slowly making its way in, and there we go. We're going to get the plant. Hunter's Fury is going to be invested.
It is also making up some space here with that Hunter's Fury. It will do a little bit of damage, though. And Sultan, with this Odin, might just be able to get enough. There's the push from Darkin. Gets the pick down on a Sarav. Such a close game. Coming down to just the wire. If you're going to snip it, or if it's going to snip you, it's going to be Darkin pushing right out of Tree Room. And he's now down to power. But the Odin shock dart will be bouncing around, but unfortunately is not going to help secure these picks. And attackers are now in double digits. They need 2 to get to overtime, and overtime on Ascent is ruthless to these players.
Yeah, no, especially on Ascent, where it's, like I said before, it's pretty much a solved map. The playbook is only so deep here for any team, so the moment you get over to overtime, it just kind of becomes an all-out brawl. It's just your head at the brick wall to see who's break through first. But there's still a little bit of time. That is the second or the first time that the attack had put 2 rounds in a row together this half. And it's actually forcing the defense to do something new. They are just pushing it aggressively here.
Wow. I mean, this could be winnable for these players. They just have to get 1 or 2 if humanly possible. But honestly, it's scary. You have so much here pushing them back if possible here. And there's all the util, the nades, the mark, the decays, pushing them back into this little corridor. And there's Gen Z getting the opening shots. Super now down. Sultan joins him. And now it's the push up. And they have to get through these guns. But Rehab with the Sheriff will get one before getting gunned. And there's Raiden. But the nade, it's actually going to get another pick down. And no, make it another. Make it another. Raiden. Oh my God. GG KO killing all of his opponents. And that's going to be an easy game for Cole Menaces here to be taking it. And obviously, that is so stressful for these players.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that was the attacks around the loose. They had all the advantage. There was only sheriffs on the side of the defense. They had every advantage they need to bring this back 11-12, and all they needed would have been just one good round in a full buy situation for them to bring that to overtime. Unfortunately, they ran into the KO there. Raiden just coming up massive when their team needed it most. They were struggling there towards the end, so they needed that one player to just drag them over the finish line. With that Sheriff, did just enough to get them over. Massive win.
Yeah, but there it is. Collegiate Menaces is actually going to be moving forward and fighting Storm Gaming. So congratulations to your team. You now are moving in to the quarterfinals, but obviously that is going to be all she wrote for work in progress. And it looks like their team is a work in progress. They'll eventually be able to lock it down and get some picks. That Fade, an insanely good player, consistently getting those frags. Obviously, I think it just comes down to how you play as a team, but that is going to be all she wrote for this game here. But obviously, we're going to be moving on to the quarterfinals in just a little bit. So make sure to be checking out the bracket at !bracket, and also checking out the Discord and the new IGLeague divisions. $3,000 tournament is going to be coming up very soon in January. So if you want to get in on that, make sure to join the Discord or head on over to IGLeague.com, and we'll see you in a little bit with those quarterfinals. And welcome back, everybody. Of course, I am your host here at IGL EduCast, joined by Soren and joined by 10 new players. Obviously, we have a lot of wonderful gamers that have battled their way through and into the new quarterfinals. But we have two teams that we want to showcase today, right now, in the next hour and a half. Maybe if it goes to overtime, but that is of course going to be Immoral Onis versus Vault Keepers. Immoral Onis actually beat the wonderful Operation Strix that we saw in game 1 of today, so we know that they are a highly contended team and they're ready to rock, ready to roll as we now move forward. But let me ask my wonderful co-host Soren. Soren, how do you feel about the map Breeze, which we're going in on?
Breeze, definitely one of my favorite maps. I mean, we're very used to Ascent, Haven, Icebox. Breeze is actually not a map that we get to see played here at IGL very often. It's a very different map. It's a lot bigger. Rifles, operators are very, very handy. And I'm actually really excited to see Cypher come out. Looks like it's going to be on both teams. I really like Cypher on this map, especially after the big buff in the last patch. But overall, I think Breeze is a nice change of pace. You know, we're very used to those like very close, tight knit, like check every corner. But Breeze, much bigger of a map in general. So very excited to see how the teams play a little bit differently here.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think that Chamber, pre-nerf, as we have him in his current state, definitely the pick of a Sentinel here. Cypher definitely is a decent pick for defending that B site, but the problem that I really have with Cypher is that he is limited to how much mobility and range that he actually brings, and on a map like Breeze, it's going to be scary. Obviously, not seeing that Viper, though. Viper, one of the best control agents, if not the best control agents on Breeze, instead being opted by Oni on Astra. And Astra is definitely a decent pick here. The
Select your
problem,
agent.
I just think Viper brings so much more to the table. She's got lineup, she's got full site control, and her ability to take that A site is really crucial. So let's see if they're going to be ready to go. It's going to be a big game here with long range kind of being the meta, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also quite interested to see how the Astra is going to play, especially because I don't think we've seen a lot of Astra on Breeze in general. Breeze came out like right at the beginning of 2021, right about when the controller nerf came out. So Astra never really got to see much playtime on this map. So really interested to see how we're gonna, how Astra is gonna play here, how that global utility is gonna make a difference. But like you said, we're gonna see the two oppers on the side of the defense. Meanwhile, there's only no chamber on the attack. It's gonna be a little bit different. I do think that the attacking team is a little bit of a change of pace from the meta, and I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see it as well here for these players moving forward in this game. But right now, obviously, we are seeing a chamber in the mid meta, and that's kind of stressful for these players to get it going and get it done. Right now, they just need to see what they can do to really find out how they can play out this pistol round. But solo chamber on A, very stressful.
Yeah, they're actually gonna be running into the solo chamber.
Yeah, running right into him, but he's just going to get picked off and TP away with Diggy getting the pick on the mid. It's actually working quite functionally, but there is going to be going down. VK Vari getting the pick, and here comes the push-ups from these players. We just watched some Radiance. Now let's see this Immortal do some damage. It's Canadian getting that headshot down, and now it's time for just a 1 versus 2. The retake underway, and this Silva is all that they got. Very low. One tap, one shot, one kill. Canadian getting that pick, and now pistol round ends with an advantage going over to the wonderful VK.
Yeah, Vault Keepers really having a really good site retake there. Actually, a little bit sketchy for them to begin with. Mentioned that there's only, the singular chamber that was pushing in towards mid there. They had the site. Vault Keepers immediately played around. They went through the rotation and they were able to retake site very cleanly, even though they were at pretty much a disadvantage from the get-go. So very good start from them. That really sets the pace for this map, exactly how they want to play it. And it looks like they were very happy with how that round went, seeing as it's going to be yet again another solo chamber hold over on A. And it's going to be a heavy A lean as well.
Yeah, heavy A lean here, but looking at what we got from the Sova, able to dart his way through mid, but there's Drainer Daisy getting the pick down, and now it's just more as they do have that stinger. And look at that, the aggressiveness that they are showcasing here, definitely something to not scoff at, as now the big push up from these attackers. They want that A site. It is going to be the under-defended site, but is it under-defended against this player, Chase, with a Marshall? Dashing right on to get that money, get that plant, and it looks like they will secure the plant here. Chase does have quite a few rounds, and there it is, 1 pick and 2. Beautiful, flawless round from the defenders.
Yeah, very clean for them. Again, yet another, I guess you can call it retake. Technically, it was a 2-on-1 over. But when you have all 5 up and there's only 2 attackers, you can only say so much. But yeah, no, very, very clean. Very good start for VK as well. This is exactly how you want to get a best of 1 underway. Demoralize them with that very early flawless after quite a convincing first round. But there is going to be a full buy coming out from Oni. And even though they're at a disadvantage, yet again, we're seeing the Bulldog come out. Chase is in a very much of an off angle over on A, where it seems to be the attack is leaning. Maybe they could still do some damage, maybe even turn this. They've been very confident so far. If they just take some winning duels early on here, they could flip this, make this possibly 3-0.
I believe that as well. I mean, there's a lot of option, but that is the the Marshall in the hands of Chase, not able to really do a whole lot of damage, but he did get some info, and information is sometimes worth all that you need. But let's see what can happen right now. Chase is still anchoring down. He does not have his TP available, and these attackers, it's the buy round. It's the rifles, and it's the round that they're going to want to push in. Psych doing a great job pushing it forward, but Chase, oh my god, double killing it, looking for more, cannot seem to connect that shot, and just needs to have to go in this game. But let's see it right now. It's Oni getting the pick down. Chase is now gone, and there's the pick. Oni Flood is there for the trade. I like what we're seeing from these players. I mean, Flood just needs to hold that down, but Roar is actually going to get the trade here. Vari double kill down with the Bulldog. This is the buy round for the attackers, and they are stressing out. And there's the pick. Everything that they need for it, as they're now just trying to hold that down. Roar's doing a decent job. He's already gotten this into a 1v1, and he's tapping away at this KO. But it's all going to come down to the Cypher, and they needed that round, but that is a very expensive round 3. Incredibly expensive round 3. I was gonna say that just getting a few kills from VK was absolutely worth it, seeing as they were at such a disadvantage with only the 1 Bulldog. But Vari, with that Bulldog, was still able to do so much damage, brought it down to just a 1v1, and was actually very close. Unfortunately, when you're in that 1v1 situation, a Bulldog versus a Vandal, you can only do so much. But that is still the first round of the board for Oni. Hopefully they can capitalize on that, though. It's a little bit stretched in terms of a budget. Light Shield in the hands of Psych. Meanwhile, only a Guardian in the hands of GSO4. Not perfect, but it's still pretty much a full rifle buyout. However, over on the defense, we're seeing the first operator get pulled out. Chase already done so much damage with the Marshall, now has the upgrade in hand, probably hoping to just cause some havoc in the lobby. Yeah, causing that havoc with that Marshall. Chase is doing such a clean job so far, but now we are seeing this team, Chase instead of a Marshall, going with the operator. Does not have to hit the head if not necessary, but Chase is going to be double doors. Oni Psych up close and personal as everybody's going, but there it is. That's the pick you need to see. Chase is going to get chased out of the game, and now Vari needs to just find 1 or 2 for them, and that's a nice clean headshot by Canadian onto Ignite. 3 versus 2. The retake is underway, but where are they going to be able to get them through? Love that push up, but Psych is the one to gun him down, and Roar is also going to get the final blow this round, just like last.
Yeah, very deep hold there from the attacking side. I mean, they had all the advantage. Defense to push in. There's no reason to, make themselves any more vulnerable than they have to. Very, very clean round for them. Very aggressive as well. We saw in the last map, some attacking teams like to play a lot more slow, a lot more methodical, but here it looks like the attack has one goal in mind, and that is sight. They are just immediately making their way on, pushing through the defense whenever possible. And now they're going to have the advantage. They also have an operator in the hands of Psych. Chase has lost that, unfortunately pushed all the way back, and it looks like they're just going to aggressively take A, and again, as the 4-man push up through cave.
Yeah, 4-man push up through this cave, and that's kind of what's been working well for them, but they need to do what they can to just get this past this door frame. But obviously super stressful for these players. Psych able to get that shot down, the op in their hands, able to get that pick, but here we go. Trainer Daisy. Knives are out. Push is coming up, and that's going to be one clean knife throw. Spots out the Astra, gets another pick, but use 2 more knives if necessary. But now only has 3. Psych does have that up, close up. But they don't check their corners, and Flood is going to be flooding them down with bullets, and that is the kind of gameplay that we need to be seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's also very costly there for the defense, because that was both the Blaze Storm and the Null Command coming up. That's 2 ultimates that were invested. Sure, they were able to bring it 2v2 out of a 2v4. Very good, but that momentum pushed them into making that judgment call. But when you make those judgment calls with everything on the line like that for the round, you have to check your corners. Stuff like that, there's silly little mistakes. Just going to cost your team round after round. That gives the attack the advantage for the first time this game as they go up 3-2. And yet again, we're seeing Chase pull out the Tour de Force. So not a full buy coming out technically, but the Tour de Force is out. That's going to be an ultimate invested. And there is still the Viper's Pit over on B that could be invested if they decide to take the spike over towards B.
Yeah, getting them over towards B, doing what they can to do some real damage here. But right now, it's Very getting the pick down and taking out Ignite. Beautiful job for these players here. They just need to inch their way closer and closer to this end. But might be just enough for these players if they could just get themselves onto the site.
And very slowly creeping their way in. The operator, not the best weapon to use when you're trying to take site. They're actually going to switch it over to the Cypher to get that Jet util into. Oh, and Jet somehow sneaks away.
Wow, Jet was able to get right through and actually get that pick down, but it's Oni who's really cleaning up the work here for these players and just shredding their way all the way through the game here. But right now, it's a big push-up coming up from these gamers as they now have been inching forward, and there it is. Roar getting that pick with the op. Honestly, opping Cypher, kind of a strange play here, but might just be good enough for these gamers.
Very deep hold coming out from the attack. Yet again, not willing to give an inch, taking up as much ground as they need to without making themselves vulnerable. Very well played, especially when they know a Tour de Force is out.
Yeah, that Tour de Force is going to be out here, and it is in the hands of Chase, who has been sniping quite efficiently, but he's about to go right into the crosshair of the sniper. Roar, and Flood is going to get the pick as well. Beautiful gameplay for them, and they just need to keep it going as they are consistently hitting these shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really like the chamber picking up the operator there. I was going to mention right as they were about to enter B site, the operator in the hands of the Jet. Great idea. Great opping agent. But when you need that Jet as solo to make space and force their way into a site, it's not ideal. So switching it over towards Roar, great call in their eyes as well. Roar being able to pick up 2 kills, that is nothing to scoff at. That's a great round for them. Now, switching over, the defense playing very aggressively and already losing someone.
Wow, already losing one, but the op is coming out, and there's the damage, and it's over. That was the fastest round I think we've seen today. Absolute massacre on this map of Breeze, and that's what it is. It's a breeze. It's a slight gust of wind, and you are out of there like dust in the wind. But let's see it right now. Buy phase for these teams, and defense can't afford full rifles.
Yeah, that was the, anti-eco round pretty much. They only had pistols in hand, so they just tried to push through, try to get a few kills, and they were able to get, I think, 1 or 2 there, but unfortunately, that is round number 5 now going a Oni. I mean, they're really starting to put some rounds on the board. Maybe just not a pistol team, but very aggressive nonetheless. Psych dashes in, still has operator though.
Still has that op, but it's going to be Canadian first to go down for the defense. The knives are out on this attacking jet, but Chase is chasing the picks and getting them down. This is perfect. Exactly what you need to be seeing for these gamers. And here we go. Ignite now, ready to rock, ready to roll as they push in. Just need to find 1 or 2 picks here. Roar's doing a decent job.
Oh, Roar on the flank. They have no idea he's there.
No idea how this is going to be working for them, but attack. They are just kind of sitting back here. But this is the thing. Big flank coming around, but what? How does he know? Beautiful job from GS04, and he needs to get some more. There is going to be a little bit of util coming around. That's the pick, and he flicks right onto him. But he's just done what he needed to. Buy your team time, and Chase is unfortunately chased out by the bomb.
Yeah, really, really clutch there. Usually the the Hunter's Fury in that not the best call, but luckily enough the KO Vario was so weak in that situation that just hitting them once was able to keep them up long enough to get the explosion, excuse me. So very well played for them, and now that's still 6 rounds in a row for Oni, and they're looking to just stomp their way through. They're yet again on a full buy, still very healthy monetarily. Only one has under 4,000 in their pocket. Meanwhile, the defense is struggling to scrape together a full buy. It looks like one of their players are going to be working with maybe a lesser rifle like a Guardian or a Bulldog, or just having to go with a submachine gun. But as well as going to be light shields pretty much across the board, as it's going to be a real rough buy. That being said, they do have 2 ultimates, the Viper's Pit. Again, so useful, a little bit isolating, only on B round after round, especially as they have been leaning towards A pretty much every round possible. But they still have it on hand, and they do also have their own Hunter's Fury that could be used to possibly, stall a plant or possibly just clear out some of the sites. So they do have the tools that they need to possibly switch the round. It's just a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy here for these players, but look at what we got. Very able to do a clean job getting them some info, but they aren't really going to be able to push quite yet. This is an early stage of the round, and right now, Attack is just doing the best that they can to make some space for themselves. Psych is rocking this operator, and when you're rocking an op, you're going to want to make sure that you don't get dropped. But Chase, ready to rock, ready to roll, will be finding this pick here for them. And now they just have to find that 1 or 2 shot potential.
We're seeing this again where the Jet has, taking a lot of space, entered in the site, but Spike is not there. Spike is actually still in short, and they're a little bit segmented here, and Vari's going to spot these 2 as well. So this is a very risky play from the Attack. I'm interested to see what they do here.
Wow. I mean, if it comes down to Chase hitting his shots, I think that we know which team is going to be taking it, but unfortunately, Flood is also hitting the shots, getting themselves 1 down. Here comes the big push up. The attackers have lost that opping jet, and their Spike is now down. It's a big push. Look at where Digi is, right behind, looking for something, looking for more, and there it is, gonna get the pick down. And now defense have taken another round. Beautiful job here.
Yeah, I don't know what the attack was trying to do there. They've been very, very consistent, very, very clean with their takes. Even the round previous, where they had a very similar situation where they pushed into sight basically on their own, just the KO, or excuse me, I think it was just the Sky and the Jet. They were able to lose the op, but they were still able to win out the round a little bit scrapely. But in that round, two entered sight and they got nothing out of it. There was no fake out to the other side. They just were scattered throughout A, but they were also locked in as there was a player on flank. They knew exactly where they were, and they just couldn't make the space to get the spike down.
Yeah, just trying their best to get some picks, and there it is. VK Canadian, clean job getting those shots down, but now Oni in a little bit of a rough spot here, doing a lot of damage from these players. I do like what we're seeing. Very is going to be in a very good spot, but you need someone to come and swing him. Look at that. Perfect positioning for him. He actually gets to be inside of the wall. There's one, but the 180 from Roar getting that down, and now making this a 2 versus 2. And the Cypher ultimate for Boot is going to try to kick him out of here and work their way through it. That ult is going to be alive and well, and they're just inching their way through their push. But let's see what can happen here for them.
A lot of ultimates being invested as well. The Astral Divide was able to, make their way on the site, and Roar getting all the information they. Now it's just these two attackers that are in such a deep position yet again.
Yeah, in a pretty deep position here for these players, but right now it's going to be Canadian able to get that pick down, and that's kind of the gameplay that you want to be seeing from these players. Obviously, taking that lead, doing what they can, and pushing it even further over and over and over again.
Yeah, and now we're right back onto almost what I would say regular here, seeing as they went 6 rounds in a row and winning, only losing that one weirdly segmented attack. But the attacker able to push through, get another one on the board. That brings them 7-3 here. Again, very healthy on the economy. Not quite as much as they were, but they are going to be going up against technically a low buy Chase using the Tour de Force.
Yeah, using that Tour de Force, doing a decent amount of damage here as they have these players ready to go. But obviously, that's going to be a big amount of picks, and a 3 versus 3 already underway. Lots of damage, lots of things pushing these players out of their comfort zone. As Very is very happy about what he's got going on, looking for 1, maybe even looking for 2. Just has to find that 1 pick to open the door for this retake, and I think that defense definitely needs it. They don't want to risk a 9-3 or even an 8-4, so they're going to be popping some ultimates. The null command now out as they're pushing forward here, and that is going to scare them back, but oh my god, that is exactly what they need to do. And the shot is going to be there, taking it down. Defense very happy. It's Chase getting a triple kill with his rifles and his Tour de Force to boot. Beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Chase pulling their team along at times. Exactly what they needed. That brings them 4-7. Very, very well played in the retake there, especially as they were pushing through. They figured out no one was by pyramids. That meant that there was definitely someone around box, and then the rest were in cave somewhere. That's a good spot. The moment they realized that, they realized, oh, they're playing for post-play. They immediately pop the KO ultimate, the null command, immediately kind of nullifies that whole hold from the attack, makes that deep positioning that they've been doing so consistently so well, pretty much null and void and completely useless.
Yeah, pretty much null and void coming out from these players here. Obviously, lots of damage being dealt by them as they now have inched their way closer and closer for this gameplay. But obviously, it's a little stressful for Psych as he's just smoking his way through, getting a little vulnerable, but he's just going to go in using that flashbang from his teammate to get them on this site. And Ignite is going to ignite the site with some bullets, getting the pick before getting picked by Very. And now it's just going to be Diggy. A 1v1, and this might be pretty stressful for him. As long as he's just able to clutch it up. I think he's looking for one. He is going to get spotted out by the enemy Silva Dart. And it is a perfect swing. 3 against 1 will take him out.
Yeah, and again, got another clinical attacking round that is going to lead to an 8-4 half count in favor of Oni here, who have been pretty darn good. And notably here, I have to mention it, their top frag is currently the Cypher with 12 kills, 7 deaths. Very, very good half from Roar. But, I mean, they're now on the defensive side. In theory, Cypher should be even better and should really be popping off here.
Yeah, I mean, the Cypher really should be pumping off on the defense, but the thing is, that's what he's doing. However, he might not be doing a great job at the end of the day with the switch, but I think with this switch happening, we're going to see a lot of damage being dealt by everybody on these players. There we go. Double kill down. Beautiful job from them. And now they just need to find 1 or 2 to really make it work for them. But right now, Canadian inching his way through middle. In a 3 versus 5, VK has taken so much damage so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just completely shut out. We said that they would probably be better on this half with Roar top ragging, but Roar hasn't even gotten any kills. They are just dominating. There's no room for them to work with.
Down B.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty big push-up from them. A 3 versus 5, really working its way through this for them to not be able to really take a site. It's a 2 versus 5, and the inching of their way through mid to really touch the point, definitely kind of scary for them. But let's find out if they are going to be able to do enough. There we go. Beautiful pick from Canadian. He's getting 1. Flood's next. And he gets downed. Now 30 seconds are remaining on the clock as they are inching their way towards middle. But there it is, a double kill down. It's going to be Oni who takes it up and takes it down for these players. But let's see if it's going to be the real clutch here, as we are now inching slowly closer to the next round here every single time. I mean, right now, 4-9, not where you want to be, Soren.
No, absolutely not. Oni have full control of this game, which is something we kind of expected coming into it. I mean, we were talking in the pre-game lobby where this is the same team that took down Operation Strix, the team that we were even expecting the semis, possibly even pushing into the finals. So seeing them come out, and even though this is the quarters, you should be expecting some high-level gameplay. They are showing that they are just on a different tier of gameplay right now.
Yeah, different tier of gameplay for them, but right now Psych is ready to go any second now as they are going straight in. But look at this, it's gonna be Psych just making sure that nobody is able to push through mid, but it doesn't matter. It's the Jet there, but they just walk right past him. Flood missing his potential here. And now there's the pick.
No.
Double kill down. Beautiful job.
I mean, again, with the not clearing the entirety of site, or in this case, you know, a main cave area, just getting punished for it as well.
Yeah, and they are bringing that punishment, able to do that damage if possible, but there it is. It's going to be Roar. Able to get another one, but now it's just going to be Drainer, Daisy trying to find that single pick on their way out. It's the second round. They did force up this round with the Sheriff purchase, so if they needed to do anything, it's to do something right now in this 23-second remaining.
Yeah, they're going to try to do something. It looks like try to make the round happen, but only a Sheriff in hand. They can only do so much.
Wow, only do so much for them, and that is going to be the pick. Obviously, Roar will get the picks, as the Cypher has done. Kind of very, very proud to see this Cypher been popping off consistently one after another.
Yeah, and now we're getting into that double digits. We're getting into that scary territory, and, you know, we've been seeing a lot of close games today. You know, the first two were incredibly close. Last one was going to overtime, but this one, I don't want to curse it because I'm notorious for that, but this one seems a little bit done dusted. Oni just seem to be on top of everything, and even when they don't get the advantage early on, they seem to claw themselves back in.
Yeah, crawling themselves back in. Look at this positioning from Very, though. Just what you need to try to keep them back, try to keep that damage out of this game. But right now, both of the initiators are a little bit low. Luckily, there's a Sky on the attack, on the defense side, and that's going to be able to push them back if humanly possible. And now it's a push. So much is going on, and Chase is able to get that pick. Beautiful job. The bomb needs to get planted here, but they have to find out where this Sky could possibly be. She's got that Sheriff, and she does not like to miss with it so far.
Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
What a pick.
Again, with this deep hold coming out from the attack. And the different attacking team, but it seems the strategy of the day.
Wow, the strats are flowing and the bullets are showing up with the damage being dealt. It's what you want to be seeing. And there it is. Oni's getting one, but now it's just one remaining. It's Roar. And Roar is going to let out a little squeak as he falls down to these players. Beautiful attempt by these gamers.
Absolutely. Chase really doing what they can to try to drag their team into the game here. I mean, I got to point out, we were really doing well. 16 kills, 8 deaths. Great, especially from a Cypher. But Chase, with only half the amount of round wins, has just as many kills. 16, 10, and 1 for the... Chase really seems to be the one player on the attacking side from VK that is trying to drag their team back in. Unfortunately, you can only do so much. You can only, pull a double and a triple out every round so often.
Yeah,
but
only
they're
can do
trying
so much, and they're trying really well. And I think that they're bringing that A game, bringing that space if possible, and seeing what can happen for these players. Just getting them in, getting them out, and really getting this next game going. But let's find out. I mean, obviously the score being 5-10, defense really holding their own. Now they do have rifles in their own hands with the op in the hands of Psych. They just need to find these connections. That's a double kill. Oh my God, what a shot. Beautiful job. And now they need some more as GS is going to get another, but now it's Drainer trying to hold their own with only 2 HP remaining as they slowly go for the clutch here. They're getting rushed. So many guns flowing towards them. The pre-fire is only going to work out in not so much their favor. And now they know where the last one is. It's going to be Chase here. Gets a little blinded, has the ultimate to really fall back on, but not a whole lot they can really do here.
Yeah, they do technically have Spike. It's sitting
30
back
seconds left.
towards their spawn, but I mean, in a 3v1 situation, especially this late into the game where they're pushing, going down 11-5, you probably want to make something happen. At this point, trying to save is just going to become even more and more costly. At least try to get the plant money. It looks like they're going to. They're going to favor A. It's going to force the defense to do a full rotate. But yeah, it's mostly just going to be for that plant money. Unless Chase can pull magic out of a hat here, it might be 11-5.
It definitely might be 11-5, having those double digits, the 1-1, really just kicking some butt today. But honestly, it's stressful. Look at what we got from Chase. He has to clutch it up, and Chase is a good player, but he's facing off against some of the best. But there's one, and there's not two. Roar is that guy who gets those down and will be consistent with it. That is now going to be 5-11. 2 more rounds here if this team Oni can keep up their beautiful momentum.
Yep. Absolutely, and they are going to get the defuse, so that is going to be 11-5. Really, really good for them. And I mean, honestly, I think Chase could have even pulled that off. Chase really dragging the team in. Now top fragging in the lobby, 18-11. Has the Tour de Force back online with, again, the Viper's Pit in the hands of Canadian. I mean, if Chase can pick that kill on Roar, who fantastically great counter strafe, was able to survive the shots. I mean, if they find that pick on the Roar, bring it to a 1v1, Chase still had full health. I really think that was a winnable situation. But again, we said at the beginning of last round, there's only so much you can do when you're constantly being relied on to pull 2 or 3 kills around. But it looks like he's trying to make something happen here with the Force down Hall.
Yeah, I mean, definitely what you want to be seeing here. Very ready to try to get some picks. Ignite, close range, pulls him forward. Is not going to be able to connect. Does have the ultimate, though. And that Astral Divide might just be enough. The bulletproof wall from the sky, from the space orbit. Let's see it right now. Astrally getting up there, trying to get some people to get sucked in. I do like this, though. Chase has the ultimate, has exactly what they need to really provide a decent flank. That Tour de Force might be able to push them back if they could just get the pick on Flood. But right now, they're making no noise. It is strictly a mission that is impossible.
Yeah, and they're actually being ignored over in mid. The defense has no one looking at them. They have this whole space to work with.
Yeah, space to work with, and there it is. 2 picks down, but Psych with the Guardian is actually going to get chased down. No more Tour de Force. Spike is going to get planted, and now it's a big push up here. VK Canadian will be able to get 1 down with the help of the team, but now it's going to be Roar in that 1 versus 3.
Yeah, not an amazing situation to be in, especially as Roar, especially as Cypher. You have the top flag up in hand.
What a shot.
I was gonna say with little utility, but I mean, who needs utility when you have aim like that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is the thing. You just have to be able to keep it going, keep it just throughout the push-ups. And here we go. Roar.
This is no
Less than 10 seconds remaining, and Barry is going to get a very clean shot down with the Bulldog.
I mean, very, very good round. They're still fighting. That's the most important part. I mean, VK, a little bit down and out. They need to at least pull 5 rounds in a row. And actually seeing as VK have pulled 2 of the last 3, we are going to see Oni pull the timeout out, which at this point, perfect. Timeouts usually best used when, you know, the team either needs a break, a breather if they're down, or in this case, when they're up and the opposing team is starting to gain momentum. This is a great way to cut it off at the head and just allow them to recess. Take that breather. Yeah, we've 2 of the last 3, but we're still the better team. Go out, just take the aim duels that we need, and play like how we have been playing. Because at the end of the day, Oni, even though they've lost 2 of the last 3, are still constantly bringing it to like 1v2s, 1v3s, 2v3s. They have constantly kept these rounds in contention for themselves. So even though they haven't come out on top, they're still fighting. So best thing to do, cut the momentum off here and just allow them to play their game.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this timeout. It's really setting themselves up to try to take that momentum back. Obviously, they don't have too much money. Econ rating is not looking too good for them. They only have the sheriffs that they are going to be bringing in. Of course, we have GSO4 rocking with the Spectre, and that Spectre might just be good enough to really keep them at bay, push them out of this way. But when you only need 2 rounds, the pressure might just make you crack. And here comes the knives from both Jets. 1 on defense, 1 on attack. They need this eco for the defense, and attack needs to get these picks. But Roar is actually going to get the first pick, taking out the control agent, and GSO4 is pushing in and gets the upper down. Beautifully played. And now defense is looking a lot better than they have in a long time, as they are consistently getting these picks. Psych gets Diggy down, and the Spike is joining them. Now, it's just going to be the 2 on site, and GSO4 gets it. This is a thrifty round of the ages, as they need this just 1 more round to get that match MVP and that match point advantage. Now we got Daisy looking for him with the shock dart. Oh, clean with it.
Yeah, man, very, very good round for them. They were actually in a thrifty that round, as you mentioned, only Spectre in the hands of GSO4. And they made it count, pushing up through cave, catching 2 off guard. Meanwhile, the push through mid, I mean, it made its way on the site, but it isolated Spike back into that A lobby area. And with the flanks coming through from the defense, pushing up aggressively, knowing they're at the disadvantage in terms of rifles, taking the fight to them, they're able to isolate the Spike, take it down, and force the attackers to do exactly what the defense wants to do. Very, very clean round. And VK, after having a few good rounds back-to-back, a demolition like that is not what you want to be, playing for when you're so far down.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you're going to want here, but the ultimate, the null command now pushing up, and they are ready to go, ready to roll as they are consistently pushing forward. Now, it's going to be a shot to the wall, and you are to blame. Flood will get Daisy down, and Very is going to get another, but this is an ultimate from these attackers. They need this, but defense is so happy. A double kill with the Sova. That's the kind of gameplay you need to end this game. Now it's Chase in a 1 versus 4, only armed with a Marshall. This man's a Marshall god, but is he going to be able to get through it with this Vandal in hand? He's getting pushed. He's getting everything on his back for this game. It could end right here, or it could be a clutch of the ages, a clippable moment for clippable moments for Twitter's sake. Chase, you're going to have to do the best here. Shock dart now coming around, and it's over. That is gonna be the game, but of course we will be seeing you guys in a little bit with the semis. See you guys in a little.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have a little bit of a change up on just now joining us. My name is Soren. I've joined you for the first half of the day, but unfortunately, Edu had a little bit of emergency. So we have the pleasure of welcoming Silky to the desk. First time in a while for them. Silky, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good, thank you. My name is Silky Smooth. I'm kind of known around Valorant TikTok as a guy who does voice impressions, but I did do quite a bit of casting back a couple of years ago. So I'm just pumped to get back into it, and we'll see what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Pleasure to have you as always. And great way to start off. We have the semifinals here, SkyBell number 12, and we have some really good teams on our hand. We have Storm, which personally seems like a newer team, but does have a lot of players that I actually recognize from a lot of the previous Skybells. I'm seeing Kinetic, Omniscient, all players who have gone pretty far into the competition. And they're going to be going up against Noxious Green, who I know I've cast past, and they are a fantastic team. They have made it to the grand finals. Don't think they've won it yet, but they've made it to the grand finals 2 or 3 times. So really big competitors. Typical to see them getting this late into the competition, but they have some tough competition. And we're going to be starting off on Icebox. I'm really excited. It looks like we're about to jump right into the agent select. And Silky, what agents are you expecting to see here on Icebox? It's a pretty closed agent pool, so usually typically.
Definitely KO for shutting down large areas of the map, and we see Kinetic already going into it. Viper is always important on B, and it might be just a mirror matchup here with versus Ostino and Picer. Okay, we have Chamber, pre-nerf, wringing him out like a towel before he loses all of his juice. But yeah, everything pretty standard. There's a Sage 2 just right before her continued nerf. I don't
Ooh.
but yeah, a relic
It
of the past.
it looks like on the defending side, we're gonna get a zero duelist composition here for Storm. It looks like Omniscient might be picking up the chamber. Oh no, also Fade was hovered. I'd love to see
There
full
we go.
initiator, but it is going to be that double sentinel, double initiator with the single controller in the Viper. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing probably a much more standard composition come out from Nox Green. We're still seeing the Viper, like you said, really, really influential. Notably, no KO, which, as you
Select your
mentioned,
agent.
very, very correct. That I mean, KO is almost a 100%
A
pick
must
rate
pick.
on this map. Really, really strong, but the Sova is also very, very valuable. We're seeing the
Right.
Raze, which is really good on the attacking side, can really create a lot of space. So not all that bothered or surprised to see Panda using them as well. I mean, I've seen Panda on the Raze, and they are monstrous at times. So really, really excited. I think we're gonna have a really good game. I wouldn't be surprised because I know we had kind of a close game in the first map until one team, pulled away. The second map was really close. The third one, a little bit of a domination. But here, I would not be too surprised if we saw this go to overtime. Two very strong teams, and we are about to get right underway here on
For
Icebox.
sure.
It looks like it's going to be a pretty heavy lean over towards A. The spike is going to go down there as well. And right now, it looks like the defense is still trying to decide what they want to do, but it looks like it's going to be pretty spread out. It's going to be a default from the attack. Looks like a little bit of pressure going to be put towards B main, which on Icebox, kind of what you need to do. You either have to default or you have to play really aggressively into A. If you try to, only put 50% of your effort into any of the sites, or you
Right.
try to just maybe have one player lurking, you're gonna get punished because this map is so close corners. There's so many angles to check. Just sending one or two down can almost be a death sentence at times. But we are fully underway here.
Fully underway indeed, and it looks like nobody has been covering Kitchen, although Marv does hear that trademark getting destroyed. He is going to wrap around and try to catch somebody in tube. Can he spot someone before they all slink away into the unknown? No, they can't. Just a little bit presence shown towards B and RT. Confused a little, stymied by this Sage wall even. The hammer's gonna go down, breaking down that Berlin wall. Omniscience fires a shot, misses it, but now he knows, does take away 55 health points onto that Viper. But that's all he can contribute right now, instantly recovered by that Sage heal.
Very,
One
very
shot goes
aggressive.
out. Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Good shot coming out from Omniscient, and that does even it up to a 2v2. Duck taking pot shots with his Force Sheriff. Ooh, catches somebody, catches RT, but there's no art to that jumping shove. What kind of display was that as he was trying to escape Yugi's clutches? The king of games does take his share.
Yeah, very, very good round to secure it for the attacking side. A little bit close, you know, unfortunately able just to get it over the line thanks to a forced reload Sova defensive side. But at the end of the day, they did a really good job. They pushed through in the kitchen. They were able to take out that trip, which doesn't do too much, but it does, you know, free up an alleyway of attack, make defense, you know, forces them to actually. It's no safe haven where they have that trip, where they have that information. So it forced them to kind of reallocate where they were holding, and it opened up B site quite well. They were able to take it. But now, looking at this side, I mean, they're still leaning over towards A,
Right.
but it looks like it's a much slower push, and it looks like they were just waiting to see if the defense are just going to try to push up aggressively.
Duck's shorty might not have as much impact as he wanted it to. Stuck in maze right there. All of that force is going to be directed towards Omniscient, and as the IGL, he's going to have to make that call whether to think everything is too quiet, or over at A, or he's going to see all of these attackers coming for him, spots the drone, getting a little bit antsy, trying to find a shot, but he's blocked off by that slow orb. Spots the edge of so many agents. And wow, it's just a free sight, basically. No damage even onto the attackers.
Yeah. And here we have the deep hold yet again. That wall goes down, the clinical Sage wall. That just doesn't allow anyone through.
Recon Bolt does go out, spots Yugi, but this is a pretty safe situation. Not a lot of capitalization on that information. Picer trying his best to find at least a little bit of damage on this eco round, but they did force, and Kinetic has to make that worthwhile. Unable to. Yugi again closing out the round, putting so much impact as Sage already. Can't count him out.
Absolutely. Sage, just such an important agent in general on this map, can completely redefine how you play it, and without a Sage, B becomes almost untouchable. But I do want to point out Kinetic there must have been playing a lot of Apex recently, seeing as they were able to get the kill through the double satcheled rays that was flying through the sky. Very, very good shots. And that is going to set them up. That is 2 rounds now going towards the attack. But that does, of course, mean that we're seeing the full Vandals, almost the full buy. 3 have light shields, so not perfect, but pretty much a full buy coming out. Meanwhile, there's 4 SMGs coming out from the attack. But they are playing quick, they're playing fast, and maybe they can take advantage of that close quarters sight on A.
Yeah, those walls, the decay, and all that little utility damage that is coming out, that's going to be the equalizers for Psystorm as they come into this with less health. But Panda, they don't account for the fact that he's up in their equations, getting that drop on them. However, 3v2 in the favor of Psystorm. Never mind, scratch that. Already, the Magician, gonna make someone disappear. However, that's a 2v1 in the end of it, and Jaewoo with the Spectre against these 2 rifles, and especially, oh, it manages to get him through the dice! Stalking. What does he want to do? Does he want to reconsider this? He does have enough time to rotate all the way towards B, but...
30
there it
seconds
is.
left.
Yeah, absolutely. Though it might have been spotted because they would have been close enough to hear the running from Jaewoo. Jaewoo is actually going to
Exactly.
make their way up towards mid. This might actually be a fake over towards A. They might just catch Omniscient completely off guard here.
10
Jesus,
seconds
gun
left.
barrel. Come on, where is it? No, Omniscient knows too much. Doesn't even like have an inkling of where Jaewoo could be, but just manages to turn himself, the positioning of his body in time so that Jaewoo wouldn't be able to see the gun barrel. And I actually thought Jaewoo knew. Unfortunately, that was not how it was, and Psystorm do not have the advantage.
Yeah, that is going to be the first round for Psystorm, but like you said, they're not in the advantage at all because that was very costly, extremely costly. So costly, in fact, that only 2 are going to be able to bring any rifles into this next round. There is going to be 1 judge, which on this map, with how close it is, can find a lot of value, but it's not ideal to say the least. As well, they're going to be pushing up through kitchen, and normally you know, destroy this and pull back, and it looks like they are going to do that. But with full rifle advantage, they could very easily just brute force their way through kitchen here.
This seems like an interesting position for their chamber. As he's stuck in garage, Yugi spots his leg and does confirm the kill onto Omniscient. A little pressing the issue a little too much right there. Didn't even have a get out of jail card for himself. Planted onto the ground. The teleporter, not there.
Yeah, and that kill over on B, they would expect it to draw out of rotation, but they'd be wrong. The 4 stack on A is there for the defense. They're just going to push right into it anyway.
And Panda actually gets away with their life, almost extinct. But still
Block themselves off.
has to get out of that bamboo forest. Kinetic takes that shock dart to the legs. And this is almost impossible. Has to just go for the armor damage and the eco damage. Not gonna find anything. A costly buy round too. They're still in the doldrums.
Yeah, it's not amazing. Not amazing. It is 3-1. But again, that was technically an eco round, but they still tried to force through, so it's not perfect. It's going to be... Actually, it's not going to be a full buy coming out from Noxious Green, as they're just a little bit short, but RT does have the Tour de Force on hand, so we're going to see that get popped, and it's going to be practically a full buy coming out. But Psystorm, they forced last round with very little creds, and now they're going to force this round with even less creds. They're only going to have 1 rifle this time rather than the 2. But they're, again, rocking the Bucky, the Stinger. It's basically a same rerun of last round, but with even worse weapons when they already had it scattered by to begin with. And it looks like the attack knows that they're probably going to be on this eco round, so it's already a 5-man lean into A main. And if they wanted to, and it looks like with this dart, they might just push through. If they just push you aggressively, they have the advantage.
Right.
They could take this quite easily.
But again, this all could fall apart really, really quickly as they are playing positions. Duck, especially on Omniscient. Well, Omniscient is given away. Duck able to kill 1, but his bird shot's not enough to get him out of that situation. Picer coming back after rotating away from this full 5-man push. Misses the shots onto RT, but claws it back in the end. There goes Kinetic, ready to activate all that suppression down. Yugi, however, finds Picer, calls out his position, and demolishes him. There goes the pop flash, doesn't even hit anybody. And Kinetic is ready to try and find more impact. The rise up into heaven. Dead.
Yeah. Very, very good play. It was a good attempt, you know, catching him off guard, try to get the off angle, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, just wasn't there. And here's where I'm starting to lose confidence a little bit in Psystorm, because there was 2 forces in a row. That is not amazing. You know, because now we're looking at another force buy coming out, 2 rifles. So another scattered buy, which I get, trying to force through, trying to convert one of these rounds off of luck, or just trying to force the issue. But when you're sacrificing almost 3 rounds, if this round doesn't go their way, that's very costly. I feel like it's be much more beneficial and much more tactical to just take the one full save round and try to go in and buy and flip the momentum back into your favor. But now, just this constant forcing is not what you want to do.
Omniscient sniper right there. Almost kills Yugi, but Yugi knows better than the all-knowing. And now it's a 3v4 in favor. No, scratch that. 3v3. Ostino is the equalizer. Peiser just trying to escape from this situation a little bit. Does know that somebody's on the other side of this smoke orb, and now on the other side of a wall. Has to find impact under tube. But their Duck knows exactly what's coming to get him. He's getting antsy though, flapping his wings a little bit. Is he gonna find the trade? Yes, he does. And now the Viper's pick goes down. This is heavily in the favor of... Oh!
That's fully to the smoke.
It was absolutely blind, but it is still a tough situation to work around. Recon boat does go into the smoke, and Ostino steps out of that for a minute, has their snake bite lined up. Not gonna touch anyone though. They have to go for it. The bomb is ticking down, and the Viper's pit does fall, gives way to a clear sight, but it's clear sight of what?
Ooh,
Clear sight of another lost round. 1-5.
Yeah, 5-1 for Noxious Green. It was a very good try. I mean, they brought it down to just one, but unfortunately, Ostino, I mean, we talked about how important Viper is on this map, and part of the reason is because of that Viper's Pit. I mean, the Viper's Pit, if you even a 1v3, if you want one piece of utility on your side, it has to be the Viper's Pit. It creates such a positive environment for you and such an advantageous environment for you. So even if you're in that 1v3, 1v4, 1v2, you're constantly playing around it, and it gives you the best odds. So really, really well played. Really, really good usage of it early. Overall, incredibly good to re-secure that round, even though they were at a detrimental position.
Perfect slow orb usage, but it's not enough. The trap card doesn't quite work. As Omniscient does get away with another kill. Marv spamming his best. The trades do come out, and it is, favorable very quickly for Noxious Green. Now Duck does have a shotgun. Seems like it's a staple of their arsenal at this point with that Bucky we saw earlier.
Spike planted.
Is going to try and find a kill through the wall, maybe with his wall hacks, but is there anything else he can do? There's lineups, there are 2 lineup agents. Probably protecting this bomb, and yeah, you see the first one go down. Duck has to try and find something.
One to be tapped.
Could be.
It's so minor, but it's still workable.
Question is Noxious Green gonna be so antsy? The utility is just keeping Duck at bay. There's almost nothing he can do, but just hope his aim is enough for the task. And he leaves home, and he leaves the hunt empty-handed.
Yeah, very tricky situation. Like you said, going up against 2 agents with just so much post-plant utility, it's going to be a lot to overcome. And at the end of the day, just trying to save something from it, you know, saving the rifle is probably the best they could do. And here we go, timeout. And this is exactly what you would expect and what you hope. I almost wish that this came closer towards round 5, round 6. Not when you're 6-1 down, but I mean, better late than never, they say. So this is going to be a timeout coming out from Storm. And for the first time in about 4 rounds, we're going to see a full buy come out from them, including the operator on Omniscient, who had a few rough rounds to begin with, but really started popping off. The first time they had the tour de force, they immediately opened up the rounds with 2 kills, and even in that last round, they were able to open up proceedings in that round with the Headhunter. They do really, really good work at the beginning of the round, but it seems like Storm kind of just start collapsing. It looks like the moment they start taking duels, they start taking unfavorable or just straight up 50-50 duels. And when you're in the advantage, you don't want to be taking those because you're already at the advantage. You want to force your opponent to be making mistakes, but taking those 50-50s are just putting you in a position to set yourself back. And unfortunately, because of that, they're, down 6-1. So if they can continue how they have been, taking these like very early picks, getting themselves into advantageous position early, but then just focusing on it, playing a little bit farther back, not getting overzealous, trying to take more, just allow their opponents to walk into their trap. But we're going to have to wait and see what the coach and the rest of the team manage to scrounge up together. And it seems like they're actually going to be playing a little bit more passively over towards A, but they are taking a lot of space up mid and B along.
Ooh. Red Omniscient ready for this peek.
Oh.
Misses onto RT and Yugi. Does he want to press the issue more? Maybe not. Gonna try and get a crouch peek. And shut down by the shock dart. And whatever they were trying to do, big aggression, punished. That's exactly the thing you were warning against. I mean, getting into a favorable position for a pick. I mean, I can get around taking the first shot. Oh, Marv gets shut down. But as I was saying, taking the first shot. There goes Yugi. Taking the first shot, teleporting out. Okay, taking a second shot. Maybe that's justifiable. But going again for a fourth, letting yourself just be whittled down one by one, and that's exactly what's happening to Noxious Green as their advantage is getting slightly diminished as a 3v3, but they still do have a favorable hold on the site as RT has found something on Duck. Omniscient, however, rezzed with the op. Big man with a big iron does take down RT.
One enemy remaining.
Standing ahead.
Finds a defuse, finds half of it, and nothing else. Panda chomps down, stops that kinetic force straight in his tracks.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good. Again, yeah, exactly what you said. I totally agree. Omniscient, pushing up aggressively like that, I like that. Trying to force the issue and get that opening pick that they've been doing really well to get in the last couple rounds, I get that. And I even get the second peak. But
Yeah.
once you, like you said, push 3-4 times, you're waiting for something to happen at that point, and it just becomes detrimental. They took a lot of damage, put them in vulnerability to the shock dart. Not great for them. They need to play a little bit farther back.
There is no other answer to this. There's no other explanation than tilt. Omniscient, his emotions getting the better of his rationale. And okay, Picer does take down RT, and that's still ooh, it is now a 1v4. What can Kinetic do with his Sheriff? Does find the head of Panda. A decent pick. And now they're begging for mercy in the chat, it seems. Kinetic moving through, trying to find isolated fights. He's going to be facing the wrong way, straight into a trap card set far, far behind him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very unfortunate because this is, like I said, these are two very good teams. I recognize the players on Sidestorm. I think I have casted for Sidestorm in the past, and they are not a team to shrug at. They are very good. They constantly get to like the quarters and the semis. So this is a semis worthy team. But they're going up against Noxious Green, a team that we've seen time and time again go to the grand finals, push for the grand finals. So, and honestly, I'm not that surprised. But man, I expected it to be a lot closer of a game. This is a game I was expecting of any games that we were going to see today. I thought this was going to be the one to go to overtime. But it looks like Noxious Green are just in their element. They're already pushing right onto A. Site is theirs. Duck pushed away the last two towards screens, but they are going to invest 2 ultimates to try to swing this back into their favor.
RT waiting for something to happen. Recon does spot him out. And Marv able to take down Panda in the meantime. And just destroyed by that barrage of bullets. Doc almost dead in his tracks. Kinetic going for something. The wall does come out, and that is an ended round on the side of Psystorm. Everything coming to fruition. Their cold thinking helping them in this instance. I hope they can keep that cool mentality, especially because they're just playing it in a refrigerator. Like,
Yeah. No, I mean, and I gotta say, I gotta mention it. That round was really good. That round was very clinical for them. Sure, it costed them 2 ultimates, the only 2 that they actually have. So, not ideal to say the least, but they didn't push up aggressively there. They did not play aggressively. They waited for Noxious Green to push up aggressively, and then they played for that retake. They didn't take that weird 50-50 play that they've been going for the last couple of rounds. And the moment they, play a little bit cooler heads, let those cooler heads prevail, they come out on top and they secure their second round. If they continue to do that, and we're seeing it here already, them playing a little bit farther back, if they play for these retakes, they take smart duels, I could see them possibly start bringing some rounds back.
there's the first one. Duck goes down to Artie. And another one onto Picer. And that's basically a done round on the side of Noxious Green. However, when Kinetic wants to try something, and try as he might, it's not going to go out in the favor of him. Zitosto is broken.
Yes, it is very broken. It is 9-2 broken, in fact. Not a great score line. Not great for the mental, as you said. This is definitely not what they were expecting, because again, if you're just now joining us, this is only a best of 1 for the semis, so they only got one opportunity here. They are fighting for their lives in this tournament, and Noxious Green are making it look like it's a bit of a cakewalk. They are just pushing through any wall that they throw. Panda, especially with that rage, just taking and forcing so much space out of the defense's hands. Oh, and finding that kill and connect just shows
Good
how
duel.
dominant Panda's been in this lobby so far.
Yeah, Panda forcing so much space, and look at the direction they're taking now. They got their pick on A, drawed all of that force away, and the tour de force is coming out just to add insult to injury. Like, this is so huge for Ostino. Gets away with that squeaky clean, like their lab equipment. And now RT sounding out a shot onto Marv. And he is saying, "Ooh, I like this," and he likes it very much. 10-2 already in the first half of a BO1. It is almost a done deal unless Psystorm can get that psychology going. It's a 10-2 half. What do they have to lose? Can they refresh their minds? Not
Yeah, it's not amazing. You would expect at least a 9-3. I hope for a 9-3, maybe, invoke the curse, but it does not seem like it's going to happen. It's been pretty dominant, though I must say. No, I was going to say, I had the team switched in my head, or at least the compositions. I was going to say that last, on the defense, they might do a little bit better now, but no, they had a heavily defensive team. They were the team with no duelists. So, if anything, they should have done even better. Now, without that duelist, without the Jet, the Ray, or the Reyna to create that space, it might be even harder. And Panda finding that kill on the Marv, I think, just proves my point.
And let's see how Artie does in the shoes of Omniscient. Very, very stellar. Able to take down Duck. Someone's going to be eating good tonight, and there goes some shots from the Classic, trying to do some chip damage onto Kinetic. Nothing too showy there. Everything's in a standstill.
Yeah, forced a little bit of a reset here as they slowly make their way over towards B, as well as the rotation over from the defense, but the attack trying to do something can't find much space anywhere to push through.
Omniscient didn't hear that. And RT, wow, you can see his composure. Complete polar opposite of his counterpart on the side of Psystorm.
Yeah. And now it's 11-2. I mean, it's always difficult to cast these kind of games where it's just very one-sided, because you don't want to be too negative. But
Right.
man, it's just showing the different level of gameplay here. Noxious Green, and again, I've seen these players. These are all players that I'm familiar
We have
with.
faith, yes.
Yeah, there's absolutely faith, and I'm know for a fact that these players are amazing in their own right. But Noxious Green are just playing a different game. It's like chess and checkers right now. They
Yeah.
just have their number. They're pushing into this A site, and little do they know that there's already 3 waiting for them patiently here.
Ooh, there goes Kinetic. Ooh, almost doesn't find the kill completely, and that hesitation cost them their life. Jaewoo does find the Bulldog headshot onto Marv, and RT taking that duel with Omniscient isn't prepared. A second shot rings out, and the bodies hit the floor. Duck taking down Jaewoo, and Yugi pressing the issue with his Spectre. Dead on the floor. Trying to go in, chasing down Duck like a rabid dog. Can they use their Millennium artifacts and see where this is coming from? No, they can't. And that's another round given over to Psystorm.
There we go. I mean, we've seen crazier. We've seen crazier
Yeah.
than an 11-3 comeback. I don't think we've seen it crazier here on IGL, but we have seen crazier in Valorant. I mean, anything is possible. All you need is a little momentum and a little bit of confidence. And that round was close, but that does force Noxious Green onto the anti-eco or an eco round by. So they do have the advantage here if they can pull another one into their favor. I can very much see this going into the way of Psystorm, and if they can start putting
Look at the 2
2 or
push.
3 together.
Are they ready?
Oh,
That's a
Artie.
ready crosshair placement. RT just taking down Omniscient right there. Couldn't say they did it. I could do better myself. Like Duck. Oh, it manages to take it back. Psystorm keep their cool,
One enemy remaining.
and they basically finish the round. But we can't count out Jaewoo. Jaewoo, being the initiator, does have quite a lot of his util still with him. Just trying to find this. Does he want to save? I mean, with the round differential, would be a wise decision. Unable to. Kinetic can't stop that.
Yeah, no, and like I said, now that's 2 on the board. Momentum is starting to build as well. That was quite a convincing round win as well. So you never know if they can get maybe one more on the board. They convert it over to 4 in a row for them. That momentum, that confidence might just be instilled in them, and they could really turn this back around. But it's going to be a very tall mountain to climb. It is 4-11 right now. And it looks like Noxious Green, now back onto that full buy, are ready and willing to meet them halfway here at A.
Oh, it is a risky proposition, though. They lose this round. They kind of give over the next round. Look at their money. Kinetic doing his initiator things. Just being cute. Throws that flash through the wall. Doesn't blind anyone except his teammates. But they're going and trying to find these picks. Capitulating on this 3v2. Just made a 2v2 by the Jaewoo. Taking his opportunity to just push out past the drone. I don't care that you see me. You're gonna see my bullet in your face. There goes Artie wrapping around. Trying to scrounge up this round. And wow, even though Psystorm do have the advantage, they do have to still be careful around RT. Look at what a stellar job this chamber has been doing this whole game. Things quickly could go south.
Absolutely. 15 and 13 to work with. Very, very good. And they're just going to force the issue here.
One enemy remaining.
That's another one isolated fight, but oh my god, RT! Painting a masterpiece! That's how you clutch.
Force the issue, pushing to take those 1v1 duels. A little bit risky because if either one of them decide to just peek at that exact moment, he is done for. But RT, like you said, painting a beautiful masterpiece, is able to clutch it up. That's going to bring them 12-4. That puts them at match point, 1 round away from securing a place in the grand finals here. And I mean, It's looking, it's still a little bit sketchy for them, actually. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not a full buy. Omniscient still has some light shields, but they are all rocking the full Vandals and Phantoms. But Noxious actually have RT only on Tour de Force, but Marv opens up proceedings. Yugi immediately goes down, but they did invest in that Viper's Pit, which is going to make A very, very difficult to try to push through.
Even with all that initiator utility, that Viper's Pit stalls them in their tracks, and RT coming up in a duel with his counterpart. Ooh, how somehow misses the shot. No, that was through a wall. Omniscient, yes, escapes with their life. And a little shaken, I would be too. But that is a 4v4. Everything still going smoothly. Was that a no scope on the knife?
Spike planted.
I'm at a loss for words. That could have gone south, but Omniscient does manage to claw one back on the side for Psystorm. It is a 3v4. Already trying to make a difference with their headhunter, but Jwoo is going to be the first one to say anything. Caught out by the monstrous aim punch. Nothing to be done, but that is a 2v3. So much post-plant potential on the side of Psystorm. There goes Jwoo trying to find another, and Duck. Killed. Yeah. Patted on the head like a children's game just by that bullet. Hello, Ostino.
Yeah,
You're it.
yeah, that is going to be around. Technically, everyone on the side of Psystorm does fall, but the time does tick into their favor, and Noxious Green get the kills that they need.
Right.
Just a little bit short of the round win, 12-5 now, as you know, even though they, in theory, with their composition, shouldn't be doing as well on the attacking side, they have pulled 3 of the 5 so far, so that's very positive for them. They're still in the fight, even though they are at round point. Noxious again on a low buy.
Omniscient bring out the Tour de Force. Just shuts down RT. A little bit of revenge. Yugi going down in the end to the killer robot Panda. Do they know exactly where they are? Oh, trigger discipline, able to get one. No else. And then Jwoo has his Hunter's Fury ready. That's not going to be what he's going to be putting out. Ostino ready for something. Maybe ready for their death. But all these angles are being locked down as we speak. It is so tough for Ostino to find anything. They might as just well save the Vandal and have a decent buy for next round. I mean, sitting at a 12-5 scoreline, nothing, you know, in this case, nothing ventured, something still gained.
Well, they're good that they're there, though, and Omniscient closes it out. I mean, very, very good. And again, we're now seeing this confidence, you know, the momentum very clearly into the way of Psystorm. And I'm really glad to see that we're getting much more of a game than we expected after that first half. Because the first half was a beating. It was absolutely brutal. Yeah. But they're firmly back into the game. They now have 4 of the last 6, climbing back into the scoreboard, excuse me. But the main issue for them is right now, there's no room for error. You know, 1 or 2 50-50s don't go their way, and they lose that one round, they're out. That's it. End of tournament for them. There's only best of 1 here, and they're at that match point. So no matter how much momentum they gain here, they need to consistently be winning. They need to be perfect.
Oh my gosh, RT almost finds a second onto Marv, but that's all she wrote as RT goes down in the end. A solid pick, a solid trade. Jwoo spraying down Marv. This is still in favor of Psystorm, keeping that Viper's Pit open. And wow, 2 picks and a 2v3 on the side of Noxious. 1v3, scratch that. Panda, however, has a showstopper in their back pocket. Question is, are they going to use it right now? shut down. Absolutely shut down. 7-12. And that might be 8-12 as Noxious look to go into an eco round.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen crazier, right? We've absolutely seen crazier. I would not put it past them here. I was expecting this to be a short game. I even got my hair back ready for, Caster Cam, but no, we are fighting this one through. Psystorm refusing to go down without a fight, and at this point, we're actually starting to see some tactics from Psystorm but coming out from Noxious now, where we're seeing these 4 spies come back out again and again, not allowing themselves to get full buys.
So much utility, so much risk for Panda. No get out jail free card, but maybe this is enough. Oh, doesn't get the showstopper out. Omniscient has your best intentions in mind. And Ostino ready for a Bucky kill. Let's see if they truly are able to follow it up and bring that to a 3v3. But likely what is going to happen is one shot goes out, and that's all they're good for, and that becomes a 2v3 situation. And in this, you want to thin out that utility. You want to thin down the horde. But we will see.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, there's still a scrappy buy coming out from the defense, so not great to be able to hold it, but they do have a Bucky in some of these really tight areas, so I wouldn't be surprised if Ostino is able to get something here.
Right, but they have to consider the fact that Robot is knocking on their door. KO right behind them, finds nothing, and RT actually able to get down 2, and that's still around going towards Psystorm. Oh, a dubious buy for Noxious on this next round, but the loss bonus is in their favor. They're probably going to be able to get everything in order, save 1 full shields, but it is 8-12, and the more they buy, the more they try to close this out without stepping back to kind of pull back their punch and launch it again. They might actually end up on the wrong side of this equation. 8-12 already. We saw methodically how Psystorm took them down.
Yeah, and I mean, I need to say it, because just in case it does happen, I need to make this point. There could be a problem here for Noxious, because even though they're 1 away, they're probably telling themselves, okay, it's fine, just 1 more. We just need 1 more. We just need 1 more. If you just need 1 more, and I think we've all been there if you've played Valorant, you just need 1 more round. But they bring it back to overtime after a deficit that big. This was a 10-2 half, by the way. It's now 8-12. If they bring it back to overtime, that mental shattered. Absolutely shattered. Meanwhile, the opponents who come back 10-2 are going to be flying high. They are filled with that confidence, imbued with the energy to finish out the game. If Noxious Green let this slip, I could see them falling out early here. Man, I can't wait. This game is really close.
Maybe this is what Psystorm means. The psychological storm, their gambit, just to make you think you have a huge advantage and then start plowing through you, destroying your mental completely. But let's not jump to conclusions yet. Noxious, RT still able to handle a lot of pressure, especially in the last round, just taken down by attrition. But yeah, here we go. Omniscient trying to find some pick onto Panda if Panda wants to give something over. But you see Noxious already playing so conservatively, doesn't want to go for these early positions. RT, can he be spotted out? Not quite.
No, like you said, they're playing really passively here. They don't want to give away any advantage because they've actually had a pretty good opportunity the last couple rounds. They've taken early advantages, but they haven't worked out into their favor. It looks like they're much more in favor of playing for a retake, trying to punish a site hold rather than trying to take the advantage themselves. And looks like they're going to get their opportunity as well.
Omniscient takes down Panda with a solid shot. RT, however, on this rafter position has made so much impact, just corralling them into Yugi's maelstrom of bullets. And there goes RT, trying to take another duel with Peiser, maybe revenge. Keeping on the pressure. Oh, finds Peiser through the wall. And that's gonna be so destructive. Psystorm, there's nothing they can do. And Noxious Green close it out
Win.
to move on to the finals.
They do. It's a duel. It's an all-out brawl there on Icebox. I mean, I don't know if you noticed it, but at the very end, it was coming down to time. There was only one player
Yeah.
left, but they only had 4 seconds to plant, and they had 5 seconds left on the board. Very, very sketchy for Noxious Grin. But at the end, no matter what happens, they only had to win one, so they were able to drag it over the line. But that line is right into the grand finals. They punched their ticket, and now it is just up to see who on the upper side of the bracket is going to meet them there. But before we take a short break to meet you there, just a couple quick announcements. As always, IG League, go check out our socials, our Discord, our website, where you can find all the information you need for the Divisions series that is going to be coming out in January of next year. $3,000 to be earned. Go check it out. Get your name in the hat. It's going to be a great time. And you can find out all the other amazing, cool stuff that we have on hand at our socials and our website, including our YouTube, where we upload all of the, I believe, the VODs for our tournaments. So go check it out. If you missed any of the action, you can go find it there. But we will be right back with even more grand finals action for IG League SkyBell Series number 12. See you in a minute. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just now joining us, welcome to the SkyBell Series number 12 Grand Finals. My name is Soaring. I'll be the one hosting today. Joining me is Silky, and we have two amazing teams who have made their way to the finals. One, a little bit expected, Noxious Green kind of stomped the competition, almost lost in the semis as we saw, but has had a really, really good run up to the grand finals, which we kind of expect. We've seen them here before multiple times. However, we have final. I keep trying to say final evolution, final form, excuse me, final form, who a little bit more of a scattered run. We were really expecting Operation Strix to make it this far, Lionheart this far, but despite all of it, Final Form have beat their way through the competition and made it here, I think, for the first time. So, really excited. We are going to be on Breeze. Silky, how you feeling?
I'm feeling stoked for this matchup. I mean, just seeing Noxious Green being so decisive, RT having so much impact, this this is about to be so great. I have no idea actually about Final Form, but if they are what they are cracked up to be in their name, they are ready for the finals. They have their form together. Haha. But yeah, on to you, man.
Yeah, all right. And we're going to be getting into agent selection here in just a little bit. We are going to be on Breeze. We already saw it earlier today. And I got to say, Breeze, not a normal pick. Here on IGL, we actually see usually a lot of Ascent. We see a lot of Haven. If it's not one of those two, we usually see it on Icebox. But we've actually seen two Breezes today. A little bit of a change up, which I appreciate. But Silky, what are we expecting to see Breeze agent selection wise? What are we expecting?
Oh, there has to be some sort of cipher. Like, especially with his changes, he is gonna get so much more viable onto Breeze and Viper. Yeah. I mean, we've seen so much Viper come out. At least personally, I'm kind of sick of her toxins from the Icebox. But, it's kind of a mainstay for Breeze, the go-to controller. And going to be kind of a mirror matchup. Yeah, already Jaewoo and
Yeah,
Tommy staring each other in the eyes. Who's going to pick the Sova?
yeah, no, we are going to see. It looks to be an exact mirror match as long as the Sova gets locked in for these two. But yeah, I mean, not all that surprised at all. Like you said, the Viper, really, really strong KO. I mean, KO across most maps is a pretty much a guaranteed pickup with very
Yeah.
few exceptions. So not surprised to see them at all. But Sova really going this map. I feel like this map's a little bit too big for Fade at times. Still get some
Hmm.
value, but the Sova darts are just so valuable. The Jet on the op, we have been able to see like Yoru for some reason get picked up on this map, Neon, but especially as you mentioned with the massive buffs to Cypher. Cypher's become so popular, kind of pushing Chamber out of the meta on this map. So I'm not surprised to see the Jet get picked up for the opping potential and the Cypher get picked up as the Sentinel. Overall, pretty much classic picks. I'm not surprised
Yeah.
at all. And it looks like we're about to get right underway here.
Yeah, this is going to heat up so much. I'm excited to look at that Cypher in action. Both. And I know their aim is not going to fail either of them, as they've made it all the way to the grand finals. Sheesh. Ready. Poppy Cam. Staying there. On the stairs, able to throw his knife around just to cover so much distance, to suppress and gather that information. But we see a lot of concentration towards tunnel on B. Not exactly where final Noxious Green are going to go, but that also does provide for a little bit of leeway in terms of rotation time. Here we go.
It's actually a very aggressive push into A. Meanwhile, there's a massive aggressive push from the defense in mid,
Spike down A.
but DGL finds that opening kill.
Doors already open. DGL pressured from both sides. So much space is going to be let down, but the bullet train doesn't stop. Eventually, all DGL has to contend with is RT right there, and does manage to execute him.
Man, what a play. Immediately basically like pushing down our initial thoughts. I thought Noxious Green, especially after having such a really good game in the last map. Well, unfortunately, it went as long as it probably shouldn't have. But Noxious Green immediately get punished. They immediately go down very convincingly. They're now down 1-0. And it looks like they're just going to pick up a few pistols. It's not going to be a full save, but they're not going to pick up any Spectres or Marshals to try to convert this. They're just going to try to do some damage.
Cam down. Tripwire destroyed. And lots of information being given over to Final Form and picks. Juice! Putting them in the blender of the Spectre. And that could be an ace. Poppy Cam just gonna steal that. Doesn't matter anyway. It's an eco ace. Excuse me.
Yeah, very, very convincing. Again, I mean, just so strong, and that is going to lead to Noxious Green picking up a full buy. It's just about. The few that bought pistols are going to be rocking some light shields, but we're going to see Vandals and actually a single Guardian coming out in the hands of Yugi, excuse me. But Juice, 2-0 round count, 5-0 in the KDA. I mean, the Cypher pickup immediately finding its value. That's insane.
RT just narrowly missed by that suppression. That's valuable information kept out of Bay, especially because RT and his friend Ostimo gonna hide out, and whoa, it is a slaughter. One trade in the favor of Final Form. Poppy Cam going to make his way through mid, putting so much presence all the way, driving a wedge between Jwoo and his team, but nothing is capitalized on, and Tommy able to claw that back, killing RT. A lot of post-plant potential being denied. Ostimo, however, taking a proactive stance, does narrow it down to 1v1. Jwoo has to go initiator, take the initiative even. Poppy Cam still doesn't know exactly where Jwoo is, but the strafe does come out, and at the end of it, it's Poppy Cam going into a ball of light, disintegrating.
Yeah, but I gotta mention, that was so costly. That was incredibly costly for Noxious, who are able to secure. They bring it back to the 1, but man, only having one left standing at the end, especially when there was no buys, there was not a single rifle in the hands of Final Form there. So Noxious, they come out on top, but quite costly. RT actually is not going to be able to bring any weapons into this, just shields.
For sure.
Meanwhile, it's a full buy plus an operator in the hands of Zamal, in the hands of Final Form, who are in a very good position to get a very early lead, and Poppy Cam immediately finding the kills.
And that vulnerability going through. Snakebite really doing something there. That's why Viper is so important on Breeze. Oh, Juice already making his way to the back of RT, and Ostino hears something. Tries to go all the way back. Maybe follow them tethered by some innate connections. Zamal pulls out the operator, dodges narrowly Ostino's aim, and that's a double kill coming from Ostino. Somehow survives. Dodges the recon dart too, and Tommy has to expend another piece of utility to kill Ostino, but in the end, it does come out favorably for Final Form, 3-1.
Yeah, that is going to go into their favor, 3-1, as Noxious Green seem to be a little bit on the underdog side here. Final Form is playing their game, and they're playing it confidently. They did lose the operator, only for a second, though. It does get picked up going into this round. And Jwoo on the Sova seems to be the one that's going to be challenging with the Marshall. But it is going to be an eco buy round for a Noxious Green as they try to brute force their way onto the site seemingly with a 4-man push. But yet again, they're going to be running right into the arms of Poppy Cam and DGL, the same two that completely shut down the push just last round.
Ooh, very, very fast into sight. That's the bomb plant. I think that's a record. Panda able to take down DGL, which does take out that a lot of retake potential. No wall to go down, and especially that Viper's Pit. Perfect post plant. Almost. Panda does go down, and that information being given over stymies the flow of post plant T side. RT able to take down Tommy, and the shots just ring out. Gone is the Viper's Pit. Gone is Noxious Green's hold on this site.
Clinical. Absolutely clinical. I do question a little bit the use of the Viper's Pit there. I get trying to convert it, especially as it's a 3v3, but you still did not have the rifle advantage at that point. So investing it when you know you're already, not in the best position to convert it, a little risky. It's a little costly as well, but that being said, they do still have 2 more ults to work with, so it's not the end of the world. They still have the neural theft as well as the null command to be used. And they do now also have a full buy, minus Yugi, who has light shields. But overall, really good buy, but they still have to overcome this mounting arsenal from Final Form, as they now hold a full buy yet again, plus an operator, plus a couple thousand in each of their pockets. So it's going to be a lot, and it looks like they're going to be favoring a push towards mid, but Panda meets the business end of Zamal's operator. Not great way to start the round.
Yeah, and especially Juice has that fat stack in his wallet. That everything grinds to a standstill as Noxious are waiting for some kind of call, some kind of mistake to be given over from Final Form, but it seems that Yugi is trying to make them make a mistake, cutting off their options. That's what KO says. And Poppy Cam, stuck in the stairs position, surrounded by all that utility, prevents the spike from going down, and it is so almost impossible for Noxious Green to claw this back, especially with Austino able to find something onto Juice, but in a 3v1, already tagged to 15 and dissolved.
Yeah, it's a little bit brutal, and the funny thing is, that I find funny at least, is that this is almost identical to what we saw in the last game, but completely reversed this time. We saw Noxious Green basically completely stomping Psystorm, and we saw it was 6-1 in that game, but at 5-1 we're seeing the timeout come out again to try to fix it. But now it's up to see if they can do a little bit better, because unfortunately Psystorm were not able to convert it. They were not able to flip it back around, so they were at the disadvantage in the second half. But Noxious, they're still in a position where a 6-6 or even a 7-5 technically is still possible. All they need to do is make a few changes. If they can be a little bit more proactive, get a few more opening kills, get it into their favor a lot earlier. And I think Noxious Green can easily claw back into this, but this timeout's necessary. They need to get their heads back on straight. They need that release. They need that pressure to be off them a little bit. So perfect time for a timeout.
Would you, even though they are mirrored matchup, would you say that this composition just works naturally better on defense? I mean, you have 2 excellent retakers. Once that Viper utility goes down, there's so many openings for, information to be had. What do you think?
Yeah, I do think this probably does lean towards the defensive side. Sova is an initiator, but is really good at staying back, so also very good on the defense. So I'm not at all surprised. Oh, jeez, immediately mowing them down.
Spike down mid.
Puts them into a blender, and instead of red, all that's going to be coming out is the green as the Viper utility goes down, the wall of toxins and the snake bite being expended so early. A great flick from Jwoo onto DGL. And now with a 4v2, this is looking a little bit more doable, but more trades need to happen to get that power removal. The Bulldog's ability to hold angles is unmatched. There goes another pick. And with some, when both the spies come out, we know that there is nobody on the back site, and all they have to focus on is, oh, okay, Tommy, putting a bullet between their eyes. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, 3v2, they had one coming up on the flank. Again, just clinical. I mean, there's no other word to describe it. Final form, I said, a little bit unlikely to make their way through, but maybe I'm wrong. We haven't gotten a chance to see them today. Maybe they've just secretly been dominating the scoreboards throughout the day, and this was just another stepping stone. But they are really showing that they have what it takes to be the winner of the grand finals here today. 6-1 is the round count, and Noxious Green desperately trying to figure out something to do, but again leaning towards A. But now Spike is still in the middle. They could very easily move towards B, but Samal is waiting there with that operator.
And this is a best of 3. If they're already going this hard, I can't wait to see what's in the next rounds of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because Breeze is probably one of the more unique maps in Valorant. It's so open. So very interested to see what happens when we get into a little bit more tighter corners. But Juice, you're right. It's absolutely ratting it up.
Under the radar, yeah.
Pushing
Still
all the
able
way
to
through.
put, like, that's the uniqueness of Cypher. You put your cam up and get that information as if you were there, but completely remove the risk of your own bodily harm. And in doing so, also removes the risk of them turning their attention to the corners. If they get tagged, they lose focus or something like that. But I think DGL is in a position to set up for this pick. Oh, gets RT. And that's a lot of pushing power removed, if they had any in the first place, because that Viper's Pit was doing so much work. However, 3 shots ring out, and at the end of it, Tommy dies, and it's just Juice, the star lurker. Let's see what the data broker can pull out of their system, their hard drive. Okay, neural upload coming out, and that's a 3rd. Oh my gosh, Juice makes it look easy.
I was gonna say, pulling the neural theft out, very confident in their abilities to pull that out. But I mean, when you have that amount of skill, that aim, I mean, how can you deny Juice on top of the leaderboard? 15-2 after 8 rounds, almost 2 kills a round so far. Juice coming up absolute clutch. Noxious Green, they see it. They see the light at the end of the tunnel. They see yet another round win, a second for them, a possibility to climb back into this game. 3v1, they think they have it in Juice. The rat in the walls, the Cypher, snatches it away from them. I mean, oh my god.
They're getting desperate. Look at their buy.
Yes, very much so.
Oh, losing focus too. DGL able to stymie the flow of terrorists into the site. Excuse me, attackers. And Tommy, you see where I'm coming from. Tommy suppressed, unable to send out that shock dart, and everything grinds to a halt since he's unable to put that pressure on them. Oh, now they do. Still lets that spike plant slip through. That's a 3v3. And Zamal just barreling into sight. They want this so bad. They want to put the nail in the coffin, the knife in the head. And there it is. RT. Can't count out RT. Zamal, however, scratches his name off of their list.
I mean, last round it's Juice. This round it's, it's Zamal. I mean, Juice, yeah, 15-3, but Zamal is 9-4. That's a kill every round. It's just been domination. We are getting to the point where Ostino, who is the top fragger for Noxious Green with 6 kills, is about to be overtaken by Final Form's bottom fragger, Tommy, who has 5. I mean, again, this is a best of 3. You never know. Maybe Breeze is just not their map. Maybe this was, Final Form's pick. Maybe this Final Form may just be a god here on Breeze. So it's not over till I say it's over, but this map is certainly looking like it's very close to being done and dusted.
Yeah, it does feel like a vacation for them. I
planted.
mean, smelling the coconuts in the trees. Let's see how much they can milk out of this full buy, and their advantage juice ready to peek out. Completely maybe catching Zamal unaware. Actually, Panda unaware, but Panda using that using that precognition, their hearing to count him out. Panda, however, with that 20 health, is not afraid to take this duel. One hit point, and one shot is all Jaewoo needs to destroy DGL. Panda trying their best. With a defuse, the Hunter's Fury timing doesn't quite work out.
The Maul now 6 kills in 2 rounds as they pull another triple kill, and absolutely insane. I mean, 9-1. And it's really difficult for a color commentator to try to give commentary when it's this much of a one-sided affair, because you're trying to be positive, you're trying not to be completely negative, but Noxious are just, it's like fuel into a meat grinder, just constantly pushing into a site. They try defaulting doesn't work, because Zamal just pushes in like this, and then immediately tries to find a kill. But, I mean, how are you supposed to break through any of these defenses?
It's pressure. It's psychological pressure. Like, these ballsy plays, they might not pay off, but it's still adding to the fear factor for Noxious. Like, what are they going to try now? Is it going to work out for them? But Poppy Cam gonna shut that down, put him on Labor Day. Artie takes a break for the time being. It is a 2v2.
Yeah, and the Viper's Pit has been invested as well, so they're in a really good position to win this out. But that will spot
Suppression
both of
found.
them.
But the post-plant power still is there. The Viper's Pit billowing over the site, and Jaewoo could find one very well when DGL shows her ugly head. Sorry, as a chambermaid, I kind of have it against the Vipers, and there it is. DGL takes him down, and that's a perfect retake. All in good fun. 10-1. I don't even... Like, look, that was almost a perfect situation. The KO couldn't find much impact. Once they throw out the suppression, the wall goes down, sure, but you still have the cover of the Viper's Pit, and they still... It still falls to pieces.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's getting really scary, because now, in the first half, they've broken double digits, which is fine. That's workable. 10-2 is workable. The issue is when you get to 11 and 12, so either 1 or 0.
It is
If you go down to 11-1, you are really risking just immediately being knocked out at the next possible chance, because you lose the pistol, you lose the anti-eco, you're out. So, this, not must win, but this is as close as you can get to a must-win situation for Noxious.
Ooh, Artie just find one. Panda expends their knives and picks up the Vandal. Not bad. But Poppy Cam getting harried from both sides. Yeah, it could be a done deal unless we count out Zamal. The flick doesn't go through. And that is Noxious securing that 10-2 like you asked for.
Yeah, I mean, it's what they needed. If they went down 11-2, they lose the pistol. It becomes really, really rough for them. So, good for them. They're able to bring it 10-2. But now, much like Psystorm in the last map, it's going to take a lot of mountain climbing gear, because the mountain is huge. They need to pull at least 10 rounds back before their opponents reach 3 to try to bring it to overtime.
For sure.
So
let's see how they do, though. It is a mirror matchup, so we can put some of that pressure onto their team composition, hopefully. But right now, the round is starting, and is there any first contact going to be at the very start? I don't think so. Everything is moving along pretty slowly, but it might explode as soon as that bunch of agents comes into contact with the B players. Panda already pushing so far into Hall's. Hall's control given up, but Zamal is there just in case Panda wants to try something. Map control now given over to a lot of noxious green. But it's the site control that we want to care for. Because Tommy, pushing so far up, punishes Jay-Woo for getting out of line. And there it is, another kill given over. This is a 3v4 and they're all stuck in that little space. No chance given for a recoup. Panda could try something. Tailwind doesn't come out. Zamal able to punish. That's a 4 people alive with a Sheriff and light armor still in the play.
Yeah.
That's looking very, very good for Final Form.
Very. And I mean, I appreciate pushing through the other parts of the map, trying to take as much map control as possible. But the moment you push through into A lobby and there's no one there, you should almost immediately start the rotation over towards B. And they tried, but unfortunately they weren't able to delay. They weren't able to stall. So Spike went down. Site was fully theirs for Final Form, and they were just able to push up as a 4-man group and just make that back double arch a meat grinder. Brings them 11-2, and especially with that kill opening it up, it should, in theory, go into the way of Final Form as well.
Ostino taking advantage of that vulnerability. Dissolves Juice, and Poppy Cam almost finds Yugi on the other side of that wall. But Zamal doing well with the Marshall early, isn't able to reinstall his drivers right there as he gets shut down.
Cassius curse, I guess. I thought, especially with that opening kill, that was going to be round number 12 for Final Form. But, I mean, Noxious Green, if nothing else, are still showing fight in them. They still are willing to try to put this map back into the map count. This is a best of 3, so it's not the end of the world if they do end up losing this map, but they're not going out without a fight. They're still pushing for it. And at the end of the day, when you're this far down, everything just comes down to one map at a time.
Panda punishing Zamal. I mean, with that pistol, it's looking like a decent force buy on the side of Noxious Green, but coming through, another duel might be had between DGL and Jay-Woo, but Jay-Woo might not want to press the issue, as that could mean the disappearance of that man advantage. Everything is going so slow. I think Final Form do not want to lose this advantage so early. They want to keep the pressure up, make sure Noxious Green don't get their hopes up, and Juice goes down in the meantime. Ostino putting that work with the Vandal.
Yeah, slowly creeping their way into sight, but they are going to be running into 2 defenders. They need to find at least 1 kill to open up proceedings here.
Frag comes out, and DGL able to kind of worm their way into sight. Narrowly misses that Vandal spray, but everything is just getting shut down as Tommy isn't able to find an opening to serve an entry. Hardy already worming his way back. He's trying to find DGL. Bite the snake in the tail. And there it is, caught unawares. Nothing that DGL could do. And Noxious positioned themselves for yet another round win, if they do choose. Like, their eco is looking so good right now.
Their eco is looking good enough, in fact, in order to fully buy out, which, a little risky, but that does put them in a really good position to try to convert this round. Because normally, when you see the first 2 rounds get split like that, you see it go and split 2-2, makes the half quite even going into round 5. But because they're able to full buy into these Vandals, they could flip it on their head. They might not be expecting this push.
Tommy knows. Tommy feels the confidence coming out of Panda and punishes accordingly. Artie's hiding in his own cage. Could he be locked into a bad position, caught between two sets of attackers? Yes, he is! Unable to find any impact right there, with just a bit of chip damage. Ostino punished, and that could be Noxious Green's advantage evaporating before their eyes. Yes, you said that was a risky buy, but I think no matter what they did, if they lost that round, it would still, like, saving the Spectres would have still punished them and made it even harder to win this round, as you saw. But they are in just a unfavorable position, and they have to play with their cards that are dealt to them.
Yeah, absolutely. But they do cause quite a bit of damage. I do believe it is going to be a full buy coming out from Final Form yet again, and they are going to be able to get a final, not a final, but a full buy themselves as well. So yet another full buy across the board for both teams, and this is it. I mean, we've seen crazier. We even saw a comeback from 10-2 in the last game. So weren't able to finish it the first time, but Noxious were able to finish it out. Maybe Noxious on the underdog side this time may be able to pull something through, and they are going to force the issue immediately, popping the no command.
And the Hunter's Fury too. That is just all the space taking he can get. Artie, however, stops Poppy Cam in his tracks. He is not unstoppable right there. Juice able to find his mirror matchup. No res goes through. Res does go through. And it is DG Ostino to try and pick this back up. Finds one through the smoke. And that is so much 1v1 potential being brought back to the side of Ostino. And does find the headshot. What a beautiful retake. Keeping Noxious Green in the running.
Yeah, absolutely. It was close, but I mean, Ostino coming up huge when needed. That's also going... It's going to do a lot. It's... Unfortunately, I don't think enough for a full buy across the board for Noxious Green, but because they were able to eliminate the entirety of Final Form, that is going to hurt their economy as well. So it's going to be Sheriffs and Marshals and Spectres for them, which means that if there was ever a time to start a comeback, much like they saw in the last map, this is it. Build that momentum. You know, apparently the defensive side is the side to be on with this competition. So, I mean, if there's any time, it's now to bring the game to its head and claw it back. But they're going to have to do a lot.
Oh, Poppy Cam doesn't find anything. Their bullets whiz past their heads. And Zamal has already made it up to elbow. So much map control given over. But... you know, it's no problem for RT because all that util right there acts as kind of a second person you want on your side. Zamal, however, taking this duel against Jwoo. Jwoo already tagged up, and that Guardian, he cannot miss. Ah, the semi-auto works in the favor of Zamal. And he's still pressing the issue. That's a 3v4. RT still has B sight, and the spike is down in his clutches. But then again, Juice has the information now. This is just a done deal. There might be nothing Artie can do. He does have health advantage. 2 shots for both. Might peek straight into danger. Creeping up, biding his time for some mistake, and now he knows. He knows he's gonna just have a shooting gallery of a time, and Artie passes with flying colors.
I mean, I said it. This is the time. These massive clutches are just coming through one after another, and they're keeping them in the game very close to falling apart, but holding together at the seams. Well, that being said, that was still an anti-eco, or it wasn't anti-eco. It was an eco buy coming out from Final Form, who now have that full buy on hand. So this... it's not it, because even if they do win this and they win the next one, they still are only at 8 in the count. There's still a mountain to climb, but as every round passes, the mountain becomes shorter and shorter. Panda you can tell is being imbued with that confidence of this streak. And they're feeling
It's
themselves
confidence. It's confidence, but it's not arrogance. Panda knows that they don't want to go for a repeat on this. That's one kill is enough, and it's all up to his teammates to keep that pressure on and make sure nothing else goes through. Their work is done. But 12 to 6, final form are certainly not pressured at this point. Maybe 12 to 8 they would. But creeping up, they are still spread out. Juice wanting to get that spike, finally pick a direction their team will go, and it's looking to shape up to be an A push. DGL spotted out by the camera. 40 seconds on the clock, they still can reconsider this, by all means.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're going to be leaning over towards A. There's still only 2 on site, but Cypher is one of them, and the Bladestorm is available to the Jets.
And finding more, maybe one in the chamber, one in the chamber right now. Unfortunately, it doesn't close anything, and Juice spraying through the smoke does find Panda. Poppycam completely misses Jaewoo off the corner of his screen. That's a 1v2. This is another Cypher in another clutch situation, but they don't have that prowess. They are not the painter of a beautiful picture.
No, and the climb is continuing as they secure yet another round, starting this half 10-2, now 7-12. Very reminiscent of the last game. 1 round is all they need, but can they secure it? And here we go. We are going to see the timeout come through, which is pretty much exactly what we would expect. They've only secured 2 rounds in the second half. This half has been Noxious Green's fully under control, and now it's becoming a little bit scary. I mean, Juice was their top fragger on the defensive side, exactly what we'd expect. The Cypher really popping off, but has been a lot more limited ever since they moved over to the attacking side, which also makes sense. Zamal is trying to do what they can, but unfortunately just not able to drag the team over the line. Noxious Green, though, they do have the advantage going into this round. They should, in theory, be able, I say in theory, knock on wood, caster's curse, you never know. They should be able to bring it to 8-12, and that's touching distance. Once you bring it 8-12, anything can happen. You know, the 10-2 is very scary. You know, 12-4, kind of terrifying. Once you start getting 8-10, that's doable. 4 rounds is a lot easier to overcome than 10. So who knows? Noxious Green, they are in a pretty good position. They do have 2 ultimates on hand, the Hunter's Fury and the Null Command. And it looks like they're going to try to brute force their way onto A with a Cypher lurking up mid. They're in a good position. Let's see if they can finish out this map, though.
Yeah, last time you saw the underdogs unable to go the distance from the 12-8, and it seems that Panda is going to stop so many from doing exactly that. To the B site, Zamal parried, who loses his comrade Tommy in the process. And that is reconsidering another push. The force buy not going the way they intended. Yugi, the bell tolls for someone else. Zamal shut down 2 players, trying to find their individual picks to maybe get this back to a favorable clutch situation. Well, I don't see it happening. Can't count out Juice yet. Panda scratches him off the scoreboard, and DGL is waiting for this push, feels something in the force, gets the mirror matchup, but now moving towards exactly 1 shot, either from a headshot or a body shot. This just might not be doable unless Yugi completely whiffs. 2 shots from the Stinger at close range. This could be doable. Taking into the wrong direction. Stymied by the wall. And there Yugi picks up a 3K.
Very, very good. That is going to be 12-8. Noxious Green slowly clawing it back into a favorable position. And again, didn't use any ultimates, But now PoppyCam does have the no command of their own to use in counter. And at the end of the day, Final Form still only need one. They only need to have one round go their way. Noxious Green still have to be perfect. But it's looking far more feasible. It's going to be yet another full buy round across the board. And this is going to be a true full buy. Full shields and Vandals across the board. It is as even as you can get. Especially
so much
as the
information
Hunter's
given
Fury.
out. Yeah. And now Final Form have to reconsider. Are they going to stay their time? It is still 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. They could definitely fake a rotation, spread themselves out, and see if there can be any mistakes coming out from the side of Noxious, but Ostino isn't in a position to flank. They're completely happy with the state of their zone, especially with RT's cam covering that B main. The null command does go out. The only ult on the side of Final Form, and Zamal pushes straight into the crosshairs of Jwoo. That's the last person onto site. There is no capitulation. Yugi, king of games, shuts him down. And that's grinding to a standstill, 2v5, unless Juice is finding some more impact. Now RT has to contend with two angles,
Spike down A.
but only one remains, and Juice falls to the mirror. Don't worry. Yeah?
Yeah, unfortunately, Juice was able to pull out the 1v3 clutch in the first half, not able to do it in the second. And now we're back again on the eco round, but it looks like it's going to be maybe a little bit of a force. It's going to be a Marshall and a Stinger getting picked up from the side of Final. And we're slowly crawling our way back. Every round, it just seems like Noxious, led by Panda, who has, I think, gotten the opening pick in the last 4 rounds in a row. Absolutely coming up clutch for the team when they need it the most. And it actually looks like it's going to be a pretty much a different approach coming from Final Form here, as it's going to be aggressive push through
Maybe
halls.
not this one. But again, Yugi being so pressured, all of that attacker being streamlined from door. However, DGL still locking it down, able to get a Vandal in the process and put that spike in a 2v3. Tommy still has to hold the line as their hands are occupied. Panda shuts him down, but it's TGL ready to make an impact, completely ringing around the Rosie. They might not suspect a thing, but as they round that corner, they know one thing or another, TGL is going down. Oh my gosh. And it's that thing you said. They are always thinking one more round of this force buy, and we can just close the map out. But that one more round is costing them so many times, and look at their economy, almost to shambles, but they do have the full buy.
Yeah, they are going to get full buy, but this possibly could be the last full buy they have of this half. If they lose this, they go down, or not down, they're technically still up 11-12, but they're going to be on an eco, and they could very easily go 12-12. And I mentioned it in the last game, but if you're up 10-2, 12-4, and you just keep thinking, all right, one more round, but that one more round never comes, and suddenly it becomes 12-12, and you're going to overtime, that mental is shattered. There's nothing left. So they need to, for their own sake, especially as they go into map number 2, they need to secure a win here in the next 2 rounds in order for their mental to be kept straight. But it looks like they're going to favor this A push yet again, and they had the Viper's Pit to back it up this time.
Spike planted.
This, no information is getting over, no heads are shown except Yugi getting caught on the reload. Zamal with an advantage already. They're just snowballing this as DGL might be found in this smoke. But Ostino still trying to spray through, finds a bit of flak themselves. Just caught out on the end of it, and this is done unless NXS want to do something about it. And it's a 13-10. That's the one more round they needed. That was it.
That was it. One more round, almost mirror identical to the last game where we had a dominant first half and then simulated dominant second half after getting to match point. Noxious Green gotten so much closer, just missed the mark. But they do end up finishing in a defeat. Final Form come out on top in map number 1 here on Breeze, 13-10. We're going to be taking it over to map 2 on Icebox. But before we go, just a couple quick announcements. Of course, if you're just now joining us, you haven't heard the spiel. But if you have, you've already heard it. We have Divisions coming out. It's going to be in January. $3,000 on the line to be played for. Go check it out, and you can find all the information you would ever want on all of our social medias and our website and our Discord. Come check it out. It's a great time, and there's a lot of money to be earned. So we will be right back, where we're going to be going into map number 2 as Final Form take map number 1.
or are we going to have
Oh,
something interesting come
righty.
through?
We are underway, ladies and gentlemen, and we are getting right into the action. Agent Select is already coming in fast and hot, as 8 of the 10 are already picked. If you're just now joining us, we are going into map number 2 on Icebox for our grand finals here, where we have Final Form versus Noxious Green, where Noxious Green actually picked Breeze first, and then had a little bit of a blowout in the first half, but was able to pull it back to a 10-12. Unfortunately, fell at the final hurdle, losing 13-10. But we are now going into Icebox, which is Final Form's pick. And we actually saw Noxious Green have a really, really good map here just 2 maps ago. So I'm expecting some really good things. And
Killjoy
yeah,
is coming out.
yes, Killjoy. My name's Soren. Joining me, Silky. Silky, what are your thoughts? We see the teams now. You've already seen Icebox at least once today. What are you expecting here?
I am so glad that it is not a mirror pick and that the minute, like, the round deciders are not like decided by who is on what side. You know, like
Yeah.
I don't want this to be a blowout for the first half, and I don't want this to be a blowout in the other way for the second half. I want this to blow up and just be a mayhem of 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, that kind of action. And I hope this is what is going to happen. DGL taking a pretty standard position over on B, but doesn't seem like it's a surefire push yet, as the bomb is dropped near A. Yes, Jwoo doesn't pick it up. Just a little default 2 going over towards Tube. Panda gonna meet that turret, set off its alarm, and Zamal, uses it as cover to avoid a headshot, and instead takes down Ostino. Juice shutting down any hope of a push towards A, taking so much space. They just have to funnel straight into mid through Tube and hopefully find some picks here. Panda gonna swing straight into 3 crosshairs. Unfortunate. And Juice, good for 1. Jwoo has to clutch this up. Not much pressure, but sitting on that 0-1 record in this series, gonna feel it start to burn very, very soon.
Yeah, no, that is going to be round number 1 going over to Final Form. Very convincingly as well, I must add. Not exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of Noxious Green here, seeing as how the last time we saw Final Form on defense went. But we are going to be going into the second round. Exactly what you'd expect. It's actually going to be almost a full save minus Panda, who picks up the Sheriff. So it should go into the way of Final Form, who have Marshals and Spectres and the whole 9 yards to deal with this anti-eco round.
Out of charges, right here.
They are shaping up, trying to have a last hurrah, and there goes RT, beating his mirror matchup. The 2 Sentinels having their battle of the wits, and 3v4. But only 2 are you have to contend with if you're Jwoo, and that's the first one you're gonna see. However, RT unable to support his buddy over there in maze, hidden in that labyrinth, and now, Tommy nearly gives his life over. RT has to contend with a flank, but the timing might not work out as he's preoccupied with that dart. Spots DGL, an awkward interaction. Eventually sprayed down at range. Nothing really more he could do.
Yeah, only 1 falling for Final Form, but now you're expecting the full buys to come out. But after quite a convincing round here, we might see Juice pick up a rifle. Possibly. They teased it a little bit, but it is certainly going to be a full buy minus some light shields on the side of Noxious Green. And, I mean, they really need to start making their way into this game, especially after having such a rough first map. They need to get this underway, because not only do they need to win this, but they should really attempt to win this convincingly. Because if they can win this convincingly, they can get the confidence and that ego boost that they need. They already had a pretty good second half in the last map. They need to compound on it.
Things being played very, very slowly. RT trying to jump spot any aggression towards rafters, or even 410. Kind of getting spotted out by the drone, especially tagged by the recon bolt. And everything still stays the way it was, just a little bit of utility expended from the side of Final Form. And RT locking down that angle where no one is. It looks like everyone's forming their line. The big caterpillar towards the belly of Juice. Let's see exactly how this plays out.
Very deep position, and actually will not get spotted by that dart either way.
Ooh! Shut
And
down
get wet.
Ostino.
30 seconds left.
Vipers, this is what you get. And RT killing their counterpart. I think we've seen so many Chamber Viper matchups that my eyes are going gold and green. There's Yugi planting the spike. Does go down without a hitch. The wall, getting lasered out by Tommy and Poppy Cam. And it's now all down to RT to try to keep them at bay as they are winning in this close range situation. Spots Tommy out. Oh, catches him off guard. And that's a clutch.
Very, very sketchy, especially as that was their full by bonus round. I mean, only taking one rifle into the next round is not amazing. It's also going to hurt the economy. They're only going to be able to bring a handful of rifles, a Guardian included in that, into this round. Meanwhile, Final Form have the full kit and caboodle. Only one picking up the light shield as the rest have Vandals. I mean, I said Noxious Green need to win that quite convincingly. Get the confidence.
Careful.
Juice.
Spotted out. The timing could not be worse. And that is an advantage given over, and especially that's your kind of first line of defense. And you see DGL having to play behind yellow, an unfavorable position for someone who doesn't have a get out of jail free card. If they get spotted out, I'm looking at that line of sight on the map and just cannot see if that pixel goes through. Nope, they don't. They are safe for the time being. But the monster is hunting. The panda is angry. And Ostino finds two on the flank. And it looks like Noxious Green are in a very good position to walk straight into DGL's toxins. Playing around this yellow box. Let's see how much impact they can truly have. Trying to play past that utility. Hurt a little bit. Dodging bullets like Neo. Are they going to be the savior of their world? Zamal, however, stepping up and creating so much equalization in the numbers. But Jaewoo and Yugi just too strong.
Yeah, very, very good round. It's also going to be a few extra bucks in the pocket thanks to that plant at the very end. But man, Noxious Green immediately fired back, and with a little bit of patience, just immediately claw back into this game. They are in a really good position now. They only lost 2 rifles. They easily buy them back. Their economy's in a really good spot to buy out next round, regardless of what happens. Final Form on an eco. This is pretty much the perfect situation for Noxious Green to immediately turn this game back on its head, to immediately take the advantage, especially after last game. Again, did not go great start, but the defense leaning heavily towards A. There's only one defender here to meet this very aggressive 5-man push, but then they're gonna have to deal with the 4 on flank.
DGL playing aim labs with the utility, and as that toxin goes down, I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold out for longer, but Zamal is here to be tech support. And RT trying to find another angle, but Panda is the one to stave off the flank as the other end opens up, and now they can make their way onto site. However, the timing does work out for the defenders right here, as they are allowed this angle and maybe a little bit more utility damage. Ostino getting that plant down, shrouded by their teammates. Now Poppycam has to find as much impact as he can.
Team Ace.
Nothing out of the Stinger and the Classic. That was a 4-spy, wasn't it? No, it wasn't.
It was not. Unfortunately, it was not. So or unfortunately for Noxious, as they probably wish they would have won that convincingly with a bonus. But no, that is still going to be full rifles and a full buy across the boards, full shields included. And that means we have one of the first truly equal rounds in this map so far.
Don't get ahead of yourself. There is still an opening for a 10-2 half.
Let's play.
There is, absolutely there is, but Panda immediately getting taken out.
Immediately brought back too. Sage says, "Do not worry. We're gonna be here for you. Give you all the support we need to try and make this equal." Artie kills the other well-dressed man, but too distracted by the possibilities. And DGL does get revenge. Playing a little bit more back, some space is going to be conceded, but arguably that is a stronger position to hold from, just if they are not caught off guard by Panda, and DGL is too wise, they know. However, Yugi is able to find a single kill onto Zamal. That's all they want, really. As the Viper pit goes down, there is an opportunity to play post-plant now. However, DGL cannot find another. Maybe they could counter with their own Viper's Pit. Who knows? This could be a very interesting round as man advantage is given over, doubled over in the way of final form. Ostino slinking around in the smoke, getting out for just a bit, knowing that they're going to start their push at some point. Yes, the Mirror Viper does put the pit down, but Ostino is still favored. DGL's pit goes down. The defuse has started though. Tommy is bluffing and Ostino calls it. He has their number. Zamal goes down, digitized, decimated, brutal, wrecked, savage.
Ostino, I said it the last time we were on Icebox, but if you are in a 1v3 situation, a 1v2, 1v4, it doesn't matter. If you are in a clutch situation and you could only have one piece of utility to work with, you are going to want that Viper's Pit. That Viper ultimate immediately gives you the advantage, especially here on B with such close angles. Massive, and Ostino not shy to clutches either. Even seen it in the last map where they unfortunately were not able to pull through. Man, coming up massive. 4-2 is now the round count. The first time they've had the advantage in a map so far this series. And they
look at PoppyCam. Look at PoppyCam with the aggressive position. Can they find something? However, most of Noxious are positioned back until finally PoppyCam meets the end of RT's barrel. Unfortunately, there is an even trade. Panda taken out of the equation, Juice 2. So that is some holding potential destroyed, especially because KJ's utility is... Oh, no. They still have A-Site in lockdown. KJ is having so much presence right here. And that's exactly what Noxious recognize as they do reconsider this push. 4v4. They could go anywhere. The world is their oyster, sliding around this icebox.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Final Form, there's not a lot of ultimates for them to use to try to hold off or play for a retake if they want to try to challenge with this low buy, seeing as they invested a lot of it into the last round. They're Noxious in a really good spot. They are going to invest the Hunter's Fury to try to clear out and get a little bit of information over on A.
It was a
put some
bait.
presence there and move their way over
was a
towards
fake ultimate. as Yugi trying to find the straggler on site and does spray DGL down. So many shots missed, and especially Zamal finds another. Ostino goes down. Very, very quiet. Everything's going down until the util starts being launched, and Yugi catches out Tommy. A free kill given over to RT with no repercussions in positioning. PoppyCam has to find 3 here, almost impossible. Gets crouch peek, and that is the end of their story.
Yugi coming up massive with 4 kills. Also, just what I mentioned, Yugi used their ultimate in the last round. use their ultimate res at the very beginning, and they're already back at 6 out of 8 ultimate points. Yugi coming in massive when they need to, and really farming ultimate points at this point. But that is going to be the timeouts coming from Final Form, who do need a little bit of a break. They've only been able to pick up the anti-eco and the pistol in this half. So whatever they're trying has not really been working. Even when they are in the advantageous position, 3-1, 2-1, it just seems like Noxious Green has the number, which is a little bit weird, seeing as they were so dominant on defense in the first map, which was Noxious Green's pick, and now switching over to Icebox on defense yet again, which was their pick. They are now very much struggling, but hopefully with a timeout, a little bit of a mental reset, especially as they are going to be on a full buy, so they'll be able to utilize whatever tactics they want to after this break. They should be in a good position to climb back into it. They're not out yet. It's only 5-2, and it's very easy to climb back from that deficit.
Setting up right here, putting the final touches on their masterpiece. And the traps are laid. 3 sentinels on the side of Final Form. So much stopping power put towards the entire map. You have their chamber being posted up, being the first line of defense for any belt peak. And yes, Yugi's gonna try exactly that. Let's see if they can find him. Clearing out the corners, just missed by a smidgen. I couldn't even see that myself.
If you get a haircut.
Exactly. But that was a little bit hair raising. I'll raise you that. And now everything is moving, crawling up tube. The Killjoy is going to be the first one to know. Zamal is ready with their turret in kitchen, putting it smartly there to catch the first one. Sneaking up, Ostino. Are you going to be the first one to face the robot, face the metal, face the music? DGL spraying actually kills Panda, locking down that area of the map, installing. Oh, Yugi. Okay, good for 2. Keeps man advantage. Poppy Cam ready for another swing. But the KJ's turret is gone. Kitchen control is given over to Noxious. And now Ostino deletes Juice. There we go, Poppy Cam with another pick onto the Beast site. This post plant is looking more and more deadly. As that map control is solidified, they do get an in from Snowman. Looping around the central building, Ostino does take down Tommy, and it's all down to the 1v1. Poppy Cam, can he successfully fake this out? 35, that's a one-shot anywhere, and so is Jaewoo. Oh! Jaewoo takes what he wants, takes what he deserves. That's a 6-2 scoreline.
Again, even in their favorable positions at 3v2 there, it still seems like Noxious is just so comfortable. They pull it out, bring it 6-2, and that's gotta hurt, especially the round after a timeout with a full buy. But looking towards it again, it's still not insurmountable. It's only a 4-round deficit. Noxious have 2 ultimates. Meanwhile, Final Form unfortunately have none, but they are just a few ultimate points away from having about 2 or 3. So they're still in a pretty good position to have a good, solid second half of this half. But
Panda taking an early pick. That's only 1 defender left on A site. This is going to be so easy to force him out using that util, and that's exactly what happens. Site given over to Noxious, but Juice has to find something here. Jaewoo recognizes the possibility of a flank. He has his number, but Juice has his aim. So beautiful of a shot, and everything is crumbling as Final Form are trying to get back onto the site. They do, but at what cost? DGL being downed, and Tommy left alone, stranded by the dice with luck not on his side. Good for 1. That's all.
Yeah, it was an eco round, so not all that surprising that it's going to be 7 rounds now going over to Noxious, who, I mean, I'm seeing flashbacks to the last time we saw them on Icebox just a few maps ago, where they had a really, really strong half, though that one did start on defense. We've already seen Noxious have a really good defense, so I'm really interested to see if that will persist as we are getting closer to that half switch. But again, Noxious still holding on to those 2 ultimates, not really finding a need for them. But now, Final Form are actually only a few away from having all of their ultimates on hand. Everyone only 2 or 3 points away at most.
Funny you should say that, because Final Form are theoretically on paper supposed to be doing the most on defense. Look at their 3 Sentinel setup. Poppycam does put another one in the ground, but
You will not kill my ally.
risen out of the grave comes Panda. The rest, the forest conservation efforts are certainly doing him favors. Yuki with a clean snap. The revenge of the sages this round. That's what's going on. As another push is positioned towards A. Everything is in place. They trap. Oh, they don't even shoot it.
Well, they're not expecting
Creating
this.
doubt. Yeah, creating doubt, creating confusion in the B defenders. They will have 2 to contend with in Maze, and there goes Poppycam. Good for 2. Still not enough to make it a favorable man advantage for them.
Spike planted.
And the ever so dreaded Viper's Pit is going to be invested as well. And that's going to make it really difficult. We've already seen Osentino pull 1v3 out of nothing with this ultimate. How are they going to do when they have the man advantage 3-2?
That Viper's Pit, though. We've seen it be disabled. We've seen it taken down. But can they truly do that again? Yes, they can! Viper's Pit goes down. When the smoke clears, what's left on the battlefield? It's a lone DGL tagged out. Nowhere to run. And Jehu takes...
I mean, 8-2, Noxious, clinical, absolutely clinical. Their economy in the bank. They are going to be set up pretty much for the rest of the half. No matter how these next 2 rounds go, they are fully set. On the other side, Final Form, not so much. This is going to be an eco round. This is going to be hopefully the last eco round they have to deal with on this defensive side. So it's going to be a little bit rough. I wouldn't be surprised if they do end up falling short here, but a 9-3 or even an 8-4 is still very much possible. We've seen teams just today come back from huge deficits, including Noxious Green. So if they can just close the gap a little bit, just a little bit, and bring it to a 9-3, 8-4, they will be in a very good position as they switch over to the defense, or excuse me, switch over to the attack. But it all starts round to round, and Osino is actually fully expecting this very aggressive push-up from Poppycam.
The wall does go up, kind of shutting down Poppycam's pursuits immediately. But this is a bait, maybe. When the wall goes down, where are you going? Not B. So Poppycam wants to press the issue straight into Yugi's face. There it goes. Couple rounds of 9mm. All good, all good. And now they are at a man deficit. And Noxious might have themselves a little bit of trouble going into this anti-eco. And Zamal still holding down this under 2 position.
30 seconds.
Misses the timing on a peek and tries to recoup that fallen comrade. Nothing happens and his position is lost even. Here's the satchel onto the tube. He doesn't want to aggress. Surrounded from all sides, has to just make a choice on where to put their utility. Jaewoo suffers a little bit of damage. And Zamal, ooh, can you do it? Ostino clears him out. And DGL moving through, 3 men. Trying to push through the Hunter's Fury, clears it out, and Juice! Looking juicy as ever, able to shut down Jaewoo, prevent him from doing any more impact, and RT looping around, giving up his own map control, just to put a dent in all of their plans, put a wrench into that engine. RT, what is this avant-garde nonsense? splattering their brains over the canvas, but that's not what's going to happen. Well, a beautiful explosion from the spike. There it is. 9-2.
Last round in the half.
9-2. Not amazing. Very, very close. They were able to just about pull out all the kills, but not enough to get the defuse. Very unfortunate, but that was also on an eco round, so that's going to really help out their economy in this final round. That means they're going to get a full buy coming out from everyone, including all shields. But notably, there are still 4 ultimates on hand for the defense. Final form, they've been waiting patiently for these ultimates to come online, and they are fully here. 4 against 2, they should be able to get an advantage.
Gives over himself. Just a little bit too aggressive with the tour de force, and that is, it's poking out of the angle and has such a disadvantage against the mid aggressors that it's almost a shame that he thought he could take it. But interesting things have been coming out, and Panda punished for their aggression. DGL goes down in a blaze of glory. Poppycam does even it out. Situation looks very dire, actually. They have to cross this out, but negated is the KJ lockdown. Jwoo gonna fire that Hunter's Fury last, and Artie takes Tommy down, gets away with his life. And Juice returns with one of his own. Zamal closing it out with clean headshots on all of the attackers, and that's a 3-9 half. And look, this curse might be better than a 10-2 half. Like,
I was just about to say, what a shame. Poor Soki comes in for the first cast in like a year and a half, and the first 3 maps, all the first halves go 10-2. But no, finally the curse is broken. That is going to be a 9-3, which, I mean, I don't even need to say it. The curse is real. I mean, the curse is real. We all know it. So I'm not going to say anything because Caster's Curse is also truly a thing, and I'm very much a perpetual violator of it. But we are now going to see the halves get swapped. The defense has pretty much struggled so far on Icebox, but we know that maybe this could be anyone's game still. It's almost identical in buys, only a frenzy getting picked up by Artie. And it looks like an aggressive push into A.
Yes, Juice trying to find a headshot. Eventually does after some considerable effort. Now that hiding on 410, protected by the walls. As Jwoo gets a free kill onto Poppycam. So does Panda as the Discovery attack is found. And now another tag coming out. More information as the free member. Remember, the 3v3 is on the site, but there's the last denominator coming out from the flank. No flank is available as Artie just goes ham with a frenzy in a frenzy of his own. Double headshots.
There it is. 10-3. They are able to secure it. And this, you might be surprised because I don't get it either. But Breeze was actually Final Form's pick. Was actually Noxious Green's pick. And Icebox was Noxious Green's. So how we have, or Final Forms. So I don't know how we have gotten it to one team dominates their opponent's pick, but that's how it is. It is 10-3. We are getting close here to the end, possibly, maybe. You never know. The last 3 maps have been all-out brawls almost to overtime, even though they've been quite one-sided. But now it looks like Final Form are going to attempt to try to change their destiny. They all brought out stingers, so they're going to try to force this second round to switch it back into their favor. And it's going to be a very aggressive push into A.
Right here.
This has been stymied by the walls, but they're coming out with a wall of their own, just enough to get 4 members onto site. And there's Artie with a second headshot, hunting for a third, but doesn't get it. Tommy playing a very, very dangerous position. But nothing capitalized on the side of Noxious. Tommy's seen, though, got the hairpin angle. And there we go. 2 revealed on screens, but where's the last one? Coming through rafters. Tommy has to contend with him. Jaewoo biding his time, not gonna give any mistakes over until now. Poppy Cam goes ham. So does Tommy with the assist, but Panda has your number, and you know exactly where they are.
Yeah, Panda taking it into their own hands. That brings it 11-3. And with that, it's a pretty dominant showing here for the defensive side. Noxious are immediately trying to close this out, though. We've seen this time and time before. They get to these final stages. Both of these teams get to the final stages and start to struggle a little bit. So it's going to be up to Noxious. They do have a little bit of a better chance. There's only 3 rifles and their Guardians and Bulldogs in the hands of Final Form, because they did try to force through with the Spectres or Stingers in the last round. So it's not a perfect buy. This is going to be a very scrappy round, and it looks to be very scrappy as there's just a massive push coming up through B main. Panda finds the very aggressive chamber, jumps down, and immediately gets some damage, but not enough to get the kill. The attack is now fully into play. 3 defenders left standing. They don't check Jaewoo. He's gonna find one, get the dink onto the KJ, but it's not gonna be enough. But they do have Spike. Now, already from the back, Snowman finds one, and Noxious. They had the opportunity, and it looks like they're trying to seize it. 2v1. Tommy, only a Guardian in hand, can't do it, as Ostino, coming up clutch so many times before, finishes it out. Brings us to match point, 12-3. But at this point in this series, in this tournament, it seems like even if you're at match point, it's never enough to get the match points. You need to finish it out. So there's no time to take a breath. There's still more gameplay.
Yeah. And 12-3. The 9-3 curse isn't real. I think your caster curse kind of negated that. On the precipice of a win. But Final Form are putting their back into it. They're trying their best to keep their lead. But they can't afford to lose this. Close out the last map, and Noxious, they are back to square one. However, just with a little bit more pressure as Panda lays it onto Zamal. A good trade comes out of Juice to even it up, get them guessing on where they're going. But the spike isn't on B. It's just a lot of pressure coming out from that wall and that chamber setup. With the res, they have more options. A 2v... a 3v2 on A site, shut down back to a 2v2, and the last one is a Sova. Jaewoo takes down Juice, stalls the plant, stalls the aggression onto B, but Noxious are none the wiser. They don't know that it's going all the way to B, especially because so much time has passed since setting up that there can't be a spike plant, right? That had to be a fake. And now Jaewoo letting some steam back, pushing to get back with his teammates, and waiting the KJ lockdown out.
This is a very dangerous position here for Noxious as well, because these 3 agents on the attacking side are all great for post plant. All of them, Molly, shock darts. They have all the tools they need to stall this out as needed.
The stalls caught out in a worst moment, and Ostino gets away with one, but it still is a match point situation. Final Form may want to give it their all, try to come back to overtime, and you see so many like last breaths. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, states, if faced between the choice of death and escape, and you cut that escape off for the enemy will surely fight the hardest. And hopefully that comes out from Final Form, because we do want to see a really, really captivating game.
Yeah, absolutely. No one likes to see a blowout. And I mean, at this point, it has been quite one-sided, and it looks like they're actually going to be going for a default, a little bit of a different setup as they have been, pretty much hitting sites full on and then going for the rotation quite early. But it looks like they're just going to be met with patience coming out from Noxious. The only player really pushed up is Panda, who is sitting up on top of box over towards B. Meanwhile, Artie waiting patiently for anyone to try to push through A with this tour de force in hand. Patience is the name of the game.
I'd say it's a really forward position just because the tour de force exerts, well, force over such a long distance, but as soon as he gives up that space, it is on. Panda goes down, the only bastion on B, well, getting replenished by another person coming towards that, but that's a complete fake! They lose that consciousness of, well, there was some pressure towards RT, and yeah, A is completely taken over. Unless JW wants to make something happen. RT does, shoots Poppy in the belly, and Tommy is hungry for more. He wants to make sure JW never sets foot on the A site. Yugi
Last player standing.
accounted for, not eliminated. Juice has to do something, waits for that wall to break, gets him off the defuse. That's not enough. And Noxious.
Oh, it's gonna be close.
It was very close.
Defenders win.
Now to men.
That is going to be game number 2 going into Noxious Gaming's hands, which, I mean, this is the first time with Silky that we have had a pretty cut and dry game. It's finally a team that has had a dominant performance in the first half, close it out early in the second. That is going to make the series count 1-1, which means we are going to map number 3. The first time we've seen it today, Fracture will be the battleground of choice, the only one left. But before we take a quick break until we go over there, just yet another announcement. We've said it so many times before, but divisions in January, $3,000 on the line to be played for. Go check it out, and you can find all the information on our wonderful social media pages, our Discord, or our website. Go check it out. It'll be a lot of fun, a lot of money to be earned. But yeah, we'll be right back. Game number 3, map number 3 of the Grand Finals in SkyBell Series number 12. Don't go anywhere. All right. We are getting right into it. Map number
Instant neon.
3 of the best of 3 here for the IGL SkyBell Series number 12 Grand Finals. If you're just now joining us, we have had quite a run to get here. We have Final Form versus Noxious Green. Both teams winning each other's map, not their own, in quite domination fashion, to be honest. At certain points, it's been a time, but we are getting underway. My name is Soren. Joining me is Silky, and we are on Fracture. And you are absolutely right. It's an instant pick Neon, and it looks like it's going to be traded in kind with Samuel picking it up. And man, it looks like it's going to be close, but not quite of a mirror pick. Silky, how are you feeling? Fracture, first time we're seeing it today.
Oh, I am sick of Viper, and I'm glad they picked Brimstone because we need some of that authority in here. Let's see exactly how that Cypher versus Chamber plays out. I know that Chamber is very, very strong here, but also, again, Cypher's recent buffs. I'm very excited to see what's coming into play with those longer trips and that high sensitive information. Already had trying to get it in. Oh, and 2 others on the other side of the attack to 4. Let's see exactly where they're going to come in from. Yeah, maybe towards A. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm quite excited. I am a little bit nervous about Final Form's team composition, as it is lacking a dedicated opper. The only one who'd really, or excuse me, not Final Form, Noxious Green is the only one who would really be good as a standard opper would be probably the Neon, but who knows? Maybe they're just gonna forego the op entirely. But it looks like the defense is just gonna push aggressively into this attacker spawn.
Foiled their plans. Understands that, hey, there might be a possibility of a split push, a default towards the other side of the map. Okay, well, let's just plow through one side, and then with our heightened numbers and a little bit more damage onto the remaining side, take them down as well. But it seems that it's worked a lot less well. Oh no. I've been confused by the colors. Yes, it's worked perfectly. It is just Artie on the Cypher trying to find something.
Yeah, not the best position to be in, but does have the frenzy, can do some serious damage.
One explosion of light, and RT can see everything, but sees his own demise.
Yeah, again, very unfortunate. Already stuck in that position, not where you want to be, especially as the round started only a few seconds prior. So not the best, but we are going to be seeing the defense pull first round together, Final Form, which they were able to in the last game as well, but unfortunately didn't go their way. So, we'll see. Hopefully this map is a lot more of a 2-team affair rather than the one-sided affairs that we've been getting so far. But it looks like this defense is actually going to be playing very, very aggressively here.
Preemptive stun right there, but Zamal doesn't care about all those bells and whistles. He wants to shake it in their face, saying, hey, don't try that. Or I'll just beat you back 10 times harder and 3 times harder, because no advantage 4 has been given over to Noxious. RT trying to hold on for his dear life as the pain train comes, and that's a Spectre ace on the eco round. That's the first ace in this series, I think, and the actual eco ace that we saw.
Yeah, this is the first ace that we have seen today on stream. Very, very nice. It was an eco ace, so not quite, full buy, but we take what we can get here. And quite convincingly picked up. I think they only lost 1 member in the process. And Zamal actually already has the overdrive on hand because of that ace. So, if they get the numbers down right, they are in a pretty good position, maybe bringing it to a 2v1. Never mind. They're just gonna pop it aggressively and push through.
Stunned, but no capitalization. Sees a tripwire, dashes out, but the tracking isn't quite there. Go back to Overwatch. Wait a second, no need.
One enemy remaining.
Everything works out, and that's just Breach left alone to defend for himself. Man, a buy just wasted, just torn down right in front of their eyes.
My jaw was on the floor. So we've seen a lot of dominant games so far, but we have yet to see a 3-0 start to any half. So Final Form immediately have come into this map not playing around. They are here to win. They are here for that $300 or that winning share of the $300.
There.
And they are coming in massive. We are actually seeing the operator get pulled out as well. So Juice now with that chamber has the tool of choice. Meanwhile, it's only sheriffs in the hands of Noxious Green. And it's going to be a difficult task to overcome this seemingly insurmountable weapon disadvantage. But they're just going to try to push on the site very aggressively.
The Maul has a 10 KD and it doesn't seem to want to go down. Oh, well, there we go. Back to 5, and that's a 2v3. Artie already so far ahead. Hasn't picked up the bomb, seeing himself trapped in that unfavorable position. Yugi pops out of the smoke just to take down DGL. No worries for him. As he's gonna pull out the magic. Not quite. Negated by Juice.
Yeah, unfortunately, there did not have all the information they needed to pull out that clutch, but was able to cause a little bit of damage. They are going to be able to full buy out, but, you know, going 4-0 up is quite nice for the economy, as Final Form are just going to be able to full buy yet again. They kept the operator as well, so they are looking very, very healthy right now. Noxious Green are still getting into it. They're not down and out. You know, Astino and Artie are still putting up some numbers, but they are going to need to flip one of these rounds in order to try to get a foothold here. Because right now it just seems like Final Form are not giving Noxious Green any room to breathe.
It's, yeah, that room, like, a lot of it is just being disrespected by especially Zamal and that kind of fast rotation you see out of the Neon. It's mind-boggling to see Noxious with kind of the same kit getting stalled while they should be the ones pushing out. They should be the ones capitulating on those weak points in the defenses, and that's what they're doing right there with the wall, creating some space. Panda tries to take the first duel. Artie trades. And Zamal, Artie almost gets away with his life, but that cage is going to go down. Astino punishes. And there we go. There's exactly what we wanted to see out of Noxious. DGL goes down, makes a sound, and drops to the ground. Juice caught on the timing.
Oh no.
Yugi watches him as he flounders about like a fish out of water.
There we go. That's exactly what we need to see. We see that come through, that first round for them, and a foothold to get into this map number 3 of the grand finals. Exactly what you want to see, and they did it in quite a convincing fashion as well, only losing 1, so they are going to be quite healthy economically. But you know, Final Form going 4-0 up, like I said before, very healthy as well, so they are going to full buy out again with yet another operator, so they should be in a pretty good spot. But now it looks like both teams, neither one really want to be the aggressors here, as both seem to be playing pretty close to chest here. A does seem to be the most open with 2 pushed up aggressive, with only 1 trip holding the dish area. And it looks like Yugi's going to test the waters.
Exactly, and baits out the suppression. And that was their intention. But with more and more clears coming out of both Zamal and PoppyCam, it's more and more apparent that the focus is on B. Can they sniff this out? Juice takes down 1. There's Panda going away. Practically extinct at this point. at the bottom of the scoreboard with 0 and 6. But they're not counted out just yet. In their lush forests of the B site, can they claw it back? Poppycam with a little tree of his own, making it doot. And RT is gone.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no.
Everything collapses around them. Their foolproof plan, their outsmarting has been outsmarted by Bullet, as the Heavy from Team Fortress 2 would describe. And that's the defuse coming through. Yugi able to find an exit frag, and that's it. Oh, doesn't want to take another duel. Almost finds the head of DGL. There we go.
Yeah, very, very close. But unfortunately, Yugi did a really good job to keep the defenders over on B. But unfortunately, as the rest of their attacking friends get mowed down on B, they're left over on A. So, not amazing. But that is going to be 5-1 now for the round count from Final Form, who have done a really, really good job holding these sites. Now, seeing that the default didn't work, it looks like it's going to be another attempt to possibly mad dash here on the B, and there's actually no one really looking for them, though there is a 3-man hold here.
So much space taken over by those early smokes in the walls. Panda finds one, but the Rolling Thunder comes through, and Zamal just takes and reaps the benefits of that position. Jaewoo putting so much damage on the Spectre's high rate of fire, certainly mitigating some of the stun inaccuracy. And then Tommy waiting just beyond the smoke. Gonna put a tremor down.
One enemy remaining.
Just caught on the edge of that dissipation by RT, and it's all onto Jaewoo to make sure that Spike stays healthy and working. Juice doesn't reconsider them. Oh, actually flicks onto Jaewoo and ends it. The possibility of a denial. 6-1.
6-1, yeah. No, another instance of the first half being a little bit one-sided, at least so far, as Final Form are seemingly reaching their final form here, as the defense has just been stellar. They now have racked up 2 more ultimates, the Tour de Force and the Orbital Strike Online. Tour de Force may be a little bit redundant, as Juice does have an operator in hand and has the economy to work with if they ever lose it, but it's still always nice to have in the back pocket. However, Panda has finally got the overdrive online, and maybe that little oomph, that little bit of firepower is exactly what they need, and it looks like they're gonna bank on that, though the silence from the KO knife is gonna put a halt into that push.
And they don't want to be quiet now, as everything is coming to a head. So much space taken by that Panda. A big beast onto the ace side. Zamal punishes their aggression, and the trips go down. The last bastion, the Sentinel, rendered almost ineffective, able to give Zamal the space he needs to zero out Ostino. Zamal can't forget about the breach. Long though, Aftershock goes through and sprayed through the smoke. Any sign of an initiative deleted?
Yeah, I mean, it was looking good, but man, Final Form on this defensive half, it just looked so strong. I mean, immediately shutting down that overdrive completely cuts off the attack. They don't have the firepower to push their way onto site, actually, and then by the time they do make their way on the site, the rest of the team is rotated over already, and they just get mowed down in the mid space. I mean, very, very good from Final Form. They are reaching their final form, but man, Noxious Green, they're struggling here. They had a rough first map, but they had a really, really strong second hit map, and I was really expecting this third map to be kind of like a brawl like we saw earlier in the day in the lower stages of the competition, but man, Final Form, something must have clicked, and you know that short break that we had between maps, because now they look like they are ready to win. But it's going to be a timeout coming out from Noxious Green, of course. They are going to be able to get a full buy here, though they don't really have any ultimates to work with. They're going to have to make the strategy work. It's going to be a little bit difficult because it seems like defaulting has not really worked out for them, nor has very aggressive pushing. nor is just general pushing and rotating. So the options are getting a little bit slim, but they're gonna have to make it work, especially as they're going up against a little bit of a tough task with that Tour de Force still online, and now Zamal's overdrive. Zamal, by the way, 14-5-3 within 8 rounds. So immediately creating an impact here on map number 3.
Zamal showing a stellar performance, kind of the deciding factor here. But the other members of Final Form aren't letting up just yet. Zamal in such a forward position. They need to get those picks. Otherwise, they're basically caught out for a free kill. And there it is. Unable to escape. Pinned. If you're playing under rope, it is very dicey for you. The suppress comes through. Stalling their push just by a little. Giving time over to maybe Tommy to rotate. But that's not what's happening. They want to catch the lurker. That's going to be Juice's job as he looks to kill his counterpart. Doesn't want to lose this operator, though. So they have to make the choice. Juice leaves, but comes back. Oh, everything's coming to a head as this front starts to take the site.
30 seconds
And with RT finally getting that lurk onto Juice, Noxious played that almost perfectly.
Yeah, exploding on the site, not giving them room to breathe. I mean, that was the most successful round that we've had yet since, the opening couple rounds, of course.
For sure.
But, man, really, really well played for Noxious Green. That explosion of pressure is exactly what they needed to do to make their way on the site. And then, I think a couple of the 50-50 duels went their way, so very, very good. But now, it's a matter of compounding on that, getting a second round in a row, because they have been able to pick up one round before, but it was followed by 3 losses. If they could start putting round after round together, put 2, 3 together in a row, this might be a lot better half than what it's currently shaping up to be.
The push
And they're
is
already
slowed
making their way
down.
on.
The stim beacon kind of negates that slow, and Panda able to find the teleport. You aren't getting away this time. The Rolling Thunder comes through to continue to put pressure on all those people in spawn. Panda eating them up. Apex Predator, but Zamal wants to say something else. You aren't allowed in my side of the forest. As
Despite the
this
very
tree might fall on them, crush them even, as space is starting to get taken. Zamal testing so much. The wall goes through. A very, very cheeky opening. Understands the possibility of Yugi hiding, but that's the trap card coming out to seal the deal.
I mean, it was really close. It was a very good execute onto site for the attack of Noxious, but despite all that, it still ends up becoming a 2-2. Luckily, they're able to close it out, but still a little bit sketchy. But regardless, like I said, they were able to compound on it. That's going to be 2 in a row for the first time. That's also going to push Final Form back to an eco-ish. They're going to get mostly Stingers, Spectres, but they do still have 2 Vandals, which could cause some serious damage, but they do have the rifle advantage. Finally, Noxious Green might be able to do some serious damage. Artie, though, is getting collapsed.
RT, that's a 2 trade, and it goes his way, and that's what you want. I mean, maybe you want it to be the bait. I don't know if they had this all planned, but it did work out beautifully, thinning the horde. Zamal picking up his AK. Vandal, but this is grinding to a standstill, just like my tongue. Zamal has to make it through this double smoke. A wall goes through, baits out some utility, and he comes after everything is placed down with more crowd control. Zamal tries to find something, but no opportunities are taken advantage of. Poppy Cam spamming through the wall, trying to find another, but the stun comes out, and that was just a perfect post play. I don't think Noxious had any opportunity to lose that.
Before the switch.
No, a little unfortunate there. The triple swing was all set up, as well as the C's, and they were running out of time. But that's now 3 in a row. And this is actually the most rounds that we've seen one losing side team get in the first half since Silky has gotten on the desk. So congratulations to beat 9-3. We finally at least getting a 4-8. But this, with the momentum, could still very much become a 7-5. We have an all-out duel on our hands, and it looks like the attack changing it up. They're not playing as aggressively, not playing as forward as they have been, as all 5 are sitting on one side of the map. And it looks like they might be expecting a little bit of aggression from the defense, but the defense are waiting very patiently. They're not willing to give up an inch. And in fact, they're all just holding angles.
I wanted the tasting menu. I wanted to see everything that Valorant at this level has to offer, and I'm getting my eyes worth. Now, that said, looks like Noxious are getting hungry. The Nightmare doesn't consume anything, though. Starved of targets to send their Prowlers after, and this is a cancel after using that ult. Ooh, narrowly dodges Juice's shots, but that's Juice alone without any teleport to bring them to safety. And now that's a man advantage somehow given over to Noxious, and Panda makes it onto site. Aggression mirroring that of Zamal's. Here's someone.
30 seconds left.
Here's someone in the ropes position. Null command comes out, and Panda sneaking up. Doesn't need to at this point. And there it is. The last duel comes out. DGL shutting down the entire site with the eco res.
Switching sides.
8-4, not bad, not a blowout. This is certainly doable. Attack side wasn't quite favored there. So it is like an even matchup, I would say. Everything is just going so well.
That last round is the kind of round that makes me very thankful that I am not play-by-play today. Because, man, that was an all-out brawl on A with just a flurry of utility. One piece after another. The fake out, the re-swing, the re-rotate back onto A. But then the defense realizes that it's a fake out, so they move back to A, and they shut it down before they can even make their way back on the site. Chaos. But at the end of the day, they are able to pick it up. They bring it to an 8-4. And now Noxious on this defensive side are going to be met with a really tough challenge because Final Form are a very offense-heavy team. And sure, RG is now on the Cypher on the defensive side, can still do some serious damage. But, man, Final Form are just running at him.
And their form is certainly good in the finals, but this round might be them crumbling a bit, as they don't really have an answer to these group picks. Tommy flashed out, absolutely bamboozled by everything that's going on. Juice puts him through the blender once again, but this time the market has moved, and well, pandas don't really like smoothies, do they?
Plus their bamboo smoothies. I'm sure they love that. But, yeah, no. A little bit crazy there. That does bring it 8-5 as Noxious immediately open up bringing the pistol, which is not the first time they've won it this series, but it's a great start to the second half as they slowly try to make their way back up to the 8-8 scoreline. But one round after another, they're slowly trying to get back into it. They are going to be rocking the full Spectres up against, the Sheriff Classics, and apparently a shorty.
Panda with the counter stun saves himself. There he goes again with another rush into the eco. And it's just a full-on slaughter. 8-6, but those were just buy rounds. And it does look like Final Form had saved.
Yes.
Nothing too dangerous.
Yeah, no, nothing too crazy. It's exactly what we expect. The second round goes into the way of the round of the team you would expect. And now we're getting the full buy bonus. I was going to say Vandals, but it looks like we're going to get a Phantom or two. And full shields. Meanwhile, Noxious do still have 4 Spectres. They're toying with maybe a Stinger, but 4 Spectres and a Ghost to work with. So they can still cause some serious damage. This is a very close map. And if they get the right angles, they might be able to do a little bit of damage, hurt the economy, maybe steal a few rifles away.
Rifles coming on to the defensive side. RT is in a prime position to get things done. Catches them all with ears ringing like this is just a shutdown. Unfortunately, that's all Noxious are going to be able to get. Jwoo with Ghost in hand. I love that skin combo. Snake hanging from the tree. But is he going to be as duplicitous as the one in Mythology? Can he bait out some sort of mistake from Poppycam? Maybe not.
No idea.
But he is able to find DGL right there with Hunter's accuracy. Jwoo going to get bullied out from his position again. Aftershock goes through, trying to duel Juice, able to take another rifle away, and that is quite impactful coming from the side of Noxious. But again, they did force buy. They do have the loss bonus, and it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, very impactful, because that's going to take a lot of money out of their pockets. It looks like that's going to force Final Form into rocking a Bulldog, and luckily Juice does have enough for the tour de force, so they won't be terribly undergunned, but it's not going to be the full buy that you would hope for in round number 4. Meanwhile, it's not all, sunshine and rainbows on the side of Noxious, as Yugi is still rocking the Spectre. But then again, Panda does have the overdrive as well. So both teams have all the tools they need to create the impact. It's just a matter of who's going to pop up. And it looks like Noxious are just going to push aggressively into their spawn.
Juice holding out for some other overconfidence. And nothing is really found right here. Angles being checked, spawn being retaken. And it looks like Poppycam is finding himself a little bit more room towards the underbelly of the B site, but it's still RT having so many angles, so many entries locked down, able to sound the alarm at any instance. Jamal could try to jump over this, but he wouldn't know. Oh, absolutely missed at that. And now they have full control of the B site. Yeah, it's RT still hanging out in Canteen, waiting for the cavalry to come. And they're just going to be continued to silence by this null command. Shots ring out. Juice tries another pick, but doesn't quite get it. Has to retreat. Retreat to where? Retreat to main. And 2 people isolated by all of these smokes. This is not looking good for Final Form, unless Panda can be taken out at this point. Poppycam claws it back through the smoke.
Very, very good use of the null command there.
Right here.
Immediately spotting the Cypher utility, pops the null command, immediately shuts down Cypher as an agent entirely, pretty much. And with the wall up, the fast lane, specifically from the Neon, is just able to get them full entry into the site, to the point where the defenders, Noxious, didn't even know where the attackers were positioned. They were so deep in the site that they had no idea, so they just had to make their way in and clear every angle. And as they did, it just got ticked off one by one, like checking something off a checklist. Clinical
Juice
from Final Form.
Might be isolated there. Having made his way up, is able to find 1 kill, thinning the horde. And now RT is holding his little fortress, soon to be knocked on by the invaders. Although some space is given over because they do have all that utility. They do have all that post-plant potential still revealed. One more flash comes through. Yugi and RT died together in a blaze of bullets.
Very, very close. I actually thought that Noxious was going to come out on top there, but unfortunately not the case. Though, it is now round number 11. Zamal absolutely coming up huge for Final Form as they slowly try to close out this series. 21-13-5, and now Noxious, they're trying to figure out what to do. Artie is pulling them through 14-13-3. This is the side that they want, but man, right now the attacking side of Final Form are just overwhelming them. They are playing so smart, using the utility to their advantage as well as using the timing to their advantage. They've been so clinical getting on the site. They've been so clinical in choosing whether or not they want to play for post-play or off-site, or post-plant on-site. Overall, it's been almost perfection out of Final Form. And man, I mean, you can't wish for a better final than this. Two really good teams, both really, really competent, really, really strong, dominated on certain maps. And even this one, even though it's an 11-6, these are still very close rounds. Either side can come out on top. It just so happens that Noxious are just falling short, just a little bit. It's always coming down to like 2v2s or 1v2s or 1v1s.
Yeah.
Or 1v1s.
Like, oh my gosh. And as we gear up for this could be their last hurrah as Noxious say, hey, we're not going to go down without a fight right here. Oh, the fingers taken away from Panda. And that's actually a wasted ult, as no impact is found, and especially the rifles not given away. And now we go into a complete A take from the side of Final Form. But the retake is fast. Can they find some kind of impact? Rolling Thunder does go through. This is going to be a hellhole. Panda trying to spray through with his classic. No finger blasting this time. Just going Danny DeVito on them. Juice having to press the issue. Unable to close it out onto Ostino. And it looks like Noxious finally get the better of them in these very close rounds. Just as you said.
Oh my god, what did we just see? I mean, an absolute dump of utility. So many ults being used. It was going to be an all-out brawl over by B main up until Panda got silenced almost immediately. Shut down that very aggressive push from the defense. Exactly what the attacking side needed. And gave them enough time. It wasted the ult as well. They go over towards B, or excuse me, A. They immediately try to take the site. They get the spike down, but then so much utility, the Rolling Thunder as well, pushing them off site into the A main position where they meet the entirety of the defense as well. And now it seems like we're going to have another run it back of this, as there's just so much util being used in B main.
No Phoenix, but you do see the flames coming out. Panda with a very convincing shot onto both PoppyCam and DGL. Maybe no possibility of a resurrection, but there is a trade coming out, and it's just Tommy left in a 1v4. Has to shoot the Prowler, give away his position, that he's still there. Another one to confirm. And it looks like Noxious want to not press the issue. They want to continue to harry him. Yet the spike is down and could be accessible if he finds these crucial picks. Another jump spot just to make him a little bit concerned, a little bit harried as these defenders just toy with him. There's the final nail in the coffin. Pounded.
Yeah, and there we go. I mean, like I said, it's been really close so far. So seeing Noxious immediately come back 8-11, this is the closest map we've had yet. And man, I still think, even though there's a 3-round deficit here and, you know, only 2 away from the win, I still think either of these teams could pull out the win. And man, it's getting close. Though with that round win, Final Form is going to be sent back to an eco round. Only 1 rifle in the hands of Tommy. However, it's going to be a full buy with full shields coming out from Noxious. So, in theory, this should be another round win for them. That should get them ever so closer to the double digits.
Ooh, Juice escapes the Prowler and sees... Is he Houdini? No, he cannot get out of this situation. Yugi eventually closes his bindings around him. And that's a 4v4. Good trades coming out from both sides. Yuki's still waiting for the follow-up. But they're stuck. They're stuck here, and only a Haunt to just signal for help. It's Zamal confusing Jwoo, dashing around like no one else. And there's DGL trying to find the isolated fight just before Artie comes and multiplies that force. The smoke at no danger of dissipating yet. This is Brimstone we're talking about. Very, very
30
safe
seconds
fight to
left.
take against RT. Just has to see him, but the angle doesn't work quite out. DGL gets spotted first.
Ooh, and that is going to be 9 to 11. And Noxious are slowly clawing themselves back into the game. They're going to pick up the operator as well. Again, not the biggest fan of using an operator with this composition. There's no real agents that are meant for opping, i.e. a Jet or a Chamber, but it is going to be used by Yugi on the Fade, which is not terrible, but it's going to be on a full buy. Everyone is going to have everything to work with, except Yugi, who actually has no shields at all, so rocking the 100 base health, which means that pretty much any body shot could make them really, really vulnerable and even take them out in maybe 1 or 2 bullets. So a little bit sketchy, but nothing they can't work with. And actually, it seems like after seeing a little bit of presence over towards B main, the attackers are going to all favor going over towards Dish.
Well, that is Bogdan's principle, carried over from CSGO actually, win for me. And it just means that, yes, you can get the most bang for your buck by putting the operator on the person who has the least health. And there we go, Yugi. You have less time, you know, if you are using a Vandal to kill the other person, but with the op one-shot potential, it doesn't matter at all. And the potential of the potential momentum is still preserved. Everyone is ready to capitulate onto the site. Yugi taking pot shots through the smoke, trying to find as much impact as he can. Yugi finds another, and now Panda shut down by DGL. That could be a clutch right there. Oh my gosh, DGL just turns that round upside down.
1v4 does it. Brings them to match and series point here for SkyBell series number 12. I mean, absolutely huge, with the Phantom just pulls out everything they need. Their team has been on the back foot. Their economy, not amazing. Their momentum, barely there at all. So they needed to come up clutch because they were about to push in the double digits, only get 1 round away. But now they are challenging for not just this map, but for the series in all.
Unlucky shot onto Juice. They are ready to smile in the face of death. And there we go, Panda taking so much damage through the smoke, yet it is still a favorable amount of trades. If they can hold on to this advantage, they still have a chance at evening that up and going towards overtime. And that's the only thing they can hope for at this point, as they just got shut down in the last round by a wild card. That was absolutely insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I also did not realize that we were casting for Overwatch. That was an intense amount of utility being used over towards B main, but at the end of the day, it does end up leaving final form a little bit worse for wear 5v3 situation, though there is still a lot of damage that has been done to the defense, and Zamal finds a way to bring it just a little bit closer back into their favor.
30 seconds left.
Quite already a dead man, so it might not matter that much. Yugi keeping his foot on the pedal as he drives straight over Zamal with the Spectre. And there we go, Yugi still putting pressure on to Mr. DGL, kills him, and just any chance of there being a retake by Poppy. And Poppy Cam goes down, almost burning in the flames. 12 to 10.
Of the 10, it's possible. I've said it, I think every map, but I could really see this going to overtime, and I'd love to see this go to overtime, especially after the one-sided affairs we've had. I mean, having a game this close is just an absolute pleasure. There's constantly something coming up. There's constantly someone making big plays. This is the kind of Valorant that we love to see, but it's all coming to a head here. 10 to 12, very, very close. Final form. Only need that one more, and it looks like they're going to try to take it. Zamal popping that overdrive almost immediately and taking sight.
Yeah, Zamal making sure that there is no chance of
Almost out.
anybody hanging around middle or trying to support. Oh, a great headshot track onto Jwoo. They want more. Yugi shuts that down though, silenced, put in the coffin, the sarcophagus, and just continuing to blast away at that wall. Juice, though unpressured, finds Ostino. And it's Poppy Cam to continue to pressure onto RT just with a classic doing so much already. The pop flash goes out,
Player standing.
and it's a 1v1, 100 health for Poppy Cam. The spray is there, and the headshot as well. FFE, final form, close it out and win the IG League.
Oh, SkyBell series number 12. 12 of
There it
these
is.
somehow so far this year. And this has been one of the most thrilling finales I've seen yet. Final form, come out on top. A tournament of just back and forth, just absolute chaos. And at the end of the day, Scrappy. Scrappy's the name of the game today, but they're able to pull it through in the very last second. And man,
Young, scrappy, and hungry.
massive, very much so. So massive congratulations to Final Form. Noxus Green, again, I think this may be the second or third time they've come up just a little bit short in the grand finals, but I'm sure they'll be back, and I'm sure one of these times they will make it. They will be the winners. But before we go, just a couple quick announcements. You already know it was coming. It's my classic. $3,000 on the line. Our division's coming out in January of 2023. Come check it out. You can find all of the information on our social medias, on our Discord, and on our website, where you can find everything you want to know about everything that we're getting up to over here on IGL. And of course, if you are missing any of the tournaments and you want to catch up, see some of the stream matches, we have them uploaded over on our YouTube. So go check out our social medias there. And of course, thank you so much for watching. I have been Soren. Joining me was Edu for the first half, Silky for the second. Thank you so much for filling in last second.
Thank you.
And man, I hope everyone has a wonderful day. Thank you so much for joining us.
You guys are amazing, and I can't wait to see more Valorant. Peace.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't come in, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like it's stolen. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you